Show 'em how we blow the spot. Let's make it hot. The shotgun with the body rock till the party stops. It's time to take it up a notch and keep it locked for all the headbangers in the...
Hello and welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your part-time host, Chad Cutler. We're talking all about NFL football. Stick around.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're wrapping up the AFC divisional playoffs here on the Drill. I'm Chad alongside Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Guys, let's get started in Pittsburgh. The Jets played there. They ended up losing 20-17 in overtime. Doug Bryant missed 2 kicks in the final 3 minutes. What was your overall thoughts on this game?
Well, you know what, Cutler? This is a loss that could ruin the Jets franchise forever. Chad Pennington did absolutely nothing as usual on the field. Bryant missed 2 pivotal kicks. The defense played great, like expected. Forced Roethlisberger into some terrible passes. Were on him the whole game. But you can't lose a game like this. You had the game won going on to the AFC title game, and they just couldn't do it.
Well, Cutman, you know, he just hit the nail right on the head right there. I mean, the Jets had multiple chances to win this football game with the 2 kicks. Doug Bryant missed one by 300 yards. I don't even know how much he missed that by. I mean, he didn't even hit the net. The other one he was short on. The defense played excellent. They scored a touchdown. Their special teams played well. They hit a touchdown. And Paul Hackett, up to his old ways, calling conservative plays. When they had the chance to win the game, called 3 straight dives. You think he would learn something from Marty Schottenheimer for doing the same exact thing a week prior and missing a field goal. And it's about time Paul Hackett lost his job.
He did lose his job, Tim, and he got replaced by the Tennessee offensive coordinator about a week ago, so we'll see how that works out. But, Mike, there's no question Chad Pennington did not play his best. By any means, he didn't play that well. You cannot put this loss squarely on his shoulders. You have to place some of the blame on Doug Bryant, on the offensive line for maybe not allowing Curtis Martin on those 3 dive plays to exploit the defense.
Why not put this loss on Chad Pennington? He's the guy that's constantly running his mouth to the media. He's supposedly the superstar of the Jets team, and the Jets put up 3 points. The game should never be put into the hands of the kicker.
I mean, Chad Pennington played like absolute garbage. I mean, he had no touchdowns, a pick, completed like 55% of his passes, which is not like he usually does. I mean, he absolutely played terrible. He didn't do anything to help the team win.
All right, guys, let's look at this from the other side. Pittsburgh, overall, how do you think they played, and do they have the confidence going into the next round?
Well, Pittsburgh got very lucky. They didn't play well. Ben Roethlisberger played like a rookie for probably the first time in his whole career as of now. The one positive they did have was the defense as usual, and the running game was very efficient. It's going to be very tough to win versus New England, though.
It's going to be a tough game against New England, but I look for them to get the running game established, get a little play action going with Ben. I mean, Ben played really bad this weekend, obviously. 1 touchdown, 2 picks, 180-something yards. But this weekend he's not going to wear the glove unless there's, of course, some kind of snowy conditions. And without the glove, I think he played a lot better, so I think he's going to come out and do well.
All right, guys, let's shift over to the other AFC game. The Indianapolis Colts went to Foxborough to play the Patriots. I thought this was going to be a great game. I really did, but we saw the true Patriots come out. They absolutely destroyed Peyton Manning and the Colts. He got nothing going on offense. Actually, their defense looked pretty good. But Tom Brady, Corey Dillon, and just the whole team is just spectacular. What were your thoughts on this?
Well, you said it, Chad. They are truly a team right now in the NFL where it's a lot about individuals. The Patriots win because they're a team. Yes, they have Corey Dillon, who is probably their biggest superstar. But their group of linebackers in their secondary just is absolutely stifling.
I mean, their defense is the most unsung defense in the NFL. I mean, I don't think they have 1 Pro Bowler, and I think it's the best defense there is. I mean, 4 linebackers who you probably never even heard of. Most people haven't even heard of, and they just play excellent football. They get 11 hats to the ball every play. And what can you say about Corey Dillon? I mean, gashing his Colts defense for about 7 yards a carry. I mean, that was probably one of the biggest free agent pickups ever.
I mean, guys, it just baffles me. How good is Tom Brady under the pressure? I mean, it just doesn't even look like he's phased at all being in the playoffs and the overall atmosphere. Just how good of a pressure quarterback is this guy?
Well, yeah, there's no question Tom Brady is a great pressure quarterback, but the reason they beat Indianapolis was not because of Tom Brady. It was because of the running game, the coaching of Bill Belichick, and the defense.
I mean, what can you say more about Teddy Bruschi? I mean, this guy is, I don't think he's ever made a Pro Bowl. I mean, he had 8 tackles, 2 fumble recoveries. That one, he just stole the ball right out of Dominique Rhodes' hands. I mean, Bill Belichick has always had his game plan, and I think he almost outdid himself on Sunday.
Guys, I want to shift over to the other side, the Indianapolis Colts. I want to know what you think. When you think of Peyton Manning this season, are you going to remember the touchdown record, or are you going to remember just absolutely getting destroyed by New England?
Well, I'm going to remember both, but Peyton Manning has to start winning at New England. And if he's not going to be able to win there, then don't lose a game in the regular season, because it seems like they can't win on the road in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna remember like the playoff loss, obviously. I mean, because you don't judge a player by what he does in the regular season. You would judge him more like in postseason, like Tom Brady. Tom Brady's 7-0 in playoff games, and if they're gonna win a Super Bowl, they're gonna have to get home field advantage because they just can't win in New England or anywhere with grass, really.
Tim, that's a fantastic point. Come on back.
Scatman's world.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
We're recapping the NFC divisional playoffs here on The Drill. Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, guys, we're going to get started in Atlanta, Georgia. The Falcons play the Rams, and this was some offensive show. 48-17, Atlanta pulling this out. I want to get your overall thoughts. Were you expecting this?
No, I wasn't expecting this at all, but I believe the score was 47-17, Tim?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. But St. Louis absolutely, they couldn't stop the run. They couldn't do anything basically on offense. And they just had no chance to win the game at any point.
I mean, judging by the first quarter, I thought this game was going to be some type of a shootout, like a 35-30 game, something like that. I mean, started off, 14-7, and then the Rams absolutely collapsed. I mean, they couldn't get anything done on offense. Mike Martz abandons the run after the first play of the football game. I mean, he's a terrible, terrible coach. And Atlanta just executed their plays well. They ran for 330 yards. I mean, what more can you ask for them?
I mean, guys, Michael Vick, this is basically the first time we've actually gotten to see him in the West Coast offense in the playoffs. And he looked unbelievable. He set the NFL rushing record for one game in that one. He had 119. Do you think this is just going to keep happening with him? Is he a given over 100-yard rusher every game?
No, definitely not. Because there's going to be some games where they're just going to lay back and make him beat him with the pass. And he's not going to have 119 yards. But I think the game was defined early on a 3rd and 2 call. St. Louis had him basically wrapped up, and he just sprints out for about a 50-yard run, and after that, it was over.
Yeah, I mean, that was a key play of the game. I mean, they had him for an 11-yard loss. He runs up in the pocket, gets 47 yards. I mean, Tony Siragusa said the best during that game. It's hard to grab a ghost. I mean, the guy is just lightning fast. You can't catch him. I'm surprised he actually even caught on that run. And what can you say about Warwick Dunn? I mean, 150 yards on like 20 carries or so. I mean, he played great. And T.J. Duckett, too. How do you stop these three guys?
You guys, from the Rams' perspective here, where do they go from here? It's pretty clear they have no defense whatsoever. Mark Bolger is a good cornerback, but obviously interceptions is always a problem with him. What do they do from here?
Well, I think St. Louis had a pretty good season. They weren't expected to do much this year. They got into the playoffs. They won one game. But they are starting to get old. Marshall Faulk is not young anymore. Neither is Isaac Bruce. So they got to start getting some players to fill in with those two guys there.
Yeah, I mean, like Steven Jackson, he's going to start shouldering the load, I think, next year. I mean, he'll go from to get like 250 carries, and Marshall Faulk to step back into the shadows. And they need some type of defense. I mean, their secondary is terrible. Besides Adam Archuleta, I mean, they picked up some guy from the Dolphins, and 2 cornerbacks who are average at best. I mean, they got to look to upgrade there.
Guys, one more question on this. Are the Falcons that good where they could just put 47 points on you on any given night? Or did the Rams' defense just play that bad?
No, they're definitely not that good. I mean, this isn't one of the best offenses in football. Yes, they have a great run game. Receivers are definitely below average core.
Yeah, I mean, the receivers aren't that well. I mean, Peerless Price comes in from Buffalo, expect to have a great year last 2 years. Doesn't show much, so they can't hang 47 on you, but they are a pretty powerful offense, I think.
All right, guys, let's go to the other game. The Philadelphia Eagles hosted the Minnesota Vikings, and they pulled this one out pretty easily. You know, Minnesota really couldn't get any type of offense going against this defense. Personally, I was shocked. I thought this was the Vikings' year. I really liked what they were doing. What were your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Chad. Philadelphia beat Minnesota in every aspect of the game, hands down. I don't want to admit it, but they looked very good, Philadelphia. Westbrook caught every ball out of the backfield. Minnesota looked clueless on defense. Anytime on the goal line, they were just going to split Westbrook out, and they kept having a linebacker on him, and it was too easy for McNabb to hit him.
Even though Philadelphia wound up winning this game by 13 points, Minnesota still had their chances. I mean, L.J. Smith fumbles into the end zone, and Freddie Mitchell catches it. That's kind of lucky right there. I mean, come on now. And they had that fumble right before the half, where the guy didn't get back in bounds before he recovered it. That's another lost chance right there. And that fake field goal, which was terrible. I mean, Randy Moss wasn't even on the field. So they had their chances to win this game, and they just blew it.
If the Vikings could go back and change one thing about this game, do you think it would be the fake field goal with Randy Moss? What do you think would be the one thing they would change?
I don't think so. They didn't score enough. That's it. The bottom line is Philadelphia beat them in almost any aspect of the game, and they had their chances, but Culpepper just threw big picks at the wrong time.
Yeah, those picks were huge. I mean, they were driving down the field, basically, and they just threw 2 picks. I mean, if they scored there, they could win that game, and that fake field goal was absolutely terrible. I mean, just take the points. Or if you're going to go for it on 4th down, wouldn't you rather have your offense in the field than have your backup quarterback throwing passes?
All right, guys, from the Eagles' perspective here, Brian Westbrook is some kind of receiver. I mean, I've never seen a running back be able to catch the ball like this. Arguably, you could say LaDainian Tomlinson, but he doesn't line up in the wide receiver slot almost every time. If you were Andy Reid, would you just keep him as a wide receiver?
Not the whole game. Levens could run the ball, but I still rather have Westbrook back there. Westbrook is developing into one of the better running backs in football quickly.
I mean, next year, I think you'll split him out at wide receiver for a lot of the downs because we'll have Cordell Buckhalter back if he doesn't get hurt. I mean, he was supposed to be the feature back the last 2 years. So if they want to do that, they probably could if they wanted.
All right, guys, just give me the team name. Who has more momentum going into the championship game, the Falcons or the Eagles?
Eagles, they're at home.
I see the Falcons just based on the fact that the Eagles have lost 3 straight NFC title games.
I agree with Tim. It's the Falcons. Tim wins. We'll be right back.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends and your money. And your job and your self-respect and your future. Any questions?
Hey, and welcome back to The Drill. I'm your former host, Larry Axelman. I know you're probably wondering where I've been. I've been with Chris Berman on ESPN. He's been training me because that's going to be my profession when I get older. So, you know, you just gotta get warmed up. But today in the Drill, we're going to be talking about the NFC Championship game, the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Atlanta Falcons. The Philadelphia Eagles are hosting the championship game for the 3rd straight year. We got to see what happens this year. Is Philadelphia going to win, Mike?
No, they're not, Larry. This is going to be the reason why. Jimmy Johnson's going to constantly bring in the blitz. Versus most quarterbacks, that's a great way to defend, but not versus Michael Vick. He's going to run right by them all the way into the Super Bowl.
How many rushing yards?
I expect at least 80 to 100 yards rushing.
80 to 100? I say at least 100 to 150.
You know, Larry, I have to agree with Mike on this one. I don't think you can pick against the Falcons just on the way they looked against the Rams. Michael Vick has looked better than he ever has. Warwick Dunn has turned into a superstar. Peerless Price can run. He can catch. No one's going to argue that. I look at Atlanta right now as a complete team, and I look at Philadelphia. They got some holes.
They do have some holes. They don't have T.O.
Yeah,
What if they had Terrell Owens? What do you think would happen?
Then I would say the Eagles would advance to the Super Bowl in Jacksonville, but they don't have Terrell Owens. Freddie Mitchell got lucky last game. Greg Lewis is terrible.
It's a decent comment.
And Todd Pinkston can't go over the middle. So they have no receivers to throw the ball.
And what about if they had T.O.?
If they had T.O., I think they'd win also. I mean, if you have a superstar receiver that can impact the game, like a Terrell Owens, like a Randy Moss, you're most likely going to win. That team has many weapons, but it all revolves around
But the Falcons
Terrell
don't have a main receiver.
Peerless Price is
Yeah,
a
but he
pretty
hasn't-
good
he
guy.
hasn't had
The
that
guy
good
is
year.
good. The guy is good.
He's okay.
I'd put him on my squad.
Okay, so what's your point?
I like him.
All right, I really don't. But anyway, who's going to be the key player for the Falcons and for the Eagles?
Well, I'm going to have to say it has to be Michael Vick on the Atlanta side of the ball. He does everything for Atlanta. An X factor, though, for Atlanta definitely could be Algie Crumpler at the tight end position. He's the one guy Vick loves to throw to, especially around the goal line. But on the Philadelphia side, I'm going to say Brian Westbrook. I know I'm not going off on a limb here, but he catches the ball out of the backfield. He's going to run probably for close to 100 yards. And if they're going to win, he has to have a huge day.
All right, what about you, Chad?
You know, for Atlanta, I think it's going to be T.J. Duckett. In those cold conditions, there's probably going to be snow on the ground. They're not going to be able to rely so much on a Warwick Dunn. So T.J.'s going to have to go out there, and he's going to have to produce big in order for this team to be successful. And on Philadelphia's side, I can't pick against Donovan McNabb. The guy can run. He can pass. This is his game to win or lose.
I guess you didn't watch last year's NFC Championship game.
Yo, like what he just said, I wasn't even listening to him because I knew he just made that up. But anyway, what do you think the score's going to be?
I'm going to go with Atlanta. Oh, it's definitely going to be a close
What's the
game.
spread?
Right now the spread's at 5.
All right.
But I'm going to say Atlanta 21, Philadelphia 17.
28-10 Atlanta.
28-10 Atlanta.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know if we're allowed to bet. I'll bet you money that that's not the score.
Well, you know what? Let the players decide, Larry. Just let the players decide.
All right, and if the Philadelphia or Atlanta advances, you think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl?
No.
Whoever they face?
Definitely not. I think the winner of the Super Bowl will be coming out of the AFC.
Definitely?
Yeah, the AFC is just such a strong conference. There's just no team in the NFC that matches up well with either the Patriots or the Steelers. I just can't see that happening.
You don't think so? I think you're wrong, Chad.
We all have our opinions, don't
Yeah,
we?
that's true. All right, well, that's our episode on The Drill today. We'll be right back after a short break.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends and your money. And your job and your self-respect and your future. Any questions?
My father was a great hitter, but he knew that life was about more than just one game.
The easy way out, or the right thing to do.
So when that umpire made a bad call that ended the game for Dad,
No matter the decision,
and then needed help with his car, my father made the right call.
the easy way out,
Helping
or
others.
the right thing to do.
Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
So are you coming to the party? Party? We're gonna have chocolate cake. I don't know any day.
It's almost 5 o'clock. Time to slow down. Time to shoot the breeze. Time when your kids are most likely to be offered the chance to try drugs. In other words, a good time to check in with them.
Hey, welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Larry Axman, once again. Today, we're going to be talking about the AFC Championship game where the Pittsburgh Steelers will be playing the New England Patriots. Mike, does Ben Roethlisberger have what it takes to win? We know he's a rookie. Is he going to play like he played against the Jets last week?
He definitely has what it takes to win, but it's a matter if Bill Belichick will have a game plan ready for Big Ben, which I'm sure he will. If he can stop a guy like Peyton Manning the last 2 years, right.
Roethlisberger played like crap last week against the Jets. Should have been a loss.
Roethlisberger played terrible versus the Jets.
Serber ran the ball well.
Towards the end of the season, he really wasn't playing as good as he did during his first stint as a rookie. So I think he's going to have a lot of trouble this Sunday.
Yeah, but Big Ben, he has
True.
the keys. He has the skills in order to succeed and probably win this game. It's just a matter of, can he keep his composure out there? He completely lost it against the Jets with some of those passes. If he can remain calm, he may be able to, attack this Bill Belichick defense.
Big question is, can he take advantage of New England's secondary?
You know what? I really don't think so. At this point, it seems like everyone's questioning their secondary, but it's not very bad right now. Their guys are D'ing up well. They're blitzing constantly.
We got a receiver playing cornerback though.
Yeah, well, they
Troy
held
Brown.
the
I
best
know,
offensive
I know.
football to 3 points, so they must be doing something right.
Truly.
Larry, you got to understand here. There's going to be blizzard-like conditions out there. Ben Roethlisberger and Tom Brady are not going to be able to throw the long ball like they normally would. It's going to be very tough for them to exploit the
Roethlisberger is
secondary.
not good at all.
Ben Roethlisberger at the University of Miami of Ohio could play the game. He could simply play. He can play with the Steelers. And once again, he has what it takes.
We're skipping. We're just not going to let you talk anymore for right now. But who has the best running game?
I'm definitely going to say New England, even though Pittsburgh has the 2 running backs. Corey Dillon.
They got 2 skinny, small running backs.
Yes. Corey Dillon absolutely is by far the best running back in this game. I expect him to have a huge day on the ground and open up the passing for Tom Brady.
Without question, great comment, Chad. Go.
Absolutely not. You have to look at Jerome Bettis right now. The guy is 34 years old. The guy is doing things that he couldn't do 10 years ago. He is called the bust for a reason. He wears down the defenses. And I'm telling you right now, New England is going to have an extremely tough time.
I know why they're not going to have a tough time? Tom Brady. 2-time Pro Bowl, 2-time MVP, Super Bowl champion. Is he going to be clutch once again?
There's no questions about it. Tom Brady is always clutch, has never lost a postseason game. Only guy besides Troy Aikman to win his first 7. I expect him and the Patriots to advance to the Super Bowl.
Tom Brady can play, there's no question about his play under pressure. He doesn't feel the pressure. He's an absolute unbelievable athlete for the things he does in the playoffs and during the regular season. I look at him as just thinking this is just another game.
Definitely true. As Taylor said before, another reason New England's going to win, Bill Belichick. If he wins a Super Bowl, is he one of the best coaches of all time?
There's no questions about it. The way this guy coaches, even at halftime, it looks like they're always making adjustments to just kill the team they're playing. Last week, no one thought they were going to hold Indianapolis to 3 points. No one thought they would have stopped the Rams a few years ago. No one thought they would make Peyton Manning throw 4 interceptions.
Just great right now. I can't even take it.
It says unbelievable. Right now, if he wins this 3rd Super Bowl, he's definitely up there in the top echelon of coaches.
Larry, I look at him right now as one of the top coaches of all time. I think you look at his record over the past 2 years, it's absolutely incredible. The team never loses at home. The team puts up great offense and defensive numbers.
The team has lost at home before. The Patriots have lost at home before. They have.
1 game?
No, I'm talking about like all time. They've lost at home before.
I'm talking the past 2 seasons.
I'm just telling you.
You got to open your ears a little bit, Larry.
I'm just telling you they've lost at home
You got to
before.
open your ears a little bit, Larry.
Just so you could understand, they have lost at home before.
The only thing I have against Bill Belichick is he always wears that sweatshirt, no matter what. If it's snowing, raining, no matter what, he will wear that Patriots sweatshirt.
He said he wasn't going to wash it this week.
He probably doesn't. That's the sad part.
Just telling you, MVP for each game. Hit me.
Corey Dillon on New England. Plaxico Burress on Pittsburgh.
Plaxico Burress, he played awful against the Jets last week.
Doesn't matter. You could come back any day and have a great game.
They're going to be running the ball a lot. I don't know where that came from, but Chad hit me.
You got to go with Jerome Bettis on Pittsburgh. He's going to be carrying the load. And on New England, I think there's no question about it. Bill Belichick is going to be the man of the game. He's going to decide if they win or not.
Does he play on the field?
No.
So when it's 4th and 1, is he going to be running the ball?
Well, according to Jeff Serber, he is one of the best coaches to ever step foot on the sidelines. He's going to have an impact on this game.
All right, is weather going to have an impact on this game?
I don't think so. Both teams play in cold conditions throughout the year, love to run the football. I don't think it'll be that big of a factor.
Absolutely. Like I mentioned before, they're not going to be able to throw the deep ball. They're going to have to rely on short routes, the button hooks, running the football. It's going to play a big factor.
Definitely true without question. Prediction.
I'm going to go with 17-13. New England goes to the 3rd Super Bowl in 4 years.
I have to go with the Patriots. I just look what they did against the Colts. It's just unbelievable. They're going to win it all, the whole thing. They're going to win this game around 34-14.
34 points.
Yeah.
All right. You sure?
Oh, I'm positive.
All right. Well, there's nothing I could say from there. Because of that comment, we're going to have to go. We'll be back after a short break.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
My father was a great hitter, but he knew that life was about more than just one game.
The easy way out, or the right thing to do.
So when that umpire made a bad call that ended the game for Dad,
No matter the decision,
and then needed help with his car, my father made the right call.
the easy way out,
Helping others.
or the right thing to do.
Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
So you coming to the party? Party? We're gonna have chocolate cake. I don't know any day.
It's almost 5 o'clock. Time to slow down. Time to shoot the breeze. Time when your kids are most likely to be offered the chance to try drugs. In other words, a good time to check in with them.
Thanks for joining us for another week edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm Chad Cutler. Next week, come on back. We're talking Super Bowl football.
If you're ready or not, no time to talk, cause we on the clock, bringing that go to your block, let me show you where we coming from. It don't stop from LA to New York. Get hot, the shotgun with the body rock, till the party stop. Take it up a notch, and keep it locked for all the headbangers in the parking lot.
Welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. This week, we'll be recapping the NFC and AFC title games, along with a Super Bowl preview. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're recapping the NFC Championship game here on the Drill. Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, guys. The Eagles absolutely destroyed Michael Vick and the Falcons. They shut down whatever passing game you can say they have. The run wasn't there. What happened?
Well, I'm very disappointed in Michael Vick, first of all. He really can't throw the ball downfield. He has a great arm, but is very inaccurate with his passes. The game was basically lost early in the third quarter on that route to Crumpler, where he just underthrew him totally. I don't know if it was Crumpler's fault, but Dawkins just cut him off and picked it off, and the game was lost right there.
I don't know how Michael Vick played so good last week, and then this week he just absolutely just played terrible. I mean, the play calls weren't that good. I wasn't a fan of him, really. They went away from the run too fast, and he couldn't really roll out to his left because they put Javon Curse on the right side of the defense, so he had to roll out to his opposite hand, and he just couldn't produce yards.
And guys, if you remember, the Falcons just signed Michael Vick to a contract where he's making $10 million a year. Now, no one's going to question. Michael Vick is a very good athlete. He's very popular with the fans, obviously. But do you think after a game like this, a little alarm went off in the Falcons' head that said, maybe we should have spent our money elsewhere?
I don't think so. I think Vick is a franchise type of player, but both me and Tim agree. We've talked about this before, that he is a bit overrated, and he will never be in the class of Peyton Manning or those other elite quarterbacks.
He'll never be up there with them, but he still gets you yards. Doesn't matter if he runs for him, passes for him, or whatnot. He's still a franchise quarterback, like Mike said, but they might have overpaid him a little bit. Maybe want to upgrade in the receiver position a little.
All right, guys, let's look at this from the Eagles' standpoint. They absolutely won in every facet of the game. Offense, defense, special teams, everything went well for them. Is this a really big momentum boost for them?
Oh, obviously it's a momentum boost. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in 24 years. But they can't just be satisfied with the NFC title. A lot of teams go to the Super Bowl and just totally lay an egg out there. The Eagles have to bring that same intensity times 10 if they want to even compete with New England.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing that impressed me about the Patriots was their defense. I mean, early in the year, people were running all over them and whatnot, and Jeremiah Trotter comes in week 9, takes over the defense, and he's in on every play. Him and that guy Keith Adams, never even heard of. He played excellent. They both had 10 tackles apiece.
All right, guys, sticking with the Eagles now, it's pretty clear this team is for real. You know, they've answered all the questions. Have you ever seen Donovan McNabb look better? I mean, has he ever looked more like an absolute Pro Bowler?
Well, he's not doing anything special, Chad. Let's not get out of hand here. They're winning the game. They're running the ball. Westbrook's creating a lot of yards out of the backfield, which never had the last years when they lost the NFC title games. McNabb's playing well, but he's not the sole reason they're in the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, I mean, Terrell Owens helped his season stats well. It gave him a little confidence boost, and this is the first time he's been healthy in a while. I mean, 2 years ago he wasn't healthy. Last year he wasn't healthy. Now he's healthy. He's completing more passes, and he's not doing anything spectacular, but he's playing better.
Mike, you mentioned Brian Westbrook. There's no question, without him, the Eagles' offense doesn't look the same. So I ask you both this question. If Brian Westbrook was not there and it was just an average back, you know, something like a Deuce Staley, would they be in the same position they are now?
I don't think so. Westbrook he's developing into one of the best running backs in the game right now. He catches the ball out of the backfield. He could run pretty effectively. He's just a great all-around player.
Yeah, he's one of the best double threat backs in the league. He's up there with the Damian Tomlinson's backs like that. I mean, 700 rushing, 700 receiving, only back in the NFL to have that. I mean, you could split him out wide. He could pick up the blitz well. He's just a complete back.
All right, guys, we're going to switch back over here to the Atlanta Falcons. Overall for them, it's clearly a subpar game. They didn't seem to come to play. Do you think for next season, if they keep their defense in check and maybe make a few moves in the wide receiver slots and maybe offensive line, this team can get above and make the Super Bowl?
Well, I think they definitely need a receiver. There's a lot of great receivers out there this year in the free agent market. A lot of teams are going after the guys like Porter, Muhammad, Hushmanzada, Burris. They got to pick up a guy like that.
Yeah, I think someone like Plaxico Burris would be a great fit for this team. I mean, some guy who could stretch the field for them and also work the middle. I mean, Peerless Price can go down the field and Plaxico Burris can go over the middle. They'll be in pretty good shape and challenge for the Super Bowl again.
Yeah, Tim, you mentioned Peerless Price. This is a guy they brought in. They thought he was going to be like a Terrell Owens, like a Randy Moss. They thought he was going to be the big guy. He hasn't developed into that. Do you think this is as good as he going to be?
Well, he definitely has a talent to be better than that. When you have a guy having 1,400 yards 2-3 years ago, he has that capability of doing that again. But if he will, that's a whole different story.
I think the only reason he had that big year a couple years ago is because he was a complimentary receiver to Eric Mullins. I mean, if you put a big-name receiver next to him and you have those two guys, they can both get you 1,000 yards, I think.
Guys, I want to thank you. For you guys at home, we did not plan the 3 hooded sweatshirts here. It just happened on its own. So stick around. We're talking about the AFC.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself.
Welcome back to The Drill. We have the AFC Championship game wrap-up now. Guys, it was the Patriots at Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. The Patriots won. Why?
Well, New England's just a better team in every aspect of the game. They ran the ball effectively. Even though the yardage wasn't there, they got the big plays when they needed to. Brady was stellar as usual, and the defense caused the big turnover like they always do.
I'll tell you why they won. Bill Belichick is why they won. I mean, he shut down the Steelers' offense. They ran for a little over 100 yards. Ben Roethlisberger forcing the 3 interceptions. And Bill Belichick just continues to amaze me.
Tim, you mentioned Bill Belichick. When you watch the games, doesn't it seem like he just knows what the other team's going to run when he's on defense? I mean, doesn't it seem like no matter what the Steelers did, they threw the ball with Roethlisberger, they ran it with Bettis, didn't it just seem like he was ready for whatever they were going to bring?
Well, he is 9-1 in playoff games now, tied with Vince Lombardi. So the guy is absolutely unbelievable. Giving this guy even 2 weeks to prepare now for this Super Bowl, it's going to be amazing to see what he can do.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. I mean, you look at him on the sideline, looks like a homeless guy basically, and that mind of his just works 300 miles an hour. He just knows what's coming almost every down. He's an absolute amazement.
Guys, were you at all impressed with basically a shock to the Patriots game, their overzealous passing game here? They were throwing a lot of deep balls. They got 2 touchdowns out of that. Were you surprised? We haven't really seen that in years past.
I really wasn't that surprised, considering the Pittsburgh secondary is their weak spot, if there is one on that defense. Their cornerbacks are not great. We all know they're great against the run, so you got to pass it downfield.
Yeah, I mean, right after the turnover, they go for that deep pass to Branch, the first play after it. That's what you do. That's what a lot of teams do in the NFL. They take a shot right after they get a turnover, and he found Deion Branch with a great throw. It was a perfect throw, actually. And they stretched the field so they could run the ball more and get more of those underneath routes.
All right, guys. Bill Cowher, the coach of the Steelers, has gotten a lot of criticism. The Steelers were starting to drive at the end of the third quarter. You know, they scored. And then at the beginning of the fourth quarter, they got to the New England 3-yard line, and Bill Cowher decided to kick a field goal on a 4th and goal rather than going for the touchdown. He's gotten a lot of criticism, people saying if they went for that touchdown, they might have had a better shot at winning. Do you think it was the right call?
I think it's a terrible call by Bill Cowher. First of all, they had 1st and goal from the 3, I believe. You have the best running game possibly in football with the bust near the goal line. They throw a fade to Burris, which wasn't a terrible call, but you got to come down with it. And then the 2 other cracks at the end zone were totally stuffed. But on 4th and goal, you just got to go for it. You just got to be a man. And even if you do get stopped, they have the ball on their own 3.
I continue to question what William Cowher is doing in Pittsburgh. I mean, some of his calls are absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you're the best running back in the goal line, like Mike said, and you don't even give it to him. I give it to him 4 times in a row. If they can stop it 4 times in a row, you tip your cap and put your defense back on the field.
But guys, don't you remember, I think it was the first quarter, they had another situation like that. It was 4th and inches. Cowher decides to go for it at midfield, and Bettis gets stopped. He got stopped. He didn't get it. Do you think that influenced this decision, and can't you just give him some, yeah, you know what, I can understand why he did this?
It may have influenced his decision, but you still got to go for it. I mean, the guy is now 1-4 in AFC title games, and you really have to start the question, is this the right guy in Pittsburgh?
I mean, it's a much different situation. 4th and inches, down 3-0 in the first quarter, as opposed to down 31-17 at the beginning of the fourth quarter. You got to go for the touchdown there.
Guys, I want to get your overall performance rating on how Ben Roethlisberger did.
He played terrible, absolutely terrible, continually overthrowing receivers like he did versus the Jets 2 weeks ago. He finally showed his true signs as a rookie in the playoffs.
Yeah, he played like a rookie. He was overthrowing receivers, like Mike said. He even underthrew him that one time when Rodney Harrison got the touchdown. On a scale of 1 to 10, I rate his performance probably a 0.
Oh, 0. Now, this marks the end, most likely, of Plexico Burris in Pittsburgh. Hines Ward most likely will be the man in years to come. Do you think he's going to be able to work with Roethlisberger and get some good chemistry?
Oh, no doubt about it. Hines Ward is a great receiver. Great blocker, great pass receiver. He'll be fine without Burris.
Yeah, Plexico Burris is a great receiver, but they could just have Antoine Randall step right in there. I mean, he's a fast guy. He could stretch the field just like Burris could, so they won't really miss that much with him.
All right, guys. New England's quarterback, Tom Brady, appears to be, at least what I've seen, the best pressure quarterback of all time. Now, I'm sure there were others as good, you know, Unitas and Bart Starr and those kind of players. I wasn't around to see them. Do you think over the past 20 years he is the best pressure quarterback in the league?
Well, what I've seen, yeah. I mean, obviously Joe Montana's up there too, but whenever the money's on the line, you can never bet against Tom Brady.
Well, Chad, I was around when Johnny Unitas and Bart Starr played, and he is better than these guys. I mean, Johnny Unitas had great poise in the field, but Tom Brady far overmatches that, as you saw in the 2 Super Bowls, leading his team on game-winning drives both times. He's an absolute amazement.
All right, guys, 2 more questions. First, do you think New England can get it all a little cocky? that they keep winning all these games?
No, Bill Belichick will not even let the players even think about that. People were questioning when Corey Dillon came in, would it ruin the chemistry? I wouldn't even think about that for this Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, if you're cocky on a Bill Belichick run team, you're not playing the football game. It's plain and simple.
All right, guys, one word that's been talked, that was Jerome Bettis' last game. Do you think he's going to retire?
Yes, I do. From what I've heard, he is definitely going to retire. He's been telling his teammates. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I think he's gone. I mean, you saw the press conference with Hines Ward. Hines Ward was absolutely was in tears, basically. So he's going to retire.
I don't know. I think he's got one more year left. Stick around.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. Drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. I'm soon to be a mother, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
We're previewing the Super Bowl here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike and Tim. Guys, let's get right to it. Eagles, Patriots, I want to just first find out, what are the expectations for both teams?
Well, first off, this was basically the unanimous pick at the beginning of the year, basically everyone that who will be in the Super Bowl. It was the Eagles and the Patriots. The expectations have to be for both teams to win it all, obviously. There's no excuse for the Eagles just to be happy to be there. It's not a good year if you don't win that Super Bowl. And New England, as usual, they're expected to win it all.
Yeah, I mean, Philadelphia is not expected to win this football game, so I expect them to come out of the underdog role, play pretty well for the first half, hang with the Patriots. But, I mean, the Patriots are expected to win this game by, I think the spread's about 7 points right now. Probably will go up. So both teams have high expectations, but only one will come out on top.
And guys, Philadelphia's superstar wide receiver, Terrell Owens, there's been some talks he's going to go against his doctor wishes, and he's going to play on that leg. It's not official yet. It's not definite. He even isn't going to play. But what do you expect if he does go out there? What do you expect from him?
First off, I don't expect Terrell Owens to be in uniform for the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Right now, his leg is barely could walk on, and never mind run against one of the best defenses in football. If he plays, New England's not even going to cover him.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays, he's not going to be anything more than a decoy, much like Randy Moss was against the Eagles 2 weeks ago. I mean, his ankle is not even ankle/leg. It's not even close to 100%. He can't run at full speed. He's just going to be a sitting duck out there for the Patriot D-backs.
But guys, don't you think he's gonna impact their defense a little bit? He's that good. Or don't you think even a way under 100% Terrell Owens is better than a lot of number 2 and a lot of number 3 receivers out there? So don't you think they're still going to focus a lot of attention on him?
It may be, but if this injury is that bad and he re-injures it, it could be a career-ending injury, and Philadelphia does not want that.
I don't think you put too much focus on him. I mean, put like Hank Poteet on him or something like that. I mean, you don't put your number 1 corner on him, so I don't think he's that much of a factor.
All right, guys, this question has just been killing me. Tom Brady, the quarterback of the Patriots, he's been here 2 times. He's won 2 times. He's played great 2 times. Do you expect him to show any signs of feeling the pressure at all, or maybe throwing some balls high that he normally hit? Or do you think this is just another game for Tom Brady?
Definitely not Chad to come in Cutler. I mean, last week versus Pittsburgh, he was supposedly in bed the night before with 103 fever and played as good as I've ever seen Tom Brady play. Pressure does not get to this guy, and it definitely won't this year. I'm
starting to think this guy doesn't have nerves because he does not feel anything. I mean, he even takes some pretty big hits in the pocket, and he doesn't even feel that. So he stands up to the pressure very well. Obviously, won 2 Super Bowl MVPs already, and I look for him to win a 3rd Super Bowl in 4 years.
Okay, guys, moving to their running game. Corey Dillon came over from the Bengals. He said this is the best thing that ever happened to him. Do you think he's going to be able to take advantage of a very good Eagles defense? Do you really expect him to be able to exploit some of their weaknesses and gain over 100 yards?
Oh, you better believe it. Dillon, I expect him to have a huge game, and I think the passing game is going to open up the running game, unlike most teams do.
Yeah, and Corey Dillon was a huge pickup in the offseason, one of the biggest pickups in the history of the NFL in the offseason. So, but I look for him to get his 100 to 125 yards and his 20 to 30 carries, and he'll probably gash that defense pretty well.
Guys, I got a little question on the Patriots. Charlie Weiss of the Patriots, one of their coordinators, took the Notre Dame job for coaching. He's going to go there. Is this going to hurt the Notre Dame franchise here? I mean, is this a bad sign that he's out there? Is this going to hurt the Notre Dame program?
Well, I hope not, but it really doesn't matter right now. Charlie Weiss is worrying about the Super Bowl, not Notre Dame. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, he's worrying about the Super Bowl, obviously, but it is gonna hurt Notre Dame. I mean, this is prime recruiting season. He's not out there recruiting players for Notre Dame, so it will hurt them a little.
All right, guys, you mentioned the expectations for both teams, but going into this, who do you think has more confidence? Who do you think is going to go in there thinking, we got this locked up?
Well, I'm going to have to say New England, considering they've been there 2 out of the last 3 years and they've won them both. Philadelphia's been to the Super Bowl once, which was 24 years ago. Obviously, none of those guys on the team this year are on that team. And Philly just has to be looking and say, how can we beat this New England team?
Yeah, I mean, New England has to think they have this game in the bag already. I mean, Philadelphia lost 3 straight NFC title games, finally got to the Super Bowl. Probably not going to win it, but they have to look towards the positive, but they're really not. I don't think they have much of a chance.
And guys, I want to question on the Eagles. Now, they lose tight end Chad Lewis, who played great against the Falcons last week. What do you think is going to be the hardest part? Now, they lose Chad Lewis. They pick up a guy who hasn't played football in 2 years to step in for one game. Do you think this is really going to hurt the Eagles' offense?
I think it is going to hurt him. Chad Lewis, even though he did have those 2 touchdowns last week, he is primarily their blocking tight end. L.J. Smith is more the pass receiver. They're going to miss Chad Lewis blocking.
Yeah, it's going to kill them, the blocking scheme. I mean, L.J. Smith is a small guy, more of a pass receiver. Can work the middle of the field, but this guy they signed, Jeff Thomas, off a construction site, he's probably lost a lot of his touch since he retired from the NFL a couple years ago. But at least he knows what plays. He was a former Eagle.
All right, guys, thanks. Just stick around. We'll break down the Super Bowl more after this.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
We're continuing our coverage of Super Bowl 39 on The Drill. Once again, I'm Chad, Mike, Tim, guys. We're going to do something called Take Your Pick. I'm going to give you some positions, some players. You tell me who is the advantage and why. We're going to start off with the quarterback matchup. Tom Brady against Donovan McNabb. Who is the man? Take your pick.
Well, this is probably going to be the easiest question I've ever been asked in my life. Tom Brady, obviously. He's been there 2 times, has not fallen under the pressure ever. 2 game-winning drives out of the last 2 Super Bowls they won. He will do it again this year.
I think it was a question of who you'd rather start your franchise with. You're taking Donovan McNabb. But if you want to win the Super Bowl, you take Tom Brady. Been there twice, won 2 MVPs. Doesn't feel any pressure, so Tom Brady's the pick.
Tim, I want to stick with you here. You said if you want to start a franchise, you go with Donovan McNabb. Why?
He has more like the intangible things, like running around in the pocket. He's more of like a scrambling quarterback, can avoid rushers and stuff like that. And he has a better arm than Tom Brady. But if you want to strictly win football games in crunch time, you want Tom Brady on your team.
Okay, guys, running back matchup. Brian Westbrook of the Eagles, Corey Dillon of the Patriots. Westbrook, you could argue, is a wide receiver, but he is their primary running back. Take your pick.
This is a very tough decision, but I'm going to have to go with Brian Westbrook, actually. Only because he could catch the ball out of the backfield. When you're talking about running the football, Corey Dillon. When you're talking about catching and running, Brian Westbrook.
I say Corey Dillon just because he's a pure between the tackles runner who's powerful, but also has the speed to break it outside and run past defenders as well as through them. And he also isn't that bad of a receiver himself. So I'd take Corey Dillon.
I got to agree with Tim. I think you have to go with Corey Dillon on this one. Just judging by his overall seasons and the numbers he's put up, you got to go with the hard pounder.
Yeah, the guy led the NFL in rushing yards per game.
Exactly. The guy can play.
Yeah.
The guy can play.
Absolutely,
Okay.
Chad.
Coaching matchup, Andy Reid, Bill Belichick. This seems like a no-brainer to me. What do you think?
Well, I'm obviously going to go with Bill Belichick here, but Andy Reid is also a great coach. The only thing Belichick has over him is he is a great game-time coach. When things go wrong, Belichick will always have something in store, where Andy Reid might not necessarily have it.
Well, Mike said the Brady McNabb question was the easiest question he's ever been asked in his life. Well, this is the easiest question I've ever been asked. Hands down, you take Bill Belichick. He's easily the best coach in the NFL. 2 Super Bowls the last 3 years. He's there again. He knows how to defend anybody. He'll defend. He's the best coach ever.
All right, guys, we're going to switch over to the whole offense now. Who would you rather have, the Patriots offense or the Eagles offense? Mike, take your pick.
Patriots offense, definitely. Tom Brady will make the big plays downfield. Their receivers, they're all basically no-name guys coming out of college, but they all produce. That's why I'm going to take their offense, especially if Owens is out.
Yeah, if Owens is playing, I think I'll take the Eagles offense, but he's not going to play, I don't think, so I'll take the Patriots offense. Corey Dillon running up the gut, and Deion Branch working over the middle, and David Gibbons as well.
You guys mentioned Owens. Now we're going to do another one at the wide receivers. Now, if an unhealthy Terrell Owens is playing, take your pick, the Patriots wide receivers or the Eagles wide receivers.
Oh, definitely New England on this one. I mean, Philadelphia has Greg Lewis, very average. Freddie Mitchell, inconsistent. Todd Pinkston will not go across the middle if his life depended on it. And then you got New England. You got guys like Branch, Givens, Troy Brown. That's unbelievable talent.
I mean, it's not even a question. You're picking New England Patriots again here. You have Todd Pinkston, you have Freddie Mitchell, you have Greg Lewis, 3 average receivers. I mean, so the Patriots receivers are much better. They're faster, and David Gibbons is a big guy who can work over the middle, so I'll take the Patriots.
All right, guys, switch over. The other side of the field, the defense. Take your pick, the Patriots defense or the Eagles defense. This seems like a real tough one to me.
This is going to be where the game is decided between Romeo Cornell in New England and Jim Johnson in Philadelphia, 2 of the best coordinators in the game. I'm still going to have to go with New England on this one. Philadelphia's linebackers I'm not sold on yet. And their secondary, I know they have 3 Pro Bowlers on it, but I think that's a little overrated. When the money's on the line, you always go with New England defense.
If you're going by talent, strictly talent on the paper, you pick Philadelphia's defense. I think they have more talent, overall talent than the New England Patriots, excuse me. But you have Bill Belichick running the defense as well as Romeo Cornell, so you got to pick the Patriots again.
Okay, guys, this is it now. The big moment. Pick for Super Bowl 39, Patriots, Eagles. Let me hear it.
I'm going to have to go with New England on this one. 24-10, MVP, Corey Dillon.
New England wins this game, 34-27. MVP, Eugene Wilson.
Guys, thank you. I like the Eagles personally. I think this is their year, and Brian Westbrook is going to dominate. Come on back next week. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Chad Cutler. We talk about the biggest football game of the year and also a little NBA news. Stick around.
Cutman's world.
My seam's clean, do you know what I mean? My seam's clean, do you know what I mean? My seam's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, and Tim, guys. Super Bowl 39 is over. I want you to break it down. How did New England win their 2nd Super Bowl in a row?
Well, New England won like they usually do win. They didn't turn the ball over. The Eagles did. Basically, that's why they won the game. The Eagles did outplay New England, and I will stick to that. The Eagles did not run the football, though, which is key in any huge game. New England did run the ball fairly effective, and that's why they're Super Bowl champs once again.
Yeah, I mean, you can't turn the ball over 4 times, 3 times in your opponent's territory and expect to win the biggest game of the football season. I mean, 3 turnovers in the Patriots' side of the field, 2 of them deep in their side of the field, and you couldn't establish a run at all. They abandoned it too quick, in my opinion. You can't win a Super Bowl throwing 51 times.
Hey guys, I want to get your view. What was your overall, what would you grade McNabb and Brady's performance in the game?
Well, I think McNabb was absolutely horrendous. Throughout the whole game, he was early on in the game when they had a chance to put the Patriots on the ropes, he was overthrowing receivers. Even on that pass to Owens, that ball was very high, and he's lucky Owens brought the ball down. If I had to say, I'd give him a D.
Yeah, if I'm grading Donovan McNabb's performance, I give him a D-. I mean, he was putting too much juice on the ball. He had too much. He was underconfident. I mean, you got to be a little confident going into a game like this, and he just didn't have any presence in the pocket either.
But guys, by saying this, you're basically saying the Eagles lost because of Donovan McNabb, correct?
Well, who else am I going to say they lost by?
The Eagles did not lose because of Donovan McNabb. They lost because they had a lack of running game, poor time management, and overall were not ready to play the Patriots.
And
you cannot square this loss on Donovan McNabb.
You also forgot about 3 interceptions, right?
3 interceptions. You know what? He's a little nervous. It's his first Super Bowl. The guy threw for the 4th amount of yards in Super Bowl history. This is not his fault.
That doesn't mean anything, how many yards he threw for. Did he win the game? No. Did he throw 3 picks? Yes.
Billy Bob Thornton could throw for that many yards. They threw 51 times.
Okay, guys, I mentioned the lack of a running game pretty much on both sides here. What were your thoughts on the lack of Westbrook to really get going? And even Dylan, he had some spurts of picking up some yards, but overall, wasn't his best performance.
Well, New England usually doesn't have to run the ball for 150 to 200 yards. But on the 1 or 2 drives, they did run the ball effectively, and they got touchdowns out of that. Philadelphia went away from their run way too fast, in my opinion. I know all game Westbrook was getting bottled up, but you can't just forget about the run.
I mean, Dylan was getting tough yards the entire game, 4 yards a carry. I mean, he wasn't doing that bad. But Westbrook, he didn't really do anything. Besides that one run at the end of the half, that draw got him about 25 yards. His other carries got him about 20, so he didn't do well at all. But they did abandon it too quickly. I mean, you can't just have 17 carries in a Super Bowl game.
Never mind, Donovan McNabb had no yards rushing.
Well, that's what I was going to get to now. Donovan McNabb did not get out of the pocket once, and when he did, he just threw it away. Do you think the Eagles maybe would have won this game if you saw him picking up some first downs with his legs?
Well, definitely. I mean, anything, you can't just be throwing the ball every down, especially versus a Bill Belichick run defense. They're just going to sit back, and they force the turnovers like I expected.
Yeah, I mean, he had some lanes to run the ball for a couple yards. I mean, he needs to get those yards up.
Okay, Tim, I like that one right there. Okay, guys, we're going to move on here. Maybe even the second biggest story to New England winning this game, Terrell Owens playing in this game and playing pretty much like his old self. Were you surprised by the unbelievable plays this guy was making? He was making catches. You wouldn't even think he was hurt if you didn't hear the stories.
Oh, I was definitely surprised about the way T.O. played. He was the best player on the field throughout the whole game. He truly played like a great NFL player, and I had no signs of him being hurt and broken ankle, whatever it was, 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, I couldn't see the signs of a broken ankle, leg, whatever it was, at all. I mean, 9 catches, a season high, 122 yards. He led them down the field a couple times in their first drive, but they turned it over, obviously, like they usually did. And he played great.
Okay, guys, sticking with another Eagles receiver, Freddie Mitchell. He was running his mouth a little bit during the week at Rodney Harrison especially, and frankly, from what I saw of that game, he did absolutely nothing to back up what he said. Were you at all surprised that he didn't go out there and maybe give a cheap shot to Harrison?
Well, I'm not surprised at all. The guy's a terrible receiver. He's a top 10 pick, has done nothing his whole career, wasn't even on the field for half the plays, deservingly so. I don't know why this guy runs his mouth when he does not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, 1 catch, 11 yards. Rodney Harrison, 2 catches. I mean, he outplayed him in every way of the game. I mean, if he gave Rodney Harrison a cheap shot, we'd probably be hearing about his funeral right now.
All right, guys, I mentioned it earlier, the time management in the last 3-4 minutes of the game. Andy Reid, you got to put this one on his shoulders. I believe personally, if they would have gone in the hurry up and they would have maybe called some timeouts in that spurt, they would have maybe even won the game. Was this the loss caused?
Yeah, well, I don't really know what happened. Andy Reid is a very good coach, and I don't know if it's strictly on Andy Reid or who deals with their time management down in Philadelphia. But on that last touchdown drive to Greg Lewis, they looked very methodical on their offense, and you just can't do that.
Yeah, when you're down 10 or more points with under 5 minutes to go, you got to get in the hurry up. I mean, you can't walk back to the line. I don't think you should even be huddling up at that point in the game when you're down 10 points. I don't know what Andy Reid was thinking.
But you guys, you can admit now, if they were to, get in the hurry-up offense, they would have had a much better shot to win.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, they would have more time, obviously.
All right, guys. Personally, I'd love to keep talking about this. We got to go to break. Stick right here. We'll be right back.
Cutman's world.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We continue our Super Bowl coverage here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike and Tim, guys. Let's jump right into the game here. We're going to go right into Tom Brady. A lot of people have said 3 championships already at 24 years old. The guy is certainly a great quarterback, but when it's all said and done with him, when he wraps up the shoes, hangs in the jersey, is he a Hall of Famer?
Well, I think he will definitely be a Hall of Famer. This run is far from over, first of all. And with his credentials, even right this second, if he never plays another day in the NFL, I think he will be in Hall of Fame. He can.
Well, Chad Cutler, he's not 24, he's 27 years old. Just to correct you there, but if he died tomorrow, something like that, I don't think he would be in the Hall of Fame because, there's been a lot of guys that won 3 Super Bowls. You got Ken Norton, you got Charles Haley, guys like that who won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years and stuff like that. So, no, I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame right now, but eventually, yeah, he probably will be.
Well, guys, after I'm watching all these shows, I'm seeing how they compare Tom Brady. He's compared to the Joe Montanas, the Troy Aikmans, the Johnny Unitas. Do you think he's going to get to that level ever?
Well, I don't know if he'll ever get to the level of a guy like Joe Montana, even though the Super Bowls might be comparable, but it's very hard to say. It's a whole different era right now. Passing numbers are way up. It's hard to compare 10, 20 years at a time.
Yeah, comparing this guy to Joe Montana, you're getting a little ahead of yourself now because Joe Montana was one of the best quarterbacks to ever play this game, and Tom Brady's not even close to that yet.
All right, guys, I want to stick with New England now, and we're going to look ahead to next year. They lose Romeo Crennel and Charlie Weiss to Notre Dame for Weiss and to the Browns for Crennel. This is 2 huge parts to their success over the past couple of years. Do you think now that these guys are gone, the Patriots are going to take a hit?
I think it will affect them a little bit, but I don't think it'll affect them as much as people think. Yes, Crennel and Weiss are great coaches, and they have a huge part of why they have 3 Super Bowls now, but they still have the one coach coming back, which they truly need, Bill Belichick.
Yeah, it's a big loss. These guys are both great coordinators, great coaches. They know what they're doing every down in the football game. But it also depends on who they replace these guys with. If they replace them with class guys that know what they're doing, then it won't be that big of a loss. And like Mike said, Bill Belichick is back.
But guys, don't you think the guys coming in really don't have to change anything? Everything is basically perfect there. Do they just have to hold their own and continue what those guys finished with?
No, I'm sure those coordinators make a lot of adjustments throughout the game, which they don't plan for throughout the week. So you can't just say everything's set in stone right now.
Yeah, if the new guys come in and don't change anything, what guy will do that? Come on now. You want to install some of your system as well as having some of the old things around too.
All right, guys, we're going to get back to the game now. We're going to talk about the MVP, Deion Branch. He gave a pretty good performance, I'd say. Broke the NFL Super Bowl record for most catches in the past 2 years. So I want to get your views on this. Was his performance the only reason why they won this game?
Oh, no, definitely not. But Deion Branch had a great game. Some of those catches over the middle, especially the ones on 3rd down, were pivotal in the game. Eagles had New England on the ropes. He had that great catch, I believe, over Sheldon Brown, going right over him. That was a huge catch in the game.
Deion Branch wasn't the only reason they won. Another reason they won was a guy named Donovan McNabb, but we'll get to that later. And their defense also plugged up the run the whole entire game, but Deion Branch did have a great performance, one for the ages.
In your mind, would you have voted for Deion Branch as the MVP, or would you have gone for someone, even like a defensive player like Mike Vrabel?
No, I would have voted for Tom Brady, to be honest with you. Brady didn't make that big turnover like I think McNabb did once or twice in the game. That's why he should have been the MVP.
I say Rodney Harrison should have been the MVP. A pick down in the red zone and the goal line, and the other one to seal up the game.
Okay, I like Harrison. He gave you something important out there. He really gave a good effort. All right, guys, we are going to go to the Philadelphia side. Did you get a sense from them that they were just happy to be there? Did you think they really came into that game with the sense of, we're going to win this game no matter what? Or do you think they went in there saying, We came out of the NFC. That's all we needed to do. They were just happy to be in Jacksonville.
No, I don't think it was that way at all. The Eagles came out to play. I will give them credit for that. Just a few stupid mistakes cost them the game, and then they had New England where they wanted them early in the game. They just didn't capitalize where they needed to.
Yeah, they came out and played great in the first quarter. I mean, they absolutely dominated the first quarter, in my opinion. And they had nothing to show for it with a 0-0 score, but they definitely weren't just happy to be there. They really thought they could win that game.
And guys, I want to get your thoughts on the recent reports about Donovan McNabb. Philly players been making excuses. He was sick. He was throwing up in the huddle. He was very sick throughout the game. Do you think that's an excuse, or was he really ill?
I don't care what it was. They lost the game. That's it.
Yeah, I don't care if he was sick. I don't care if he had 144-degree fever. Michael Jordan went out and scored 38 points in the NBA Finals game. Why can't this guy keep his throw up down in the huddle?
All right, we're going to look ahead to next year. The 2005-2006 season. Are the New England Patriots once again the favorites to win the Super Bowl?
I'd have to say, yeah. I mean, they're going to return almost everyone they need. They'll probably lose Ty Law, I think. They'll lose the two coordinators, I know that, but they still have that core of the team where they have to be the favorites coming out again.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like Mike said, the core of the team coming back with the Bill Belichick at the helm, how could you not have them the favorites for next year?
Yeah, guys, we got a dynasty on our hands here. I want you to sit tight. We'll be back.
Cutman's world.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're talking NBA basketball here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike and Tim, guys. The All-Star starters are out in the West. You got, obviously, Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and who else we got here? Duncan and Garnett. First off, I want to get your views on how this group looks to you.
Well, I think that is probably the best starting lineup the West could offer. Obviously, Yao Ming's going to get all the votes from overseas. That's a given. He had the most votes ever in an NBA All-Star game. The rest of the guys, I think, were easy picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge lineup. You got 3 7-footers in there. The only thing that jumps out at me is the lack of a point guard there. You have Kobe McGrady in the backcourt, obviously 2 shooting guards. So that could present a problem for the West.
Yeah, Tim mentioned the size. Now we look over at the Eastern Conference All-Stars. You got Allen Iverson, LeBron James, Vince Carter, Grant Hill, and Shaquille. So basically the only guy that can guard Yao, Duncan, or Garnett is Shaq. Do you see this being a big problem for the East?
Oh, definitely. But it's been a problem the last few years, and the East has definitely fared pretty well in the games. They've always been competitive. The only thing I could maybe argue would be Paul Pierce over a guy like Grant Hill.
Yeah, I mean, that's a small lineup. And you got LeBron and Grant Hill in the front court at 6'8" apiece. And you got Duncan and Garnett, obviously, at 2 7-footers, like I said. So it's going to present big matchup problems for the East unless they can bring some big guys off the bench.
Back to the West here. I got a quick question, then we'll move on to what's happening around the league. As you know, Kobe Bryant has been out the past couple of weeks with an ankle injury. If he's unable to go in this game, which all signs are clear to, he's not going to play. Do you look at a guy like a Ray Allen to step in, or do you think they're going to throw in a Manu Ginobili?
I'd have to say with Ray Allen. He's a veteran, been around the league for a while now. Great shooter from beyond the arc. He's definitely the second best guard there.
I think Steve Nash. I mean, get a true point guard into the starting lineup, so throw him in there.
All right, guys, we're going to move on now. What's happening around the NBA? And I can't think of a better place to start than the New York Knicks. How about this team, guys? They start off overachieving. Now the team with the highest payroll in the league is the worst team in the league. They are worse right now than the New Orleans Hornets and the Charlotte Bobcats. They are playing terrible basketball. I want to know why.
Well, they just have no chemistry on the team. Marbury's continually running his mouth. No one cares if he scores 35 points a game if they lose. Isaiah Thomas is absolutely sick of this. And the sad thing is they're still in the way in the playoff race because the East is that bad.
I mean, this team has the worst interior defense I've probably seen in the last 40 to 50 years. They cannot guard a big guy to save their lives. Their defensive philosophy is terrible. Their coach is Herb Williams. He was a lackluster player in his prime. I mean, I just don't know where this team is going. They have a lot of expiring contracts after this year, so maybe that'll help them out.
All right, guys, we're going to go to the next closest team, the New Jersey Nets. This team has been on a roll lately. I want to know, Vince Carter is playing the best basketball possibly in his career. He says he's never felt better. I want to see what you think is ahead for them.
Well, VC is playing great ball, and Kid's finally coming into his own like he usually does every year. Hopefully he's over that injury. I think the Nets probably will make the playoffs, maybe as a 7 or 8 seed, but I don't expect him to do much in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Kidd's playing great right now. So is Vince Carter. And they sign these nobodies off the streets. They come in, they play decent for the Nets. They keep them rolling. And if they get into the playoffs with Jefferson back, they might make a little noise.
All right, guys, we're talking about, the East now. I want to get your views on the Miami Heat. Shaquille O'Neal has come in. Now they're a dominant team. The Flash, Dwayne Wade, is playing absolutely fantastic basketball. What's up ahead for them?
Well, I expect a long run in the playoffs for this Miami Heat team. Besides Shaquille and Wade, they're having the role players come up, like Udonis Haslem, a great rebounder. Damon Jones, a great three-point shooter. And Eddie Jones, we all know him. He can stroke the ball like no other.
Yeah, I mean, the Heat, I don't think anybody will even challenge them in the Eastern Conference playoffs. With a guy like Shaq working the interior, and you have the inside-out game with Dwayne Wade, good shooters like Damon and Eddie Jones, and you got Wesley Person off the bench who's decent. So I can't see anybody challenging them in the East.
We're going to stick with the dominant teams now. Do you think any team in the league can even compete with the Suns or the Spurs? Are they just well above anyone else?
I think people could compete with the Spurs because if they're all from the outside, they really don't have much. They don't play any defense. Even when they're winning, it's like 120 to 110. So I don't know about the Suns yet. I'm not sold on them. But the Spurs, I don't think anyone's touching them.
Yeah, I mean, the Spurs play the best defense in the NBA. It's hands down. I mean, they average giving up less than 90 points a game. They play great. They play good offense, turnover-free basketball. And when you have the big fundamental in the middle and Tim Duncan, you can't go wrong with them.
Yeah, guys, the thing about the Spurs, obviously you're going to get your 25 and 15 a night from Tim Duncan. That's a given. But what we're seeing this year, rather than other years, is they're really coming together as an offensive squad. In the past, they've really been just a solid defensive team, and they'll beat you in the 70s or 80s. Now, you just can't keep up with them any facet of the game. I want to see, guys, who is your surprise rookie so far?
Well, right now, I'm going to have to go with Jameer Nelson. People passed on this guy coming out of college, great player at St. Joe's. He's finally getting some minutes on Orlando, which is deservingly so, and he's being very productive.
I'm going to go with the big redhead, Matt Bonner, from the Toronto Raptors, who played in Europe last year, put up pretty good numbers there. Raptors signed him. He comes over, averaging about 8-9 points a game, a few rebounds, assists here or there. So he's actually opened a few eyes in Toronto.
All right, guys, give me one team now. Who is going to be the hottest second-half team?
I'm going to go with Detroit. I really think they're going to hit their stride in the second half of the year and definitely compete with Miami in the playoffs this year.
Also the Minnesota Timberwolves. I mean, best record in the West last year. They're going to turn it around in the second half, make the playoffs, and win one series.
You're both wrong. It's the Boston Celtics. Stick around. We'll be back.
Catman's world.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, and Tim. Guys, I don't see anywhere else we could start off than with Jason Giambi and the steroid issue. He made a press conference the other day in New York, said he was sorry. He did admit whatever he said at the grand jury testimony was true. What were your overall views on the press conference?
Well, Jason Giambino was obviously told what to say. The one thing he didn't say, though, was what he was sorry for, which was the steroids, obviously. Giambi had no intention of bringing that up, which I really don't have a problem for. I understand why he just wants to get a clean slate and get back on the ball field in April.
You know, he's got to take a little blame here. He's got to admit what he did, just come out and say, I did steroids. He didn't come out and say it. So that press conference basically did nothing. He just apologized for God knows what. Obviously it's the steroids, but he didn't admit to anything. So I just don't see a point to that press conference at all.
Again, I don't know Giambi personally. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I do. But what I do know about Giambi is he's a very nice guy. He really is. He cares what people think about him. He cares if he goes in a 1 for 10 slump. He cares that the people in New York are going to get on him. Is this going to be too much for him to overcome? Is he going to be able to step out on that field opening day and put all this behind him?
Well, there's no doubt he will be the first baseman for the Yankees when Boston comes to town April 3rd, I believe. Giambi has to have a good April. If he doesn't, the love Tino Martinez will be called for immediately, including myself there is.
Well, Jason Giambi, you said you didn't know him very well. I know his brother Jeremy quite well. You know, I met him in a baseball camp back in '87, I think it was, and he told me that Jason was very distraught over this. He wants to get better for the fans. He wants to get better for the Yankees, for the good of the ball club, and he was hitting the weights well in this off season, and I look for him to have a pretty good year this year.
Yeah, guys, the fans' overall view on Giambi, obviously right now, they're disappointed with him, to say the least, especially the Yankees fans. We're going to focus on them for a second. If Jason Giambi goes out there, hits 300, 20-something home runs, drives in 100 runs, are the fans going to say, it's all right now, we forgive you, just keep it up?
I definitely think so, considering how I know how most New York Yankee fans are. All they care about is winning. They don't care what cost it takes. They need the World Series this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he goes out there and does like what you said, they'll forgive in a heartbeat because that's not what he once was, but that's still a very effective first baseman.
And guys, if you think about it right now, if Jason Giambi is even near the level he was at in his MVP days, that's like adding a whole nother bat for the New York Yankees and possibly giving them the best lineup in baseball. Sticking with Giambi here, I want to just hear what you guys say. What do you think his numbers are going to be like?
Well, I think Giambi is going to have a pretty good year, to be honest with you. I'm not just saying that because I'm a big Yankee fan. I think he's going to hit around 280. I think he will get 30 home runs and around 100 ribbies.
I'll say like 250 to 275 range, 25 to 35 home runs, 85 to 105 RBIs.
Tim, I want to stick with this one with you here. Will Jason Giambi be the starting first baseman all year long for the Yankees?
Well, barring any serious injury, I think he will be.
He will be. Well, we'll see what happens. Also, the Jose Canseco book, obviously. He's published the book. He has a lot, criminal background, but he gave some names of guys that did steroids, and Jason Giambi was one of them. And I quote Jason Giambi said about Jose Canseco, he's delusional. So I want to hear what you guys think about Jose Canseco's book.
Well, I think Canseco should keep his mouth shut because this has nothing to do with him anymore. He's not in the game of baseball and shouldn't just be blowing out people, naming names, and trying to get other people in trouble.
Canseco's just a former player looking for the spotlight. He was selfish as a player, selfish right now. I mean, he's just looking to make an extra buck. That's all he's doing.
So you don't think there's any truth to any of this book?
No, I think there is truth to it, but that doesn't mean he should just be blowing out people's names right here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, guys, we're going to focus our attention on the NBA here. One of the all-time greats, Reggie Miller, has decided at the end of this year he's going to throw in the towel, call it a career. Reggie he's done some extraordinary things in his career. Overall, one of the best three-point shooters of all time. Arguably, Steve Kerr was better. I want to hear what your views are on the career of Reggie Miller.
Well, Reggie Miller had a great career. He's going to finish this year out, obviously, and if they make the playoffs, that run too. Killed some of my favorite Bull teams on pick and rolls off the three. I still wouldn't mind him having the last three-point shot if I was on my team.
Yeah, I mean, he's still an effective player on that team. I want him taking the last shot if there's someone taking the last shot. As you saw against the Nets a couple years ago in the playoffs. He's killed the Knicks numerous times. This guy wound up in Springfield, Massachusetts in the Hall of Fame.
Mike, I understand you've spoken to Reggie over the past couple of years. I want to get your views. Is there any chance he decides to come back?
No, his sister even said that this is it after this year.
All right, guys. One more thing, and we'll wrap it up. Will Randy Moss be traded, and if so, to who?
I think Randy Moss will be traded, and I know he hasn't mentioned this team as one of the teams he's been looking at, but I would not count out the Oakland Raiders.
Also, he'll get traded, and I'm going to say it's the Atlanta Falcons. He goes down there, works magic with Michael Vick, and they go to the Super Bowl next year.
I think Randy stays put. I think he loves Minnesota, and I think they'd be making a big mistake to get rid of him. Guys, it's been a pleasure. We'll be back.
We hit all those topics.
Cutman's world.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Thanks for joining us for another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Chad Cutler. Come on back next week.
This is side one. Flip me over. I know I'm not your favorite record. The songs you could write never stick at first.
to another week's edition of The Drill. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. Welcome to this week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Chad Cutler. We're talking nothing but college basketball. Stick around. We're talking college basketball here on The Drill. Mike and Tim, as always, you guys feeling good? I could see that. We're going to start off with this, guys. Should Illinois be the #1 team in the nation?
Well, yeah, I think Illinois still should be ranked #1. I know they had a horrible loss at Ohio State, but you really can't knock them for what they've done throughout the season. Everyone knows they haven't played the greatest schedule in the world. They did play Wake Forest, which is obviously a very good team, but in the Big Ten, they just don't play many teams there. But one loss, you really can't knock them.
Yeah, I mean, everybody feels that if you lose a game during the week and the next poll comes out, you should fall. But Illinois still has the best record in the nation, 29-1. No one else even has 2 losses besides Pacific, who's ranked. But Pacific plays in the West Coast Conference, so yeah, they still should be #1.
And guys, sticking with Illinois here, I just want to get a sense from you. Is it that they're that talented, or has their coaching staff really brought them together as a cohesive unit?
Well, they're very talented. They have a great backcourt. There's not many teams that have a backcourt like Deron Williams, D. Brown, and Luther Head. But I'm really not sold on their inside game with James Augustine and a very weak Nick Smith inside.
I mean, most people say the key to the NCAA tournament is guard play, and they have 3 of the best guards in the nation, so you can't really count this team out at all.
All right, guys, and besides Illinois, North Carolina, and Wake Forest, who's the other #1 team in your mind?
Well, it's really unknown at this point. It's going to depend on this championship week right here. The winner of the Big 12 you can never count out, and definitely the winner of the SEC. If Kentucky wins it, they probably will get that #1. But if Kansas could win the Big 12, you can't forget about them at all.
Yeah, he really hit the nail on the head there, but I don't think you can leave out Arizona. If they win the Pac-10 tournament, they could still definitely get a #1 seed because they've actually been starting to play well lately.
Taylor, I'm not letting you off the hook here. You got to give me a team.
I'm going to go with Kentucky because I think they're going to win the SEC tournament.
All right, guys, this question has really been getting to me. Will Maryland and Georgia Tech both make it?
I think one's going to make it, actually. Right now, the matchup has it where Maryland will probably win their first-round game over Clemson, even though they lost to them twice this year. But in the second round, they would have to match up with the North Carolina Tar Heels, which wouldn't favor them very well. In the first round in the ACC, Georgia Tech would have to play Virginia Tech, and I think Georgia Tech would win that game.
I mean, I don't think Maryland's going to make the NCAA tournament just based on the fact they had a sub-500 conference record, and they didn't have many good out-of-conference wins. But Georgia Tech, they lost B.J. Elder. They played tough at Kansas. They rebounded well lately to get their resume up. So I think Georgia Tech will get into the NCAAs.
And which of the real solid teams in this whole tournament is really playing themselves into a lower seed and not really a good position?
Definitely Syracuse. Lately, they have been horrible. Getting blown out at Connecticut, losing at home to Pittsburgh. They're not playing very well right now, and they're dropping to maybe a 5.
I'd say Kansas. I mean, losing 4 to the last 6 games. They were a definite #1 seed a couple weeks ago. Now with this late slump they're having here, they're challenging for a 2 seed. If they win the Big 12 tournament, maybe a 1.
Tim, I want to stick with you here. You mentioned Kansas, obviously, coming into the year, and even throughout the middle of the year, this team was regarded as one of the top teams and a team that had an opportunity to win the entire tournament. Do you think they can get over the hump and start playing Kansas basketball?
Oh, yeah, I think they can. I mean, Keith Langford's had a disappointing year. He's usually known as a slasher with an outside shot, but he hasn't been slashing as much this year, just settling for outside jumpers. And they got to get the ball to Wayne Simeon more. He's the best player in America, so they got to do some of those things better.
And on the other side with you, Taylor, you mentioned Syracuse. Do you think they have enough talent, even when they're playing their best, to compete with the North Carolinas and Illinois?
I really don't think so. They really are not a very good shooting team outside of Jerry McNamara. and McNamara lately has not been able to put the ball in the ocean. Outside of McNamara, no perimeter game. Josh Pace, all he does is shoot the floater in the lane. We all know Hakeem Warwick's a great player, but after that, they don't have much.
All right, guys. Now, out of all the higher seeds in the tournament, we're talking top 10. Who do you think is just put themselves in a position where they're going to get knocked out in the early round? You just know that this team is not deep enough to go to the next level and get to the Final Four.
I think it's going to be Washington, actually. They really don't play a very tough schedule at all. I know their RPI is very high, which I don't know how, but they're very streaky. They rely on the three way too much, and they have no inside game. In the tournament, you have to have some legit guy in the post.
I say Kentucky just because they don't have a go-to guy on offense, a go-to scorer that they could have when they really need a basket down the stretch. I mean, they play great defense. They have Chuck Hayes in the middle, but when they're matching up with an 8 seed, if they're a 1 in the second round, that's going to be a tough game for them.
Okay, guys. Notre Dame, Georgetown, West Virginia. Are they going to get in the tournament? And if so, what kind of damage can they do?
Well, these are three teams, again, they got to win some games in this Big East tournament. This is a huge tournament. West Virginia plays Providence on Wednesday, which is a pivotal game. Georgetown, I believe, plays Seton Hall. And Notre Dame plays Rutgers, I think. And these teams have to win these games if they want to get in.
Even if Georgetown wins their first-round game, I still don't think they're in. I mean, they only have 16 wins now, 17 if they win that game. So I don't think they'll get in. But West Virginia with a win, and they'll play Boston College in the second round to get a good showing there. They don't even have to win that game they're in. And I think Notre Dame is in if they just beat Rutgers.
Guys, it's been a pleasure. We'll be back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. Drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. I'm soon to be a mother, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
March Madness is underway, and Bracketology 101, guys. Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, guys. Is this the best time of the year?
There's no question about it. I live for these moments. Best 3 weeks of the year, no doubt about it.
Yep.
Okay. Chicago region. I want to get your thoughts now. Texas, Nevada. Can either of these teams really give a legitimate shot to upset Illinois, barring they get to the second round?
Well, I think this is going to be a very good game, this Texas-Nevada game. I think Nevada's going to pull it out with Nick Fazekas shooting a three-pointer and going inside. And the answer is no. I don't think either team has a chance versus Illinois. The guard play by the Fighting Illini will be too good, and they will advance to the Sweet 16.
Well, I disagree, but I think Texas could give Illinois a game because of that 2-3 zone they play. It's absolutely swarming. If you remember, Michigan played that against Illinois and gave them actually a pretty good game for the first 35 minutes of that basketball game. But I don't think Texas will even get by Nevada, so I don't think Nevada has a chance to upset Illinois.
Hey guys, if you had to pick one weakness on this #1 Illinois team, they lost one game during the regular season. Obviously, they got a team of proven guys that can go out there each year and perform. Is there one single weakness? Is it their bench? Is it any part of their team where it's just not up to par?
No, it's definitely their inside game. James Augustine's a legit player, but after that, they have absolutely no one. They rely on the three-point shot way too much.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of a big guy, I mean, it's just probably going to kill them in this tournament.
All right, guys, moving on to another game. Alabama is playing Boston College. Is it possible in the second round these two teams meet? Is it possible that Alabama can really give Boston College a run for their money?
Oh, yeah. I think both teams will get by their first-round games tough, but I think Alabama will just be too athletic for the Boston College Eagles. I mean, the guys like Kennedy, Winston, and Steele could absolutely shoot the three, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very athletic team, Alabama, and like the run and gun. They're good at shooting the three. The wild card in that game will be Chuck Davis. He can take it down low in the post. He can shoot over you outside. So that's going to be a very good game. I look for Alabama to prevail.
And I got to ask you, do you see it an upset in the UAB-LSU game?
Oh, yeah. I think this might be the biggest upset in the tournament, even though seeding-wise that is. UAB, very athletic team. So is LSU, though. Brandon Bass, Glenn Big Daddy Davis on the interior will give them problems, but I think the guards by UAB will just outlast and move them on.
I mean, UAB was a bubble team. They were one of the last teams to get into this tournament. So they're going to have a chip on their shoulder. They're going to come in, they're going to play LSU tough, and then you have a very good chance to beat them. If you remember last year, UAB got to the Sweet 16 getting by the Kentucky Wildcats.
So they can play, and that proves it right there. You got to give some props to them.
Yep.
Okay, guys. Now, to me, this hurts my feelings a little bit. Arizona and Oklahoma State are not getting the respect they deserve. I'm sure you agree with that. So I want to know why.
I really don't know why, Chad. After Oklahoma State winning the Big 12 title, I thought they might have snuck into that last number 1 seed, but they didn't. They got the number 2 in the Chicago region, which I think is fine for them. And for Arizona, I think it's the lack of consistency. That's why no one really respects this team. Everyone knows about Stoudemire and Fry and Hassan Adams, but they really don't bring it to the table day in and day out, which you need to do in a tournament to win 6 straight games.
Well, Oklahoma State, I don't think they're getting a lot of respect. I mean, a lot of people picked them to get to their Final Four, and some even win the championship. But Arizona is getting no respect, just like Mike said. They're a very inconsistent team. You don't know what you're going to get. They're a relatively young team. Haven't been tournament tested with a first round loss last year, so they don't really deserve any respect yet.
Hey guys, in my mind, those are the 2 best teams in the region. Do you agree? And if not, who is the best team in the region?
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I know Illinois is the top seed going in, number 1 team in the country throughout the whole year, basically. But I think these 2 teams, when it comes to the tournament, they got the coaching, and they've been there before. Illinois really hasn't been the favorite. These 2 teams have.
I still think Illinois is the favorite to win this region just because they have to go through Chicago, I mean, right in their backyard to get to the Final Four.
And your best coach in the region?
Best coach, I don't think there's a question about it, Eddie Sutton. I know he really isn't even coaching that much anymore, but he still is that head coach. Him and his son, Sean, great coaches, have never lost a first-round game.
I'm going to say Brian Carr from Utah State. I mean, he upset Pacific in the conference tournament to get into this tournament, and they're going to give Arizona a game. Watch.
Guys, who's advancing to St. Louis?
I'm going to go with Oklahoma State. I really think they're really a too physical team. If they match up with Arizona in a Sweet 16 game and an Elite 8 game, probably with Illinois, I think Joey Graham will take over and advance them to St. Louis.
I think Illinois, just because, like I said before, Indianapolis, then Chicago, St. Louis. I mean, that's all you can say.
You guys are breaking my heart here. You got to go with the Wildcats. I mean, every year this team is consistently in the tournament. They have the tools, in my opinion, to win the whole thing. They'll be in St. Louis. You could quote me on that. Okay, guys, the Albuquerque region. We're going to move on to there, and we're going to start out with Washington. Would you consider them a legitimate number 1 team?
No, absolutely not. This is not one of the best 4 teams in America. They have no inside game whatsoever. They do have a great guard in Nate Robinson, along with some other good guards, but this is not a number 1 seed.
Yeah, there's no way this is a number 1 seed, excuse me. I mean, they're ranked about 7th in the latest AP poll. I don't know how they got a number 1 seed. They play in a Pac-10, which is a pretty weak conference. I don't know how that has number 2 RPI as a conference. So I really don't know how they're a number 1 seed, and they're not a legitimate number 1 seed at all.
So with that said, do you believe that Pittsburgh or Pacific can really challenge them and perhaps beat them?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. If Pitt could get past Pacific, which I think will be a very difficult game for Pitt, their inside game of Siobhan Troutman and Chris Taft will give them all types of trouble.
Yeah, if Pitt gets by Pacific, which I have, and then I actually do have them beating Washington in the second round game, because just like Mike said, too much size inside. I mean, Washington does not have a big guy, a legitimate big guy, and with Taft and Troutman inside and the physical play that Pitt does, they could definitely beat Washington.
Shifting to some new teams now, Georgia Tech and Louisville. Personally, I think these teams are really fit to go the distance. I think, personally, Georgia Tech is absolutely a tremendous ball club. Do you see either one of these teams being able to make that step and get into the Final Four?
Well, looking ahead to a second-round matchup, this is the one that caught my eye right away. Louisville, great guard play. We all know that. Francisco Garcia, Taquan Dean could just stroke the ball at any time. And then we got Georgia Tech, really a team no one really knows about. You don't know what they're going to bring to the table. They look great versus the North Carolina Tar Heels at times, and then they look horrible. And then in the championship game again, they make a late run versus Duke, but they just don't have enough to get over that edge. With that inside game of Shenser and Ishmael Muhammad, they can maybe make a run.
Yeah, I mean, Louisville, the number 4 seed, I thought was very, very underrated. I mean, I thought they were going to get a 2 seed, maybe a 3 seed, but as a 4 seed in this region is has some pretty good teams in it, and that second round matchup should be a doozy.
Guys, I'm going to need a decision from you here. This is a tough bracket once again. They all are. Who is going to win the Albuquerque bracket?
Well, you know what? I've been taking a lot of heat for this pick, but I'm going to go with Louisville, actually. I know everyone has Wake Forest. I know everyone has Washington or Georgia Tech, but I'm going to go with Louisville because of the guards and the coaching.
I have Wake Forest beating Louisville in the Elite Eight. I mean, I look for Chris Paul to come back. He was suspended for the ACC tournament. He's going to be mad. He's going to play his best basketball of the year and lead Wake Forest their first Final Four in about 100 years.
Guys, once again, you disappoint me. You got to go with Georgia Tech here. I like the ball club. All right, Bracketology 101. Guys, stick around. We're going to talk about the Syracuse and Austin region. Come on back.
Clear. Just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
We continue Bracketology 101 here on the Trill. I'm Chad, Mike, and Tim. Guys, Syracuse region. We're going to start off with a little team I'd like to call North Carolina. They are most likely going to win their first round match, and they're going to be going up against Iowa State or Minnesota. Do you see it even possible either one of those teams has a shot at knocking off UNC?
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about it that the North Carolina Tar Heels will beat Oakland. And then it will move on to Iowa State or Minnesota, and no, I don't think there's any chance either team can beat them. I know Iowa State has Stinson, which is a legitimate player. They went to Kansas and won, but I just don't see them losing to Iowa State or Minnesota, that is.
I can see Iowa State giving Carolina a tough game, like a 5 to 10 point game, but I can't really see either of these teams winning, especially Minnesota.
Okay, guys, now Villanova, New Mexico. Is that a possible upset? Can New Mexico really? That would open some eyes if they were able to knock off Villanova. So I'm asking you, can it happen?
Well, it definitely could happen. Villanova's a very streaky team. We saw versus West Virginia in the Big East tournament. At times they looked great, and at times they couldn't put the ball in the ocean with Allen Ray and Randy Foye. They really rely on the three-pointer a lot. New Mexico has a kid named Danny Granger, legit inside-out type of player, will be playing in the NBA, and they could cause a lot of problems for the Wildcats.
Yeah, Danny Granger, like Mike said, is a legit player. He'll make the NBA. He has a back-to-the-basket game. He shoots 45% from the three-point line. And well-known prognosticator Michael Brazzi has picked New Mexico to beat Villanova.
Well, guys, let's just say Villanova does beat New Mexico. Let's just, just say that. Does Villanova have a shot at beating Florida?
Oh, this would be a tremendous game. And actually, I think Florida would go right past Villanova. It would be a very tight game, though. Villanova has the guard play, but the inside play, I think David Lee would definitely have his way inside with Will Sheridan and Curtis Sumter.
Yeah, I mean, Florida, the way they've been playing defense lately, they're shutting teams down. The teams are averaging not over 55 points a game in the last few games. So I don't think Villanova could beat Florida. On their best day, they could, but David Lee, too big inside, and Roberson is too good of a shooter.
And I have to ask you guys, many people are saying this is the weakest region in the entire tournament. Do you agree, and why?
Actually, it's the opposite. Many people are saying this is the strongest region, and I don't think it's as strong as it is, actually. I know there's UConn, and there's Kansas, and there's North Carolina, perennial teams that win the Final Four every year. But I think UConn's a little down this year. Kansas is very inconsistent. That's why I'm not so sure what these guys are talking about.
I disagree. I think it is a pretty strong bracket when you have a team like UConn and Kansas. Even though they're a little down, they're still great teams that can go on the run. Because like Kansas is more like not a 3 seed, like a 2A seed, basically, what you can say. And a team like Florida, who's playing as well as anybody in the nation right now, and a dangerous Villanova team, it's a pretty deep bracket.
You guys mentioned UConn and Kansas there. If everything goes to plan in the tournament, those two teams will meet up in the Sweet 16. So basically, I want to know from you is, if that game comes about, who do you like?
I definitely like Kansas. Considering a few days ago, UConn backup point guard Antonio Kellogg has been suspended. That means if Marcus Williams gets into any sort of foul trouble, it's lights out for UConn. They have no backup. They have no guy to bring up the ball. And you really don't know right now what Rashad Anderson will give you.
Well, I say Kansas if Keith Langford's healthy. I mean, he has missed the Big 12 tournament. He's been playing indecisively lately. If he comes back and plays that game, they'll advance to the Elite Eight.
Guys, Digger Phelps personally has informed me he thinks Florida can beat UNC and get to the Final Four. I want to know realistically, do you guys think that's possible?
I disagree 100%. I know Florida is a legit team this year, better than they have been in the past 3 years, let's say. They've had some bad performances in early round games, but they really don't have an answer for the guys like May and both Williams on the interior. Their guard play might even balance out if Florida has a good day shooting, but after that, I really don't see how they could even maintain the rebounding edge.
Well, I hope Digger Phelps is right, but no, I don't think Florida can beat North Carolina because just based like Mike said, the inside game, Sean May too strong for David Lee. The guard play will balance out most likely, and Marvin Williams is the key off the bench.
All right, now comes the big question. Who will advance into the Final Four from this region?
Well, I truly think it will be North Carolina. I think they're just the deepest team in America, the most talented team in America, and it might be Roy Williams' year to cut down the nets.
Yeah, I have to agree with North Carolina. They're the best team in this bracket.
Okay, guys, it's been a pleasure, but we got to move on to the Austin region now. Duke, they've been playing some fantastic ball right now. They end the season on a really late run, and they get the #1 seed. So basically, I want to know from you, are they deserving of this?
Oh, Duke is definitely deserving of the #1 seed. This is supposed to be a down year for the Duke Blue Devils, but I think this might have been Coach K's best year of coaching with the amount of talent that he has. Everyone knows about J.J. Redick, Daniel Ewing, and Sheldon Williams. Well, no one thought Melchioni would have a year that he has. And then the Marcus Nelson's coming off the bench. He's giving them solid minutes. And without Sean Dockery, I don't know how they've been winning.
Yeah, this isn't your typical Duke team, but they're not really a #1 seed material. They really got it by default with Kansas and Oklahoma State and Wake Forest faltering down the stretch. So they're not a typical 1 seed, but they got it because they were playing well down the stretch.
Tim, I want to stick with you here. With that said, that you say they're not a typical #1 team and all this, do you see it possible at all that they can make the big run in this region, or do you think they just do not have enough talent to make it to the next level?
Well, of course they have enough talent. This isn't a very talented region when you have a Kentucky as number 2 seed who's been playing terrible of late. But their toughest matchup in this region will be Syracuse in the Sweet 16. Syracuse can get by Michigan State. So if they beat Syracuse, I think they're making their way to St. Louis.
Okay, and Michigan State and Old Dominion. Personally, I think Michigan State is going to manhandle them, although both teams are pretty even. They really are. A lot of people are saying Old Dominion has a shot at an upset here. I want to get your thoughts.
Well, I definitely think there's a shot of an upset. I mean, Old Dominion has a guy named Alex Loudon, legit post player. I think he'll own Paul Davis, actually. I don't care that Paul Davis was a big recruit coming out of high school. The difference here will be the strength of Allen Anderson and Chris Hill shooting the 3, and that's why I think Michigan State will advance.
Michigan will advance just because they're a much better coach team. They're more experienced in tournament play, and their guard play is much better than that of Old Dominion.
And what do you guys think about the real intriguing matchup of Syracuse and Vermont playing each other? I think this matchup is really going to define Syracuse's season. Now, I look at this team with a lot of question marks. You really don't know what to expect from them. You don't know how they're going to go out there and play. What do you think from this game?
Well, right now, Syracuse is playing the best ball of the year. I saw them in person versus West Virginia on Saturday night, and they looked absolutely wonderful. Jerry McNamara shooting the 3. You know what Hakeem Warwick's going to give you. The thing is, Vermont has 2 absolutely outstanding players. Taylor Coppenrath averaging about 25 a game. TJ Sorrentine, a stifling three-point shooter. I think people are looking ahead of this game and putting Syracuse into the Final Four and stuff like that. But they have to watch out for this Vermont team. They could really play.
Yeah, there's no doubt this is going to be a pretty decent game. I mean, Taylor Coppenrath leading the nation in scoring, I believe. When you have TJ Sorrentine, the inside-out combination like that, they could beat anybody pretty much.
I have to ask you about this. Personally, I think Kentucky has its worst team in years. I just don't see them with any depth and any chance at advancing. I want to know, are they the weakest seed in the tournament this year and possibly the weakest number 2 seed of all time?
Oh, they're definitely the weakest number 2 seed in this year. Looking at Oklahoma State, Wake Forest, and Connecticut, all potential teams to be a number 1. Kentucky really doesn't have that point guard. I know Rajon Rondo, great defensive player, about 4 steals a game. But in the tournament, you got to have some foul shooting, and he shoots around 50% from the stripe. You got Chuck Hayes in the middle, obviously a very consistent player for 4 years now. Randolph Morris, I really don't know what he's going to give you. And then they have all those other guys like Crawford and Ravi Moss. So they're very inconsistent right now.
Yeah, the problem with Kentucky is when the game's coming down, final couple minutes, you need a basket. You don't know who to go to. You don't have one of those scorers who can just take over a basketball game and lead you to that national title.
All right, and to cap it off now, who will advance in this region and why?
Well, I think it's going to be the Duke Blue Devils. I just don't think there's many teams here that could beat them. I know Syracuse is obviously the very favorable pick right now, but I think that 2-3 zone versus Duke is really going to be a mistake, especially with Redick and Ewing. And I think we will see Duke and North Carolina in a Final Four, which would just be absolutely incredible.
I'm going to say Syracuse just because Duke has no answer for Hakeem Warwick inside. He's too quick for Sheldon Williams. And the way they play defense against West Virginia, that perimeter defense, a great three-point shooting team, West Virginia, they absolutely shut them down. So there's no reason for me not to pick Syracuse.
Been a pleasure, guys. I'm going with Syracuse, too. For all you people that are betting on the brackets out there, please take my advice. I'm telling you right now, do not pick Kentucky. We'll be back.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through, and your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
Thanks for watching another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Chad Cutler. Come on back next week. We got a better show planned for you.
I know I'm not your favorite record.
welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. Welcome to another week's edition of 30-Minute Drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. We're talking college basketball here on The Drill. Mike and Tim, as always, you guys feeling good? I could see that. We're going to start off with this, guys. Should Illinois be the #1 team in the nation?
Well, yeah, I think Illinois still should be ranked #1. I know they had a horrible loss at Ohio State, but you really can't knock them for what they've done throughout the season. Everyone knows they haven't played the greatest schedule in the world. They did play Wake Forest, which is obviously a very good team, but in the Big Ten, they just don't play many teams there. But one loss, you really can't knock them.
Yeah, I mean, everybody feels that if you lose a game during the week and the next poll comes out, you should fall. But Illinois still has the best record in the nation, 29-1. No one else even has 2 losses besides Pacific, who's ranked, but Pacific plays in the West Coast Conference, so yeah, they still should be #1.
And guys, sticking with Illinois here, I just want to get a sense from you. Is it that they're that talented, or has their coaching staff really brought them together as a cohesive unit?
Well, they're very talented. They have a great backcourt. There's not many teams that have a backcourt like Deron Williams, Dee Brown, and Luther Head. But I'm really not sold on their inside game with James Augustine and a very weak Nick Smith inside.
I mean, most people say the key to the NCAA tournament is guard play, and they have 3 of the best guards in the nation, so you can't really count this team out at all.
All right, guys, and besides Illinois, North Carolina, and Wake Forest, who's the other #1 team in your mind?
Well, it's really unknown at this point. It's going to depend on this championship week right here. The winner of the Big 12 you can never count out, and definitely the winner of the SEC. If Kentucky wins it, they probably will get that #1. But if Kansas could win the Big 12, you can't forget about them at all.
Yeah, he really hit the nail on the head there, but I don't think you can leave out Arizona. If they win the Pac-10 tournament, they could still definitely get a #1 seed because they've actually been starting to play well lately.
Taylor, I'm not letting you off the hook here. You got to give me a team.
I'm going to go with Kentucky because I think they're going to win the SEC tournament.
All right, guys, this question has really been getting to me. Will Maryland and Georgia Tech both make it?
I think one's going to make it, actually. Right now, the matchup has it where Maryland will probably win their first-round game over Clemson, even though they lost to them twice this year. But in the second round, they would have to match up with the North Carolina Tar Heels, which wouldn't favor them very well. In the first round in the ACC, Georgia Tech would have to play Virginia Tech, and I think Georgia Tech would win that game.
I mean, I don't think Maryland's going to make the NCAA tournament just based on the fact they had a sub-500 conference record, and they didn't have many good out-of-conference wins. But Georgia Tech, they lost B.J. Elder. They played tough at Kansas. They rebounded well lately to get their resume up. So I think Georgia Tech will get into the NCAAs.
And which of the real solid teams in this whole tournament is really playing themselves into a lower seed and not really a good position?
Definitely Syracuse. Lately, they have been horrible. Getting blown out at Connecticut, losing at home to Pittsburgh. They're not playing very well right now, and they're dropping to maybe a 5.
I'd say Kansas. I mean, losing 4 to the last 6 games. They were a definite #1 seed a couple weeks ago. Now with this late slump they're having here, they're challenging for a 2 seed. If they win the Big 12 tournament, maybe a 1.
Tim, I want to stick with you here. You mentioned Kansas, obviously, coming into the year, and even throughout the middle of the year, this team was regarded as one of the top teams and a team that had an opportunity to win the entire tournament. Do you think they could get over the hump and start playing Kansas basketball?
Oh, yeah, I think they can. I mean, Keith Langford's had a disappointing year. He's usually known as a slasher with an outside shot, but he hasn't been slashing as much this year, just settling for outside jumpers. And they got to get the ball to Wayne Simeon more. He's the best player in America, so they got to do some of those things better.
And on the other side with you, Taylor, you mentioned Syracuse. Do you think they have enough talent, even when they're playing their best, to compete with the North Carolinas and Illinois?
I really don't think so. They really are not a very good shooting team outside of Jerry McNamara. And McNamara lately has not been able to put the ball in the ocean. Outside of McNamara, no perimeter game. Josh Pace, all he does is shoot the floater in the lane. We all know Hakeem Warwick's a great player, but after that, they don't have much.
All right, guys. Now, out of all the higher seeds in the tournament, you know, we're talking top 10, who do you think is just put themselves in a position where they're going to get knocked out in the early round? You just know that this team is not deep enough to go to the next level and get to the Final Four.
I think it's going to be Washington, actually. They really don't play a very tough schedule at all. I know their RPI is very high, which I don't know how, but they're very streaky. They rely on the 3 way too much. and they have no inside game. In the tournament, you have to have some legit guy in the post.
I say Kentucky just because they don't have a go-to guy on offense, a go-to scorer that they could have when they really need a basket down the stretch. I mean, they play great defense. They have Chuck Hayes in the middle, but when they're matching up with an 8 seed, if they're a 1 in the second round, that's going to be a tough game for them.
Okay, guys. Notre Dame, Georgetown, West Virginia. Are they going to get in the tournament? And if so, what kind of damage can they do?
Well, these are 3 teams, again, they got to win some games in this Big East tournament. This is a huge tournament. West Virginia plays Providence on Wednesday, which is a pivotal game. Georgetown, I believe, plays Seton Hall. And Notre Dame plays Rutgers, I think. And these teams have to win these games if they want to get in.
Even if Georgetown wins their first-round game, I still don't think they're in. I mean, they only have 16 wins now, 17 if they win that game. So I don't think they'll get in. But West Virginia with a win, and they'll play Boston College in the second round. They get a good showing there. They don't even have to win that game they're in. And I think Notre Dame is in if they just beat Rutgers.
Guys, it's been a pleasure. We'll be back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future.
We're sticking with college basketball here on The Drill. Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, what a pleasure. Guys, let's start out. Who's your All-American first team?
Well, this is a very tough decision this year, but the one guy I think is a definite has to be Wayne Simeon out of Kansas. Double-double every night practically. Then I'm going to go with J.J. Redick down in Duke. Great shooter. Have to guard him all over the court, basically. Hakeem Warwick down in Syracuse has had games of 35 points or more. Sean May out of North Carolina. After his last 8 games, I don't think there's any argument that he's one of the best in America. And Andrew Bogut down in Utah. I know he doesn't play very much, but his numbers are always there.
Well, Mike, I agree with you on 3 with Warwick, Simeon, and Bogut there, but I have to switch a couple up. Salim Stoudemire down in Arizona. I mean, the best shooter in America, shoots above 50% from the three-point line. People think Redick is, but because they see him on TV, but they don't see this guy as much. And he is the real deal. And another guy from a small school, small guy, leads the nation in scoring. Keaton Clark, St. Peter's, rounds out my All-American team.
And Tim, I want to stick with you here. I mean, I know you're not a Duke guy. Mike knows you're not a Duke guy. You know, this is not something new here. But J.J. Redick is an All-American, whether you like it or not. Can you just clarify? Give me something here. Why is he not on your list?
Well, I put Salim Stoudemire on over him because Salim Stoudemire has the ability to drive and slash to the hoop where J.J. Redick doesn't. He's just a spot-up shooter. So that's why I would put him on there and Redick not.
Well, he cleared things up for me. That's good enough. All right, guys. ACC Player of the Year. Let's start out with the freshman.
Freshman of the year, I'm definitely going to go with Marvin Williams out of North Carolina. He's built like an NBA player already, and he's only 18, 19 years old. This guy is definitely the real deal.
I want to say Sean Singletary out of Virginia. I mean, he plays for a really bad team. He's been the bright spot of that team all year. He knows how to handle the point, so I'm going to say him.
Hey guys, do you think either one of these guys are going to say, now that our freshman year is, near completion, let's take it to the next level. Let's go to the NBA and test our talents right away?
No, I think both guys will be back for great sophomore years.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Maybe Marvin, it's a big maybe, but Singletary, no way.
Okay, guys, what about the ACC Coach of the Year?
I'm definitely going to go with Seth Greenberg down at Virginia Tech. This school basically was obviously a football school, and after that win at Duke, actually at home versus Duke, he just gave me the edge right there.
Oh, I'm going to say Pete Gillen. I mean, that guy's a great coach. He knows what he's doing. He's slowing down games against teams because he doesn't quite have the talent, but the talent will be there.
Pete Gillen, his name is? What team is this?
Virginia.
Virginia. Seems like Tim is really favoring Virginia during this segment. Can you just give me one reason why Virginia is really feeding off of Gillen's talent as a coach?
Well, he has his young recruiting class headed by Singletary, like I said, so they'll be pretty good in a couple of years.
All right, guys. The All Big 12 Freshman of the Year is?
Freshman of the Year, definitely Daniel Gibson. There's no doubt about it. He's one of the best point guards in America, led his team to victory at one of the toughest places to play in Oklahoma State.
Well, I know Daniel Gibson's a consensus pick, but I'm going to go with Aaron Bruce down in Baylor. It's a terrible team, but he led that team in scoring and rebounding. I mean, he's a real deal down in Baylor.
Okay, guys, what about the All Big East Freshman of the Year?
Well, Freshman of the Year, that's very tough. But I'm going to have to go with Frank Young down in West Virginia. I think he's just a great shooter, and that's why he has the award.
Well, I don't know how you can say Frank Young, but even though I'm a big Miami fan. But I'm going to go with Rudy Gay. I mean, the guy, he's a raw talent, but he'll be there in a couple of years. He had a great year this year.
I noticed you guys had some chuckles when the name Frank Young was brought out there. I just want to know why. I've seen some highlights of this guy. It's pretty clear to me he can play the game. No one is even going to question. This guy can play. He has a good shot at going pro. And Frankie Young, in my mind, is the Freshman of the Year. Why did that bring a little chuckle out of you?
Well, definitely because he's a great shooter.
I don't even know.
All right, Tim, I'll let you off the hook on this one. Let's move on now. Out of all the players in all of college basketball, who is the biggest disappointment?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Shavlik Randolph down at Duke. This guy was a top 5 recruit coming out of high school. The guy's absolutely horrible. Every game fouls out under 10 points.
I'm going to say Chris Paul, just based on the fact he was National Player of the Year at the beginning of the year, comes into the season, scoring 13, 14 a night, 5 assists, and that dirty play he did the other night by hitting Julius Hodge, that just even makes it more disappointing.
Do you think he can rebound, Tim, and get back to that level that he was at?
Well, no.
You don't think so? Okay, guys. The biggest surprise player. Who in this league has come out of nowhere? Who did you expect coming in to just average a point, just not contribute to their ball club? And he's come out this year and really surprised you. Who would that be?
Well, I'm going to go with Kevin Pittsnoggle down in West Virginia. The hick out of West Virginia. Absolutely a great shooter.
I'm going to say Rodney Carney. I mean, he had a very great preseason NIT. He almost led them to the championship, averaging 18 a game. I mean, he's great.
All right, guys. Producer's killing me. I got to go. We'll be right back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. When I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. Drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. I'm soon to be a mother, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends and your money. And your job and your self-respect and your future.
We're previewing the Sweet 16 here on The Drill. I'm Chad. Mike and Tim, as always. Guys, Chicago region, Illinois playing Milwaukee of Wisconsin. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Illinois might have their way with Wisconsin-Milwaukee. In the second half, that is. Wisconsin-Milwaukee will stay with them for the first half at least. I think they'll hit enough threes to stay in it. In the first half of these last few games, they've hit 10 threes and then 8 threes. When you could do that, you could stay with basically anyone.
Yeah, Wisconsin-Milwaukee is a scrappy team. They're on with their three-point game. They're working the ball inside a little bit. Get some foul trouble on the Illinois big men. They have a chance to stay in this whole game for the long run.
And can I get, who do you think are going to be the really key players in this game? Who's really going to go out there and really make a difference in getting their team a victory?
Well, for Illinois, it's obviously going to be the two guards. I'm not even going to worry about Luther Head, but it's going to be the guys controlling the ball. D. Brown and Darren Williams, they have to be able to handle the ball versus that pressure defense of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. On the other hand, Ed McCants, he has to hit at least 5 threes to be competitive in this game.
I'm going to disagree with Mike. I'm going to say the inside guys for Illinois. I mean, Wisconsin-Milwaukee doesn't really have a big guy inside, so if you pound the ball inside to the likes of Augustine and Roger Powell, they get some easy layups, and then everything will come easier for them. And I can't name anybody else in Wisconsin-Milwaukee, so I'll just Ed McCants also.
And what about the weaknesses of each one of these ball clubs? Every team has a weakness, but is there one that really stands out for either one of them?
Well, yeah, I've been saying Illinois' main weakness is on the interior and the bench, and I'm going to stick to that. If they could stay in this game for a while, Wisconsin-Milwaukee likes to run up and down a lot, maybe wear down Illinois. Wisconsin-Milwaukee's weakness, obviously, is their inside game, too, so those two might offset. And you know the edge to the guard plays, obviously, Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, Illinois is they have the advantage here pretty much everywhere, so, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay, it's understandable. Oklahoma State, Arizona. To me, this is the best game in the whole tournament. Arizona is coming in playing basketball like I have never seen in my 16 years of basketball. They're playing stupendously. I want to get your thoughts on this game.
Well, this is the game I'm most looking forward to also. Oklahoma State, you know they like to play that physical play under Eddie Sutton. Arizona more likes to run up and down with the finesse play with Salim Stoudemire and Mustafa Shakur. The key here is Joey Graham, though. If he doesn't come to play, they have no chance to win this game.
Arizona's been very impressive lately, like you said, Chad. Not only playing great on the offensive end, their defense has been absolutely swarming. They're allowing 60 points in the first 2 rounds. And if Joey Graham doesn't show up to play, like Mike said, they have absolutely no chance to advance in this. Joey Graham averaging 8 points in the first 2 rounds. And that was in Oklahoma City, which is basically a home game. I just don't know what's up with him.
And what about these two teams? Do they have weaknesses that really stand out?
Well, Oklahoma State's weakness is probably their perimeter shooting game. John Lucas, very inconsistent shooter. James Curry, only a freshman. You don't know what he's going to bring to the table. And Bobbitt, once in a while, hit a 3. For Arizona, their weakness is basically themselves. They don't have a true weakness. If they come to play, they could beat anyone in the whole country.
Oklahoma State's weakness, like Mike said, is the outside shooting. I mean, the inconsistency of the 2 guards, and even in Joey Graham as of right now. And Arizona is just, they're very inconsistent. You don't know what you're going to get from them. So that's pretty much their weakness.
Guys, just one more note on this game. Mike mentioned that Arizona's a real fast break team. Now, I know I'm very good with the NBA. They say when playoff time comes, the fast breaking teams cannot really advance. You have to slow it down. Is it that same way in the college basketball system now? Does Arizona have to change their game and slow down in order to be successful?
No, they still got to run. My good friend Jeff Serber agrees with you 100%. He says in the tournament you have to play the half-court style, and he's absolutely right.
I don't think so, just because in the NBA, like you said, the fast break style, that's over a 7-game series, 4 7-game series. This is just 6 games in a row, so I don't think you have to slow down your style at all.
All right, we're going to shift over to the Albuquerque region now. Washington, Louisville. Just get your thoughts on this one.
Well, this is also going to be one of those great games, up and down, probably around 180 points combined. I'd be surprised if it's anything under that. Both teams love to stroke the 3. Nate Robinson, stellar point guard. Francisco Garcia might be the tournament's most valuable player right now.
Yeah, I mean, they both love to shoot the 3. They're both, but the edge here is to Louisville because they like to play a tough defense. Washington will pretty much just let you score. They play the Matador-type defense and just let you run right by them.
And Louisville has really been stroking the ball well from three-point range as of late. Do you see that continuing, or you think it's just been a fluke for them?
Oh, yeah, it will continue. Larry O'Bannon has been unconscious lately. Dean has the ability to hit 8 or 9 on any night. And along with Garcia, this team is very good.
This is a thing you can't really predict. I mean, if the shot's falling, they're falling. If they're not, they're clanging off the iron, so you just can't really predict it.
And guys, what do you think about Texas Tech against West Virginia? Obviously, both of these teams were not expected to be here. What are your thoughts?
No, the only problem I think here is Bob Knight. I think we'll have a good game plan for this West Virginia offense. Most teams, when they play West Virginia, they have no idea what they're going to do. But on the other hand, John Beilein is also probably the most underrated coach in the whole country. Pittsnogle has to be able to shoot the three if they want to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, giving Bob Knight the 5 days to prepare for this game is not a good sign for West Virginia. I mean, he's like the Bill Parcells of NCAA college basketball. So West Virginia must come with a great game plan, too, if they want to win this game.
I want to get a pick in this game, West Virginia or Texas Tech.
I'm going to go with the Mountaineers. I think Pittsnogle's really going to have a big bounce-back game from the Wake Forest one.
I'll say West Virginia also. Frank Young stroking the outside three.
Frankie Young, seen the guy, like the guy. We're going to be right back. We got the Syracuse and Austin bracket.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not hip to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
We continue to preview the NCAA tournament here on The Drill. Once again, I'm Chad, Mike and Tim, guys, Syracuse region, NC, North Carolina against Villanova. Thoughts?
Well, I think North Carolina has to get the ball inside immediately in this game. Curtis Sumter out for Villanova, basically one of their big men, but who also could play on the outside. Villanova has absolutely no one inside for Sean May and Marvin Williams. And even if Rashad McCants wants to go in the post, he's going to have his way in there too.
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina has to pound the ball inside early and often to Sean May. He should finish this game with 30 points, 25 rebounds.
Guys, in our last segment, I mentioned that Arizona, you know, they're a running team. It's the same thing with Villanova, but they're going against North Carolina now. North Carolina can score with the best of them. You know that. I know that. You should know that. Is it possible Villanova can keep that up and beat Arizona by running the basketball?
You mean beat North Carolina? And the answer is absolutely not. Iowa State tried to do it also, and it did not work. Carolina goes 11, 12 deep. Villanova will go 7 deep without Sumter. Same with Iowa State. By midway through the first half, each guy was sucking wind, and they have no chance if they want to win this game doing it that way.
I mean, Villanova tries to press you the whole game, and then they try to run up and down the court with you. That's not going to work with a team with the depth, quality depth even, of North Carolina. I mean, Villanova, they're a talented ball club, starting five. Their starting five can play with anybody in the country when Sumter's healthy. But now Sumter's not healthy, and they're not as deep, so I don't see them winning this game.
All right, guys, the other game now, NC State, who people are surprised to be here. I personally thought they were good enough to get here. It's playing Wisconsin. What are your views on this one?
Well, the thing is, a lot of people don't even consider this a game that they're going to watch, but I think it's going to be a very good game. Both teams like to slow it down. Both well coached with Bo Ryan out of Wisconsin and Herb Senek at NC State. The teams also love to shoot the three, and both teams have star players in Wilkinson and Hodge.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are pretty well matched up. Like Mike said, they slow the game down. They both shoot the three very well. And it should be a pretty good game. It's going to be low scoring, obviously. Nothing like the first game we touched upon, so I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Do you think Hodge is going to be able to go out there once again and just show that determination that we've seen to him over the past few games?
I really think he is. He's on a mission this year, at least to get to the Elite Eight and get by Wisconsin here. Hodge has had a great career in NC State, will probably have his number retired, and he wants to go out with a bang.
Yeah, Julius Hodges, guy who can take over a basketball game. He can go in the post a little bit. He can drive to the basket. That's something that Wisconsin doesn't really have, a dual threat like that. I mean, they have West Hill who could do the same thing, but that's about it.
And to finish off with this game, who do you think is going to get that rebounding category? Because as we all know, that's very important in order to win a very important basketball game. Who's got the edge?
I really think Wisconsin's going to have the edge on the glass here. With Wilkinson and Morley on the glass, NC State really doesn't have that big guy. Brackman's only a freshman on the interior, and Hodge will get his, but the edge is going to go to Wisconsin there.
Yeah, I think the edge will go to Wisconsin. It's going to be one of those rare games when the rebounding edge goes to the losing team.
All right, guys, and now finally, NC against Villanova. Who's your pick?
I'm going to go with North Carolina. I think they're going to win by about 15, and I don't think there will ever be a doubt in this game.
Yeah, North Carolina.
And what about NC State against Wisconsin?
I'm going to go on the opposite of Tim here. I think Wisconsin's going to get by about 5 points.
I think NC State riding the back of Julius Hodge.
All right, guys. Austin region now. Let's get right into it. Duke is playing Michigan State. Now, I've been hearing rumblings that Michigan State is regarded as being better than Duke. And there's been a lot of, talking between both of those locker rooms. Who do you like in this one, and what are your thoughts on it?
Well, those people are crazy because last time I checked, Duke's killed them the last 2 years. I don't care what the final score was this year in Cameron Indoor Stadium. That game was not close. The score was about 15 at halftime. I expect Reddick to have a huge game and for Duke to advance.
I kind of disagree there. I mean, ever since Tom Izzo's put Drew Neisel on the starting lineup at true point guard, which they haven't had in a couple of years up in East Lansing, bringing Chris Hill off the bench, a great shooter, this is going to be a very, very competitive game.
The thing that bothers me about Michigan State, I think they are better than Duke. I really think they're going to go out there with a sense of urgency. But the problem arises, they haven't played a big game in around 3 to 4 years. I mean, do you agree with that? Do you think that can have any negative effect on them?
Well, lately in the NCAA tournament, you're right, Chad, they really haven't been playing well. Izzo does not really deal with how they've been playing lately. The thing why they struggle versus Duke is Duke plays that pressure defense, and without that true point guard, I know Neitzel's playing well lately, but they turn the ball over too much, and that's how Duke gets their easy baskets.
Well, Michigan State has, they made it to the Elite Eight a couple years ago, but that's the extent of their tournament experience. Last year they were going out in the first round, but now they're playing Duke. Everybody knows the history of Duke in the tournament. They have to bring their A game. Michigan State has to bring their A game if they want to defeat Duke.
And switching over to the other game now, Utah's playing Kentucky. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Utah has to negate that pressure defense from Kentucky. Utah's guards are absolutely horrendous. Jackson did have a good game versus Oklahoma, but not really bringing the ball up. Their best passer in that game was Andrew Bogut. He's not going to be able to do that versus a quick Kentucky team.
This is going to be like one of those games you saw in the 1960s, slow pace, final score in the 50s, maybe the 60s. So, but Andrew Bogut to take over this game because Kentucky really doesn't have an inside answer for him.
Do you think that they're going to be able to minimize Kentucky's pressure defense?
I really don't think so. I think Kentucky, Rondo is going to cause a lot of steals, and I think that's why Kentucky will advance in this game.
That's a key to this game. If somebody for Utah can get the ball up without turning it over a minimal amount of times, for Utah can get the ball up, that'll be a very close game down to the wire.
And your picks are?
I'm going to go with Kentucky in the bottom half of the region and Duke to set up an epic matchup in the regional final.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say Michigan State's going to beat Duke, and Utah's going to beat Kentucky on the strength of Andrew Bogut.
Yeah, 100% agree with Tim. Michigan State and Utah. I'm not sold on Kentucky at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. Drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. I'm soon to be a mother, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
The songs you come to life never stick at first, so I'm writing you a chorus, and here is your verse.
Welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Chandler, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. Welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. I'm your host, Chad Cutler. We're talking Elite Eight and Final Four. I think it would be worth your while to stick around.
Scatman's world.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're recapping the Elite Eight here on The Drill. Guys, we're going to start out with the Chicago and Albuquerque region. But first, Chicago. Illinois played Arizona, and to put it lightly, this was a heartbreaker for me. I had Arizona winning the whole thing, and they absolutely choked at the end. And I just want to get your thoughts on what you expected from this game, and did it live up to its hype?
Well, it definitely lived up to its hype. This was basically a Final Four type of game. The atmosphere in Chicago was just absolutely incredible, even though I think it is kind of unfair that Illinois basically was playing home. They should have just played in Champaign, Illinois. If this game is anywhere else, Arizona wins this game by 10. And we'll hit upon that a little bit later.
Yeah, this is an absolute great game. I mean, both teams played their hearts out. It's just a shame one of them had to lose.
Well, I want to know from you, it was a 17-3 run over the last 2 minutes of the game, right? It was 15 or 17, and Illinois played some of the best basketball I have ever seen. So I'm asking you now, does this rank up there with one of the greatest college comebacks of all time?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's not many games where I can think of on the top of my head where a team comes back like that. This team had no signs of coming back. Arizona was hitting everything. Channing Frye hit a three, and after that, I thought this game was history.
Yeah, this is one of the best comebacks, if not the best comeback in a regional final history. I mean, down 15 points with 4 minutes left. They were all but dead and gone, Illinois, and they just came back from the dead.
And you could partly put this on Darren Williams' shoulders of Illinois, offensively and defensively down the stretch of that game. He was brilliant. He really was. He really threw everything he had out there. And I just want to know, is this the real kind of he is? Is this what we can expect from him from the Final Four?
Well, throughout the year, I thought he was a little overrated, but after seeing him in this game, he is incredible. Defensively on Salim Stoudemire, that's absolutely stifling. Stoudemire could not even get an open look. He usually doesn't even need an inch to shoot it, but he couldn't even get that. And offensively, that's the threes he hit down the stretch. Absolute bombs, especially the one to tie it up.
Yeah, I don't know how he had so much energy in the offensive end while chasing Salim Stoudemire around on defense the entire game, the entire 45 minutes of that basketball game. And they come up with the huge defensive plays he had, the steals for fast breaks late. He really impressed me.
You both mentioned Salim Stoudemire. Obviously, he's the best player on Arizona. He is their go-to guy. But when it came down to the final possession of regulation, he didn't get the ball. And that's something that really bothered me. You give it to your best player down the stretch. The Chicago Bulls, they give the ball to Michael Jordan. The Rockets give it to Tracy McGrady. Arizona did not. Why?
I really don't know why. I know they said Stoudemire was having a horrible shooting game. In my opinion, I don't care if he's 0 for 50. You got to get him the ball. After seeing him hit that shot versus Oklahoma State about a week ago, that's absolutely incredible. You got to get him the ball no matter what the circumstances are.
I think they didn't give him the ball just because Hassan Adams was driving to the middle at will against the Illinois defense. I mean, Luther Head was hobbled with the hamstring. He was slashing through, getting easy layups, so they wanted to see if he could do it again for the win.
Hey guys, let's now switch over to the Albuquerque region. West Virginia had a good game with Louisville. West Virginia probably should have won that game. What happened to them?
Well, you know what? They stayed hot in the game, but Louisville got hotter in the second half, and that's the bottom line. We hit our threes, but Louisville hit theirs too, and that's why they won.
Yeah, I mean, West Virginia made 18 threes. They still didn't win the game. You got to credit Rick Pitino. I mean, the guy's a great coach.
Guys, you both mentioned the three-pointers. Tim even got it with 18. How do you lose if you hit 18 three-pointers? How is it even possible?
Well, the inability to stop Louisville, that's how. Louisville never gave up in this game. Taquan Dean, I believe, hit 5 or 6 threes as well, so you can't forget about that. O'Bannon had a great second half, and even without Garcia, they just found ways to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, 18 threes, I can't even do that math so high, but they probably only had about 7 two-pointers in that game, so that's 25 field goals. I mean, they scored enough points to win, but the defense just couldn't hold up.
I mean, I want to ask you, did West Virginia really blow this game, or would you say that Louisville deserved it? I mean, did Louisville go into that game and play well enough where you think they would win pretty much every time they played, or did they just get lucky here?
No, West Virginia didn't blow this game. Arizona blew the game. Louisville took this game away from West Virginia, and that's the bottom line there.
Yeah, I mean, they just played better in the last 10 minutes of the basketball game. That's how they won.
And I want to know from you guys, Louisville, Rick Pitino is getting a lot of credit. He switched from the zone defense to man defense in around the final 5 to 7 minutes. Was that the big difference maker, or is he getting too much credit?
Oh, it was obviously the difference, but I do agree. I think he is getting a little too much credit here. I mean, anyone knows when you're playing a team like shooting team like West Virginia, you got to D up on them tight the second they get past half court. You can't just sit in a zone where they're going to pick you apart.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good move, but he's getting too much credit. I mean, obviously, when a team's hitting that many threes while you're in the zone, it's obvious to switch to the man defense.
And guys, one final thought here. West Virginia, even though they lose in the Elite Eight, this has got to be a very successful time for them. I mean, no one expected them to go anywhere. Some people had them losing to Creighton in the first round. I was one of them. Where do they go from here? Do they really build upon this?
Oh, yeah, they're going to get a lot of respect now throughout the Big East, especially recruiting-wise. I think it's going to help them in the long run, especially when you have to compete against teams like UConn and Villanova next year.
Yeah, and this is a preview of the Big East games to come because Louisville is moving from Conference USA to the Big East. It's going to be a great season next year.
Guys, stick around. Sit tight. We'll be back.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
We continue recapping the Elite Eight with the Syracuse and Austin region. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim. Guys, start out. North Carolina played Wisconsin. Overall, more exciting than I thought, and I'm sure it got some hearts racing for people that had North Carolina winning the entire thing. They pulled it out, but it was close. Were you surprised?
Oh, I was very surprised. I knew Wisconsin was a very tough team, but I thought UNC would be up about 10 the whole game. Early on, they got a nice lead, giving the ball to Sean May and Marvin Williams. But after that, Wisconsin got very hot and actually had this game tied up at the half.
Yeah, Wisconsin played great. I mean, when Wisconsin, the team likes to slow the pace, they actually stayed with North Carolina for pretty much the entire game. I mean, when they can score 82 points on North Carolina, that's a pretty good success.
And guys, when people talk about North Carolina, obviously Rashard McCants is in there. You know, he's the best player in that team. But Sean May has emerged into a star like an Amari Stoudemire in the NBA. If they give it down low to him, it just frees open perimeter shots for these other guys to step up and get their due. Is he the difference in whether they win the whole thing or lose?
No, he's not. Raymond Felton's the difference. Even though Sean May's a great player, me and Tim saw firsthand when Raymond Felton went out versus Villanova 2 games ago, the team was in disarray, the offense doesn't get ran, and they got lucky they even got to this point.
I think Raymond Felton is a huge difference, but I think the biggest difference for this team is their deep bench. I mean, when you can come in with quality reserves to give their starters a rest like they can, I mean, it's going to help your team in the long run.
Guys, how about Clayton Hansing hitting 5 3-point field goals? Personally, for me, it was a shock. Did you know he had this kind of range?
Actually, I did. I did see in the scouting report that if you leave him open, he's basically automatic, even though you might not believe me, but I actually did read that. And when I was watching that game, I was going insane how McCants was just leaving this guy wide open.
Yeah, he was on fire there early in the second half, late in the first half. He had one big shot where he came down and shot a pull-up 3 where he got blocked, and that could have been a difference in the game when they were down 3 points, however.
Are these close games really good for North Carolina? I mean, obviously, they're looked at as the best team in the nation. But, I mean, if they're challenged like they are in the Elite Eight or the Sweet 16 or any other round, is that bad on them? Does that make them a better team, and does that hurt them?
No, I think it's actually a very good sign. Coming up in this Final Four, they're not going to be blowing teams out by 20, 30 points like they do in the regular season. This is a good sign, even though people think that's because they're North Carolina, they have to win by 20 points. That's what it counts as a win. That's not how it is.
I mean, just because they have the tremendous talent on the court doesn't mean they have to win by 20 points. I mean, this isn't like a UNLV team back in the early 90s when they won every tournament game by 20-plus points. I mean, They're not a team like that. They can play tough defense. They can play the game in the 60s. They can play the game in the 80s.
Okay, Austin region now. Michigan State played Kentucky. And we had ourselves one heck of a finish, but in the end, the true winner came out. The better team came out in Michigan State. I want to get your thoughts on this game.
Well, you know what? Kentucky fans out there, you really have to start looking at Tubby Smith and wonder if this is the right guy. This is his third regional final loss in 4 years. Inexcusable. 2 times coming into the tournament as the number 1 seed, they don't get to the Final Four. Marquette embarrasses them about 3 years ago. And then they lose to a Michigan State team like this. It's a horrible loss.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta look to recruit some offensive players. I mean, they're a great defensive team. They don't have any go-to scorer type guys. They can just, when down the stretch they need a basket, this guy could take you one-on-one to the basket.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I warned all of you out there, this is not the team to pick. Kentucky is a big disappointment. This team overall just doesn't have the talent. So I asked both of you, should Tubby Smith go?
I think he should go. There's a lot of rumors that he might be offered that job at Virginia for heavy bucks. A lot of racist issues could be going on down in Lexington, and I don't know if he's the right man anymore down there.
It's definitely time for Tubby to leave. I mean, he won the title there in '98. They weren't even his players. They're Rick Pitino's players. I probably could have went there and won the title with them. Since then, 7 years, no Final Fours. It's time for him to leave.
And guys, as regulation expired and Sparks hit that final shot, and they were deciding whether it was a 3-point field goal or a 2 if his foot was on the line, something came upon me. It looked an awful like he got fouled, and it should have been an actually 4-point play. Did you think Sparks got fouled?
Well, that's the first thing that came to my mind, too. But after seeing the replay about 1,000 times on CBS, you can't call a foul in that situation. You can't send a guy one shot to go to the Final Four like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, just like Mike said, to go to the Final Four, you can't call a foul like that, and put him on the line with no time left to go to the Final Four. Just like you couldn't reverse the call, so Michigan State to go to the Final Four. It works the same way.
Speaking of Michigan State now, we've just been focusing on Kentucky here. This is obviously a very talented team. They were overlooked at the beginning of the tournament. And I want to know from you guys, is this team a real deal? Are they a legitimate contender to actually move on into the finals?
Well, I don't know. I just think the North Carolina matchup is very tough for them. I know they have the athletes to compete with North Carolina, but I don't know if they could go up and down like they want to play.
I don't see why not. I mean, they have balanced scoring. There's solid depth with Chris Hill coming off the bench. So I don't see why not they couldn't go to the finals, especially with Tom Izzo as the coach.
Guys, thank you. We just got to stick around for the Final Four. We'll be back.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends and your money. And your job and your self-respect and your future. Any questions?
We're previewing Illinois and Louisville in the first half of the Final Four. Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Guys, let's get started with the guard play. Out of these teams, obviously they're very talented, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten to this level. Who's the better guard play?
Well, I'm going to have to go with Illinois here. I know Louisville has the guards with Garcia and Dean, and even O'Bannon could step outside too, but Illinois' guards are just incredible. D. Brown, Darren Williams, Luther Head. It's going to be very hard to find a combination better than those three.
Yeah, I mean, Illinois' guard play is better, not by much though. I mean, the likes of Garcia, Dean, and O'Bannon are 3 outstanding players for Louisville, but you got to go with the best team in the nation. I mean, they've been number 1 all year, and it's all thanks to that guard play.
You guys mentioned, how solid both these teams are, and they're pretty equal. But if you had to pick out one player from each team that's really going to be the difference maker and really set as the MVP of the game, who would it be? Would it be O'Bannon? Who would it be?
I'm going to go with Francisco Garcia. I think late game, if this game's tight, he's the one guy that's going to be able to create his own shot, slash, and hit the big 3 if they need to.
Well, if you're talking from a Louisville standpoint, I think it's going to be Ellis Miles, a big guy who can bang in the middle with Roger Powell and get the rebounds.
Is that the key, though, with these teams? Do they need a big guy like that to really bang inside and set open the perimeter jump shots? Or can you be a solely based on perimeter-oriented ball club and still win?
No, when you get to this level, you got to have somewhat of a combination of both. That's why I think Louisville might prevail in this game. I think Ellis Miles is far superior to James Augustine.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a guy inside that can bang around like Ellis Miles and even Palacios, who's a pretty big guy as well, that gives you a pretty nice advantage.
So who do you guys think is going to be the team that really owns the glass, really takes advantage of that?
I think it's going to be Louisville. With the combination of Palacios, Otis George off the bench, and Ellis Miles, I expect them to have a decent advantage on the boards.
Yeah, it's going to be Louisville. I mean, Illinois' team has been out-rebounded. A lot of games this season, they were out-rebounded by about 15 against Fairleigh Dickinson, and it hasn't stopped them yet.
What about the coaching matchup, guys? This one is a real intriguing one. You know, both these coaches, they've been there, they've been successful. Who prevails?
This is a no-brainer, Rick Pitino. I mean, this guy's been around the game for about 20 years now, coached at the NBA level and the college level at high levels at Kentucky and Providence, and now at Louisville. Only got to bring three different teams to a Final Four. This is just, it's not even a comparison.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go Rick Pitino here. I mean, he's the obvious better coach. Well, not a better coach, but he has much more experience in this situation. Bruce Weber came from mid-major school, second year at Illinois, isn't really familiar with the situation, so you have to give it to Pitino.
Basically, I want to know from you guys, obviously both of these schools are expected to move on and really be successful. But which one really has the pressure here? Would you say it's Illinois because they were number one and they only lost one game all year? Or do you think it is Louisville because they have Rick Pitino and they've been so successful in the past?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. It's Louisville because they're coaching. I know Illinois playing at home all year basically in this tournament, and they have the guards, they have the coach, they only have one loss this year. But Louisville does have something to prove. A lot of people think they should have been that number one, and I think that pressure might get to them.
I think it has to be Illinois. I mean, they've been North Carolina, been the favorite to win this tournament from the beginning. 34-1 going into this game. If they don't come away with a national championship, it's a disappointment.
And what is it going to be for Illinois? If they really want to move on and beat Louisville without a problem, is it going to have to be their offensive production? Or are they going to have to get key stops and key times on the defensive end?
Defense, no doubt about it. Louisville's a far superior team on offense, and if they can't stop them, Louisville's going to move on.
It goes back to the interior defense. If they can't stop the likes of Miles, Palacios, they're not going to be able to win this game.
Guys, why do you think, I mean, I've spoken to you off camera. You guys have told me this is going to be a very good game. Why do you think these teams are so evenly matched, and who's going to win?
Well, I just think with the guard play is so even. And at this level of college basketball, guards are key. And when you have a combination of both teams so evenly matched up, it's going to be a great game.
I mean, the guards are pretty much mirror image of each other. However, Illinois has a better point guard, has a true point guard, so it'll be better suited for them.
Guys, I've always wondered this. You've both been to Final Fours before. You've watched them in person. I want to know from you, is this a much different atmosphere than, say, playing in the Elite Eight or the Sweet 16? Is there just the pressure is all on them?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Cutler. There's no doubt about it. The only difference is Illinois in the Elite Eight basically played a home game. At the Final Four, the corporations are going to take most of these tickets, so it's not going to be such a home court advantage for them.
Yeah, but even though the corporations take a lot of tickets, there's still a certain allotted amount to all the students, and St. Louis is extremely close to Champaign, Illinois. It's about 200 miles, so the Illinois fans will be there. There'll be a lot of them there, obviously, and it's going to be still a home court advantage for them.
Nicely said, Tim. So your final picks are?
I'm going to go with Louisville in an upset, 85-80.
I'll say Illinois, 90, Louisville, 84.
I'm sticking with Illinois. I like the ball club. Stick around. We got the other half of the Final Four.
As a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends and your money. And your job and your self-respect and your future. Any questions?
My father was a great hitter, but he knew that life was about more than just one game.
the easy way out, or the right thing to do.
So when that umpire made a bad call that ended the game for Dad,
No matter the decision,
and then needed help with his car, my father made the right call.
the easy way out,
Helping others.
or the right thing to do.
Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
So you coming to the party? Party? We're gonna have chocolate cake. I don't know any day.
It's almost 5 o'clock. Time to slow down. Time to shoot the breeze. Time when your kids are most likely to be offered the chance to try drugs. In other words, a good time to check in with them.
We're previewing the second half of the Final Four here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim. Guys, Michigan State, North Carolina. No one expected Michigan State to be there. I was one of those people. How, in heaven's name, are they going to beat North Carolina?
Well, first of all, they really have to stop the transition game in North Carolina if they have any chance to win this game. The second part of that is they have to contain Sean May on the inside. If they don't do both of these things very well, they have no chance to win.
Yeah, the key to this game is containing Sean May. They got to get Trannon in there to lay some fouls on him. They got to have Paul Davis try to play solid defense, not getting in the foul trouble.
Who's going to be the difference maker on each one of these teams? Who's going to be put in the game, maybe even not a starter, or a starter, it doesn't matter. Who's going to be the biggest difference maker in leading their team to a victory?
Well, for North Carolina, I think it's going to be Marvin Williams coming off the bench. No one really expects this guy to do anything when he comes off the bench. He's just a sixth man, but he's probably the best player on North Carolina overall. You really can't even game plan for this type of guy because most teams just scout for the first 5 guys. But on the other side, I think it's going to have to be Paul Davis for Michigan State. He has to have a great offensive game and especially on defense to stop Sean May.
For North Carolina, I think it all goes back to Sean May. I mean, on the interior, getting his double-doubles, points, rebounds, and whatnot, blocks, playing solid defense. And for Michigan State, I'm going to say it's going to be Chris Hill because he comes off the bench. He's very solid. If he can find his three-point stroke, he'll give him a huge lift.
Mike, I want to go back to you here. You said Marvin Williams, and for me, I've always wondered, why doesn't this guy start? I've watched some games, and frankly, I like what I see. Why is this guy not in the starting 5?
Well, the guy that starts over him, Jawad Williams, has been a starter for 4 years now, and Roy Williams is not going to take him out of the starting lineup. Jawad Williams has been playing horribly lately, but he has the ability to turn it on at any time.
As you both know, Michigan State is a team that likes to move up and down the floor in the transition game. And Tim, I want to start with you on this one. Michigan State obviously can run. North Carolina, in my opinion, can do it better than anyone. So I ask you, if you're game planning, if you're Michigan State, do you have the same approach to every game where you're going to try to run on them, or do you try to slow down the pace and take your chances with the jump shots?
I say only run when there's a definite opportunity to run, or else you tire yourself out. I mean, Michigan State does have some great athletes in Maury Sager, Shannon Brown, Allen Anderson to run on the fast break. But if they do that, they don't have the depth that North Carolina does, so they can't continue that for the entire game.
Mike?
Well, I definitely don't think they're going to be able to run with North Carolina. I think that's a total mistake. I think they should play kind of how Villanova played. Run when the opportunity is there, but let's not just go wild and run up and down the court with the Tar Heels.
Personally, for me, I think North Carolina has more pressure on them to win than Illinois does in their game. I think North Carolina, even though Illinois lost one game over the entire year, I think North Carolina is considered to be the best team in the nation. I get that sense from people all over that they're expected to win. So if they lose this game, do you think they are dealing with more disappointment?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. These players want to get Roy Williams that first national championship so bad this year. The seniors have been through everything from the 8 and 20 years with Matt Doherty, and then the juniors even with the firing of Matt Doherty himself. They want to get this title this year.
I mean, if they don't come away from St. Louis with the title, it's another year Roy Williams failed. It's another year that these seniors didn't get what they wanted. And, I mean, this is the weight of the world is pretty much on their shoulders.
And point guard Drew Netzel has been plagued by injuries as of late. Do you expect him to be on the court for a long time?
No, I don't actually. I think Felton's going to make him look like a fool. He's only a freshman on the court. He might turn the ball over a few times early, and I think he'll be in very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Netzel isn't tournament tested, obviously, because he's a freshman. So, and Felton is obviously the better point guard there. He'll just make him look silly first 5-6 times down the court, and he'll be in quick.
I want to ask you both this. North Carolina, we're going to focus on their team here. Obviously, in my mind, Sean May and Rashad McCants are their key players. Those are the guys that are going to take them to the next round. If one of those two guys has a subpar effort due to the pressure or what have you, do you think this team is deep enough where they can rebound and really beat Michigan State without one of those?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. When Rashad McCants missed 4 games early in the year, they really didn't miss a beat. They went to tough places like Maryland and NC State and won. Melvin Scott's a senior, was tested brutally versus the Villanova game, handled a point guard great. I don't think there'll be a big problem if McCants doesn't play well. But on the other hand, if May doesn't play well, there could be some problems.
Yeah, if May doesn't play well, they're finished because they don't have another big, strong guy that can go down, bang in the middle. So if he doesn't have a good game, they're going to be in trouble.
Guys, this is what it comes down to right now. Let me get your position on who is going to win this game and why you believe that.
Well, I think it's going to be North Carolina in a very tough game. People think Carolina's going to run right over this team. I don't think so at all. Michigan State's a very tough team. Tom Izzo, one of the best coaches in America. He will have his team ready. But it's going to be North Carolina 78-73.
It's going to be North Carolina 78, Michigan State 76, prevailing on 2 late free throws by Melvin Scott.
I like Michigan State. You know, I'm really on this team's bandwagon right now. I want them to move on and even win the national championship. North Carolina is extremely talented. It's going to be rough, but I'm pulling for them, guys. Pleasure. Stick around.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear. Just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
Thanks for watching another week's edition of The Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Chad Cutler. Come on back next week. It's national championship time. To another week's edition of The Drill. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. Welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. I'm your host, Chad Cutler. We're talking about the national championship and the baseball preview.
Hi. Oh.
I was rushing home to catch the game. I was at the railroad crossing and there's a train coming. I thought I'd try to get around the gate. I was standing on the brakes. The people were blowing their horns. I was shaking. The coffee fell on the floor. And I don't know what I was thinking about. I had never gotten to see you again. In your eyes, watch you walk. Wasn't worth the risk.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm Chad alongside Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. A new national champion has been crowned, guys. It's a #1 seed. It's a team that has a lot of future talent. It's the North Carolina Tar Heels. First, I want to get your thoughts. They defeat Illinois in a very good game. Did this game live up to its hype?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. This game was an absolute classic from the beginning to the end. I know that Carolina had a 13-point lead at the half, but everyone knew that Illinois was going to make one of those runs like they did versus Arizona. They had the game tied with about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, but then Felton and May were just too much, and they couldn't overcome that.
Yeah, this is one of the better title games in the last couple of 4 to 5 years. I mean, you look at Syracuse, Kansas, but this one was definitely up there with that. I mean, tie game with 2.5 to go. I mean, and Carolina just wanted it more.
Guys, you analyzed the first half of this game. Now, Illinois, they were down by 15 at one point. Really didn't look too comfortable in the first half. They chuck up 43 pointers. Now, in my opinion, if a team shoots that many threes and only makes, 12 of them, how can they honestly expect to win? If you're Bruce Weber on the Illinois side, what do you say to your troops after that?
Well, that was absolutely absurd watching that game. I've never seen a team that's chuck up the amount of threes that Illinois did. I mean, they didn't even attempt to drive to the basket. The one time they did attempt to drive to the basket late in the game, Raymond Felton stole the ball and went the other way, basically to seal up the win. But you're not going to win a national title game shooting 43 pointers.
Yeah, 12 for 40 is pitiful. That's pitiful. 30%. I mean, they were awful in the first half. They were about 4 for 23. They picked it up a little in the second half, but still 43s. You can't win a national title like that.
And I want to get your thoughts. Roy Williams, the coach in North Carolina, starts the game off in man-to-man, and Illinois is basically able to get whatever shot they want off. He switches to the zone. All of a sudden, you got a completely different team out there. This team looks sloppy. They look like they don't know what's going on, and North Carolina really capitalized on that when they first went to the zone. Do you think that zone defense got in Illinois' head?
Oh, absolutely. The zone defense was absolutely great. 1-3-1, they played a little, and then a little 1-2-2. The reason Roy Williams went to this was Raymond Felton had 2 early fouls, and he had to save Raymond to play offense. But another thing is, an announcer I really don't like, Billy Packer, pointed it out very well late in the game. Illinois was sending moving screens the whole game, and the officials were not calling them.
Yeah, this is a great move by Roy Williams. They're going to the zone. I mean, Illinois, like you said, was getting great shots. He goes to the zone. He's stopping penetration. He's not giving as good as looks to Illinois. It was a great move, and it also helped Raymond Felton stay out of foul trouble.
And North Carolina's forward/center, Sean May, has certainly proved over this tournament that he is a star in the making. You can't question that. The guy has an inside game that not many people possess, and he could step that back and hit a mid-range jump shot. So I ask you guys, if you took Sean May off this North Carolina team, are you looking at a different national champion?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, when you got a guy like May, anytime Carolina was in trouble, Raymond Felton or Rashawn McCants would throw it into him, and either he would get fouled, he would go to the line, or he'd just have an easy layup or dunk. And without that, I don't know if Carolina's the champs right now.
Yeah, without Sean May, I don't even think Carolina's in the Final Four. I mean, he's arguably one of the best players in the nation, if not the best player in the nation. He put this team on his back at the NCAA tournament, leading the tournament in rebounding and scoring. He just played great. It was one of the best performances I've seen in a championship game.
So would you say that May is the whole heart and soul of this team? Is he a bigger force on this ball club than, say, a McCants or a Felton?
Oh, well, May and Felton are definitely the 2 leaders on this team. I've been saying all year that May is an All-American, and people really weren't even considering him. But after seeing this tournament, I think people are definitely going to be thinking differently.
Guys, after so many years, Roy Williams has finally, I guess you could say, he's gotten the monkey off his back. He's gone to this promised land before, and he's failed many times before. He finally gets a win. Yes, it was a good game. Yes, it ended in dramatic fashion. But when you analyze it, he got the win. Does this take a lot of pressure off him to the point where next year he's comfortable going into every game?
Oh, yeah. Well, Roy Williams, I think, was comfortable anyway. Carolina has been his home. He said that from the day he came to North Carolina. Even though his heart might have been at Kansas, his love was always in Chapel Hill. And now that he's got this title, it's all free sailing from now on in. He's going to go for another one next year.
Yeah, now that Roy Williams has this behind him, he can be a much looser coach, try not to win the title every single year. Well, obviously, you try to win the title every year, but he knows what to do now. He knows how to win a national championship. Now he's one of the more elite coaches, and you can look for him in the Hall of Fame one day.
And guys, maybe I'm wrong here. I've been hearing tons that everyone was saying before this game. North Carolina was not a complete team. These guys did not work as a cohesive unit night in, night out to get the job done. Now, in my mind, I thought this team could play. You know, I thought everyone seems to be great friends, but I've heard all this stuff that this team isn't together and all this criticism. Is this true? Do people still believe this now that NC has won it?
Who cares if it's true? Number one, they are a team. Number two, a guy like Digger Phelps has no idea what he's talking about. All he does the whole tournament is knock the North Carolina Tar Heels, picks against them since the Sweet 16, I believe, versus Villanova, and they've won the 4 games after that. So a guy like that, you can't even listen to him at this point. They're the champs, bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The only way you can say they're not a team is how McCants is the only one who doesn't live in the athletic complex at the university. I mean, but that's a small thing. I mean, at practice every day, I'm sure they get along very well and stuff like that. Digger Phelps, I don't know what ESPN's doing. They have to fire this guy. He's absolutely the worst announcer I've ever seen.
Let me add on to that. At the end of the game, if Digger Phelps didn't see, every North Carolina Tar Heel was holding arm in arm, rejoicing in the moments.
Guys, real quick now, I want to know from the North Carolina side, will Felton, McCants, May, and Marvin Williams be on the court next year?
I'm going to say all 3 of the 4 will be. I think McCants will be to the NBA.
Yeah, I agree with that. McCants is going to the NBA. I mean, after that, with taking off his jersey, showing it to the crowd, I think that's it.
Guys, we're not done with this game. We're just getting started. Stick around.
It's the law. If you're approaching or passing a school bus and it shows a flashing red light, signaling a stop, you must stop at least 25 feet away, either in back or in front of the bus. When the red light stops flashing, proceed slowly and please watch for children. It's the law.
We're wrapping up the national championship here on the Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, and Tim. Guys, we got to start out with Mr. McCants on North Carolina. After the win that they had, they got a little surprising news. McCants announces, I'm done with North Carolina. I'm going to go into the NBA. Was this a good move for him? And is he ready?
Well, number one, I'm really not surprised by this move. McCants basically all year was the guy that definitely I thought was going to leave for the NBA. And I really don't think this is a good move for Rashad McCants at all. At times he just disappears on the court, but at times he looks like he could be an NBA All-Star. If he plays consistently, then yeah, he is ready. But at this point, he's really not even mentally there either.
Well, it's not a big shock to me that Rashad McCants decided to enter his name in the NBA draft, looking at some of the other players who are already as close to good as him who haven't entered their name. But Rashad McCants can be kind of like the Maurice Clarett of college basketball in a way. He's kind of a crybaby, doesn't get his way. He's that type of player, and some NBA GMs would shy away from him so he'd fall in the draft.
Well, Mike, you mentioned that McCants just goes away sometimes in the game. You look at this national championship game against Illinois, the first half, he was aggressive. He was taking shots. He was playing solid defense, and his name was being known. But once that second half came around, Rashad McCants was a non-factor. First off, was that Illinois' defense, and second, if it wasn't, what happened?
Well, Chad, you're absolutely right here. I mean, Rashad McCants had 14 points, I think, in the first half against Darren Williams, supposedly their best defender. And then in the second half, he doesn't get some quick shots up, and Roy Williams has to put him on the bench because he looks disinterested again. That's the thing with McCants. You don't know what he's going to bring to the table every possession.
Yeah, McCants is the kind of player, I mean, he'll look great. He'll bang you out with a crossover. He'll go behind his back and whatnot. And then 5 minutes later, he doesn't even touch the ball. He's very passive. He's not being aggressive with his shot. He didn't do anything with the ball until the last 3-4 minutes of the game when he put up a wild shot. Luckily, Marvin Williams was there to put it back in.
And guys, I got to ask you this. I want to see, who in the NBA would you say looks like Rashad McCants? Who's going to be the type of player that he's going to become? I look at this kid's game, and I just see Jerry Stackhouse written all over him. I don't think anything better of him. And, I mean, he could not be as good as Stackhouse because back in the day, Jerry was one of the best in the league. But I see his type of game matching up perfectly with Jerry Stackhouse.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be to that level, but I kind of see him as a Ron Mercer type. He could hit the shot, but at times drive in also. So I think that's the player he's going to be.
I would say a guy kind of like Michael Finley, just not as polished right now, obviously. I mean, he can hit the three, he can slash to the basket, he's a pretty solid rebounder, and he can pass the basketball.
Switching over now to the bench of North Carolina, Roy Williams obviously knows this bench is extremely deep. Do you think he did a great job in giving everybody an opportunity to play out there?
Oh, yeah, definitely. When you got a guy bring like David Noel off the bench and Melvin Scott, who will give you great minutes, and even Rayshon Terry got a few minutes in there, I really liked what Roy Williams did in the title game.
Yeah, he made some great substitutions at great times. The one thing I didn't agree with, though, is leaving Felton in the middle of the first half with 2 fouls. I mean, when you have a decent guy like Quentin Thompson come off the bench, you give him a couple more minutes, I mean, you can't really go wrong there.
Guys, where does Illinois go from this? Is this really a demoralizing loss for them? I mean, obviously they lost 1 game all season, and yes, they played extremely hard, and they played well over the course of the tournament. But in the end, they lost, and you know what? Yes, they were down by 15, but they came back, they put up a good effort. Do you see them in the next couple of years saying, I can't believe we lost this game, or moving on and saying, let's win it this year?
Well, Chad, Illinois lost 2 games this year. North Carolina beat them in the title game, by the way. Luther Head will be gone. Darren Williams will probably be gone. And Roger Powell will be gone. When you lose 3 guys like that, it's going to be tough. D. Brown will be back and Augustine, but they're definitely not going to be the same type of team as they were this year.
Yeah, I can't see this team going past maybe the Sweet 16 round. I mean, they lose 3 of their best players, as Mike said, and Powell, probably Williams in the head. And Jack Ingram they lose too. I mean, he was a solid player in the NCAA tournament. He had minor 11 points in the title game. And I really just can't see this team being nowhere near as good as they were this year. They're not even going to win 30 games.
And what about North Carolina? Do you see them coming into next season with the attitude of, we got to defend this championship, or that you think they're going to be satisfied?
Well, it's really an unknown at this point. I know one thing, Roy Williams will never be satisfied with this one national title. If they return, well, May already said he's coming back. If they return Felton and Marvin Williams, they're going to be a national title contender once again.
Yeah, I mean, if those guys coming back, like they say they are, I mean, Sean May said he's coming back, but right after Syracuse won the national title 2 years ago, Carmelo Anthony said he was coming back, so you can't always go by that. So if all 3 of those guys come back, they definitely have a legitimate shot to win the title again.
Guys, that's it with college basketball. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm happy it's over. Let's move on. We'll be right back.
There are 20 students in a class. If 11 are daydreaming, 8 defacing school property, and 1 is sharpening pencils, how many are learning how to set goals? With the Overcoming Obstacles program, students learn relevant skills like communicating, decision-making, and goal setting. Skills that help them build a positive future. Bring overcoming obstacles into our schools and help teachers find solutions.
It's baseball season here on The Drill. Once again, it's an AL preview, and who better to go over that than Mike and Tim. Guys, we're going to start out with, other than the Yankees and Red Sox for once, who else in the AL stands out as a team that can challenge these guys and maybe go to the World Series?
Well, I only think there's one team, and that's Anaheim. With their pitching and that bullpen and their great hitting, I think that's the only team that can compete with those 2 teams on a series, that is.
I'll have to agree with that, Anaheim. I mean, they have a very solid offense led by Guerrero and Garrett Anderson. Their pitching is pretty solid. Washburn, you got Cologne, and their bullpen with Francisco Rodriguez is one of the best in the game.
Hey guys, what about the Minnesota Twins? This team flies under the radar every year. They have Johan Santana, Torrey Hunter, Shannon Stewart. They have a young kid at first, Justin Morneau, who's got plenty of power, Joe Mauer. This team looks pretty good. The bullpen is solid, rotation. Why do you pick Anaheim over them?
The answer is no. Minnesota's not going anywhere this year.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota, I don't think they're going to win a division this year. I mean, it's been their division for the past 3 years. I just don't think I think their run's up. I mean, they don't have enough pitching depth besides Santana.
Guys, speaking of Santana, do you look at him as a guy that can do the type of year he had last year again?
Well, I don't know if he's going to have the year that he had last year, but Johan Santana is a great pitcher. He's a great fastball, great off-speed stuff. I don't know if he's going to have, I think he had like 22 wins last year or something, but he's definitely a great pitcher.
I mean, he had a chance to get that just because they have a pretty solid bullpen up there, but I really don't think he's going to have 22 wins or whatever he had, 20.
Who would you say has the best rotation in the American League as of now?
I'm going to go with the Yankees. When you got a guy like Randy Johnson, and then you pick up Pavano and Wright, I know Wright has had that one good year, but I think he's going to be a decent pitcher for us this year. And Moose, it's going to be a good year for them.
Well, I'm still going to say the A's, just because they still have Barry Zito, even though he struggled his first start, and the 3 young guns behind him. You got Harden, Blanton, and Dan Harron, and Kirk Saarloos yesterday pitched his shutout. So I mean, their staff is still pretty solid.
Guys, fantasy baseball thankfully has come upon us once again, and I want to get your thoughts. Who's the sleeper of the 2005 season?
I'm going to go with Tanyan Sturts. A lot of guys don't have a closer on their team. This guy's in a closer, but he's a solid reliever. He'll get you good innings, and he's a big-time strikeout pitcher.
I'm going to say Jake the Snake Westbrook. I mean, started off his first game, start of the year, complete game loss. I mean, he didn't get any run support. He gave up one earned run, which really shouldn't have been earned. They scored on an error. So I'm going to say Jake the Snake.
I cannot believe you both shied away from Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. This guy has got the stuff to put up a monstrous year. The Tigers have improved their offense, and this guy, Bonderman, in my mind, is a potential Cy Young winner. I think he's going to be that good. He's certainly better than Tanyan Sturts.
Well, Chad, I have them both on my fantasy team, so I hope you're right.
I think Sturts will win the Cy Young, actually, though.
It's Tanyan Sturts. I'll make a bet with that. Okay, guys, we're moving over to divisions now. We're previewing them. I want to get who you think is going to win the American League East.
Well, this is a no-brainer to me. This is going to be the Yankees. They're going to win this division by 10 games. If Rivera wakes up and pitches well, this will not even be a competitive division.
Well, I think the Yankees are going to win the division, not by 10 games. I mean, it's not that drastic of a difference between Boston and New York that they're going to pull away in the division like that, but I still pick the Yankees.
I mean, obviously, you know, you can flip-flop Yankees, Red Sox as 1-2, but looking at the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, the Toronto Blue Jays, and the Baltimore Orioles, all these clubs are really trying to make a run. Who do you see finishing right behind those two?
It's got to be Baltimore. I think Tampa Bay is absolutely horrendous, and so is Toronto. These two teams are going to be fighting to get 50, 60 wins this year, but Baltimore does have a good lineup, so they'll win some games.
Well, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say Tampa Bay, just because they have that young rotation led by Dwan Brazelton and Scott Kazmir. When Rocco Baldelli gets back in the lineup, their 1 through 4 hitters aren't really that bad, with Crawford, Baldelli, Aubrey Huff, and Jorge Cantu.
And guys, as far as the American League West goes, you got Oakland, Anaheim, Texas, Seattle. This league is loaded with good teams. Who do you think really stands out there? Obviously, you mentioned Anaheim before, but do you see any of these teams potentially challenging them?
Oh, definitely Texas. They got a great lineup down there with Blaylock and Soriano near the top of it, and then you got a power hitter like Teixeira. The only thing that worries me is their pitching staff. That's the only reason why they might not get over the hump.
Yeah, Texas has a great lineup. He didn't mention they have Michael Young, a guy like Lance Nix, even Richard Hidalgo out in the outfield. I mean, they're a pretty solid club down there. They get good pitching from guys like Ryan Drees and Kenny Rogers. They could contend for a division and the wild card.
And what about Seattle, guys? Obviously, once again, they're not one of the talented in the rotation-wise, but when you add Richie Sexson, Beltre, you already have guys like Brett Bleep and Boone in your lineup. Who do you think really, is it the pitching that makes the division, honestly?
Well, plus that Ichiro guy isn't too bad either. Yeah, their pitching staff is horrible, though. Their number one starter is Jamie Moyer. I think he's 45 and has about 8 kids already. But he's not the type of pitcher you need in a playoff run.
Well, the pitching really doesn't matter that much in this division just because you have Oakland who has a solid pitching staff, but they have no offense. And then you have the other 3 teams who have decent pitching staffs and pretty good offenses. So Seattle will be able to stay close for the whole season.
And as far as the American League Central goes, who do you like in that?
I really like the White Sox, actually. I know this is kind of going off on a limb. A lot of people are taking Minnesota. But I like the White Sox staff this year, and they have good hitting as well.
Well, I'm going to shy away from the White Sox and the Twins, and I'm going to say the Cleveland Indians. They're going to win that division. You got Jake the Snake Westbrook, like I said earlier. New addition, Kevin Millwood, CC Sabathia on the staff. And you have a great lineup. You got Victor Martinez, Travis Hafner, guys like that. I mean, they're going to win that division. They're a young team.
And guys, your wild card pick, the Red Sox, I assume?
No, you're assuming wrong. I'm going with Texas. I will never say the Red Sox on this show.
The Red Sox will win the wild card. I mean, it's a known fact.
Yeah, I think the Red Sox. You can't escape. This team is very good. Maybe they got a little better offensively over the year, but they did lose some power in the pitching department. Who is going to be the American League champion when it's all said and done?
Well, that's going to be the Yankees this year. The only reason they didn't win last year was because they didn't have a guy like the big unit, and that's going to be the difference this year.
Well, I'm going to say the Cleveland Indians just because Randy Johnson's going to get hurt, and that lineup's going to take advantage of the Yankee pitching.
I can't say anyone but the Yankees. They're too good. Guys, pleasure. As always, stick around.
It's the law. If you're approaching or passing a school bus and it shows a flashing red light, signaling a stop, you must
Stop at least 25 feet away.
either in back or in front of the bus. When the red light stops flashing, proceed slowly and please watch for children. It's the law.
We're previewing the NL here on the drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim. Guys, we're going to start out with a sleeper team. Who do you think's really coming into this season with high expectations and are really going to surprise a lot of people?
Well, you know what? This is a very tough question, but I'm going to go with the Phillies. I know they're in a very tough division this year, but I really like their lineup. I think Burrow's actually going to have a big breakout season. Tomei will probably hit 45 to 50 again. And if their staff gives them anything, they're going to be a contender.
I'm going to go the other coast here, and I'm going to say the San Diego Padres. This team has all the tools to win 90 games this year. Solid offense with Brian Giles, Phil Nevin, guys like that. And not to mention Jake Peavy on the pitching staff, led the NL and ERA last year. A guy like Brian Lawrence to shore up the rotation. And when you got Hells Bells, Trevor Hoffman coming out the bullpen, you can't go wrong there.
Tim, you said the Padres. I want to stick with you here. Petco Park has not been a hitter's ballpark, according to Brian Giles and Ryan Klesko. They don't like the dimensions there. It's extremely deep. Do you think that at all hurts them in the long run? Or do you think having a big park like that helps an offense by getting more doubles rather than just home runs?
Well, Chad, if you weren't paying attention, they did bring in the fences a little bit there over the offseason. So they should be able to hit more home runs there. And I don't know why Ryan Klesko is complaining, considering he's 640 years old and hasn't hit more than 20 home runs since 1999.
And guys, which is the biggest offseason acquisition for any of these NL ball clubs?
I think it's actually Mark Mulder down in St. Louis. The reason why the Cardinals didn't win the World Series was because their pitching staff was horrible in that series. Mulder is one of the best pitchers in the game, and I think that's the reason why they're going to make it very far this year.
Well, I'm going to say Mulder's old teammate. I'm going to say Tim Hudson going down to Atlanta, starting out at the top end of that rotation. He's the ace that they've needed for the last, ever since Greg Maddux was in his prime. I mean, when he was winning Cy Youngs back in the mid-'90s. He's a guy that's going to shore up the rotation even more than probably anybody in baseball will to any other team.
Taylor, I want to stick with you 1 second here. You said Mulder. Obviously, in the past, Mulder has been extremely good. But towards the latter stages of last year, his control was off, and he really didn't look too sharp out there. Do you think going to a place like St. Louis increases the pressure on him, or do you think that'll improve his game?
Oh, yeah, there's definitely a lot more pressure in St. Louis than there is in Oakland. St. Louis is one of the best baseball cities in all the country. But with that lineup, he could give up 4 or 5 runs a night and still get the W.
Can I get both of your fantasy sleeper picks?
Well, this is a very tough choice here. But I'm going to have to go with Khalil Green in San Diego. I think he's going to have a good year, second year. Great field. I know that won't really help you for fantasy, but I think he's going to have a great year average-wise in runs.
I'm going to say out in San Francisco, I'm sticking with the Bay Area here, and I'm going to say Pedro Feliz, filling in for Barry Bonds, playing the outfield. The guy has power. He hits for a solid average. He'll get you some RBIs, some runs, and he'll get you a couple steals too.
I'd say Ty Wigginton of the Pittsburgh Pirates. The numbers this guy put up in the spring, you just cannot ignore. 6 home runs, well over a 300 batting average. Do I think he's going to do it over the season? Absolutely not. But please, the guy's going to be able to play the game. Now let's preview the divisions, guys. The NL East, topic of the offseason by far. A lot of hype surrounding this division. Who do you like?
Well, this is such a balanced division, but I'm going to still have to go with Atlanta, only because they've done it for so many years in a row. I think Florida and Atlanta is going to be one of the best pennant races throughout the whole year. I think Atlanta's just going to pull it out in the last week, though.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Atlanta also. I mean, they've won the division 13 straight years, so what's going to tell you not to pick them? I mean, they've won that division for so many years in a row. They're supposed to lose it the last 3 or 4 years. They won it by 18, 10 games, and 10 games, respectively. So I think they're going to pull it out again. Remember this. Last 3 games of the year, Florida, Atlanta. Biggest series of the year.
I like Florida. I think with the offseason acquisition of Carlos Delgado, that just puts them over the hump. I'm expecting big things. Guillermo Mota's closing for them. I'm looking for a big year from him also. Guys, just one more point in the NL East. The New York Mets. They've been getting tons of hype for their offense and the acquisition of Mr. Pedro Martinez. But you look beyond that, and there's really nothing there. You look at this relief pitching, and it's something you just want to close your eyes for because it is that ugly. Does this team have any chance of finishing, I'd say, in above the 3rd place?
Well, I've been saying all winter that the Mets have no relief. And it's already shown in the first game of the season. Pedro pitches a masterpiece, and they lose in the 9th inning. Looper gives up 2 home runs in the game. If you don't have any relief, you're not going to win in the major leagues.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Mets are thinking. They go out, get Beltran, get Pedro Martinez, but they don't go out and shore up their bullpen. They got the only guy they got for their bullpen was Shloto Ku. I mean, that guy's not even that good. He's a 38-year-old rookie out of Korea. I mean, that's the only guy they get. I mean, come on now. Omar Minaya has to know what he's doing.
And switching over to the NL Central now, who do you like in that division?
This is a no-brainer. I'm going with St. Louis. I think the Cubs are very overrated this year. I think the Cardinals are going to win this division by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one else. There's no competition really in this division, I think. I mean, the Cardinals are going to pull away and win this division by 15, 20 games.
If Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor both come back healthy to their, I'd say, 2002 form, do you think that the Cubs can actually jump over the Cardinals?
I don't think so. I think when you lose guys like Alou and Sosa in your lineup and in your clubhouse, it's a big problem.
Okay, guys. We're going over to the NL West now. This is a very close division all the time. Who do you like?
Well, you can basically pick this one out of a hat because I have no idea, but I'm going to go with the Dodgers. I just think their starting pitching is very solid this year. Their lineup's not too good, but their pitching will keep them in it.
I'm going to go back to the Padres. Like I said, Jake Peavy, Brian Giles, going to have big years for them.
Guy, your Cy Young pick is?
I'm going to go with Roger Clemens again. I think he's going to have a huge year, and he's going to win, I think, his 7th Cy Young.
I say Tim Hudson. I mean, he's down in Atlanta there with Leo Mazzoni. He's the best pitching coach in baseball, so why not him?
Tim Hudson. I like the pick, Tim. That's a good one. Pennant, who's coming out of the NL?
I'm going to go with St. Louis. I think they got there last year, and then they added Mark Mulder. They're going to be back in the World Series again.
I'm going to say Atlanta over Florida, and the Florida, the wild card team in the NLCS.
And your MVP of the National League is?
Albert Pujols.
Chipper Jones.
Albert Pujols. Gentlemen, pleasure. Please stick around. Come on back.
It's the law. If you're approaching or passing a school bus and it shows a flashing red light, signaling a stop, you must stop at least 25 feet away, either in back or in front of the bus. When the red light stops flashing, proceed slowly and please watch for children. It's the law.
To another week's edition of The Drill. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. Welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. I'm your host, Chad Cutler. We talk about the best thing on earth, the NBA playoffs, a little bit of baseball, draft preview, and maybe I'll just throw in a couple comments. We'll be back.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
We're talking baseball here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, and Tim, guys. As of April 19th, the New York Yankees, the highest payroll in the league, they're struggling out there. $200 million of payroll exactly. And it's pretty clear their bullpen and their starting pitching is not up to par so far. And there's been grumblings from the fans and also from George Steinbrenner. So I'm going to ask you to start out with, Mike. Tim, you can follow up on that. What exactly is wrong with the Yankees pitching?
Well, you know what? They're just not getting the ball over the plate too well. They're walking a lot of guys. Of the games I've been watching, Mussina hasn't had the control that he has throughout his whole career. Jarrett Wright, this can't get anyone out. I just don't even know why the Yankees picked this guy up right now. Randy Johnson, even though he has faced Boston twice, that's why I think his record and his innings per pitch aren't as good. But he's going to do all right the rest of the year.
Yeah, you got to expect these guys to come around like Randy Johnson. Jarrett Wright's getting absolutely slaughtered. He can't find the strike zone. You got to expect these guys to obviously come around, live up to their potential, and expect the Yankees to rebound.
Tim, I want to stick with you on this one. Randy Johnson, obviously coming over, seasoned veteran, and he's arguably the best pitcher in baseball. Well, that is until the last couple starts he's made, because he has been subpar, to say the least. He has not looked good. His velocity hasn't been there. When do you think he's going to turn around, if at all?
Well, when he gets some starts in a row, like against Tampa Bay, then he'll go against Toronto, then some other terrible teams, he'll get on track, he'll get his velocity back up there, and you expect him to go on a roll.
All right, this is for both of you. Now, Jason Giambi, you've gotten a good 13, 14 games to look at him now. And he hasn't looked that bad. He's in around the 263 clip. He's got a couple home runs. He's drawing walks still. So that's a positive. Are you impressed so far with the performance of Jason Giambi?
I think Giambi's doing very well, actually. When he's been coming up to the plate, he's been producing mostly. He's not going to be a 320 hitter like he once was. But he does have 2 home runs right now. And he's getting some RBIs, which I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing pretty well right now. He's swinging the bat. Even the outs he makes are pretty hard outs and stuff like that. And he's actually probably on pace to get hit by pitches probably 6,000 times this year. So get on base like that too.
And moving to the National League now, the LA Dodgers. Coming into this season, they were getting hammered for making terrible trades and off-season moves. But yet they've come into this year and they've played pretty well. Jeff Weaver in particular gave him a complete game the other day. He's pitching well. The offense seems to be coming together as a cohesive unit. So basically, from your perspective, are you surprised with the Dodgers?
I'm extremely surprised. Coming into the season, I didn't think the Dodgers would be anything. They lost Beltray and Sean Green. Brad Penny's on the DL, who I think is their best pitcher, very underrated pitcher. I really don't know how to do it. Kent is playing out of his mind right now, and I'd be very surprised if they keep this up, though.
Yeah, I can't see the Dodgers keeping this up. Milton Bradley is also playing very well. But the wild card here is J.D. Drew. He hasn't been playing well at all lately. He's batting about 150, 1 homer, 3 RBIs. And you can't forget about the acquisition of Derek Lowe, their opening day starter. I'm pretty sure he's 2-0 right now.
Yeah, Derek, he pitched a complete game shutout the other day. And once again, Tim, Jeff Kent, you haven't really touched on him. He's playing second base for them, and he's playing pretty well. Do you think his best days are done?
Oh, yeah, his best days are done, obviously, and behind him. He won an MVP in 2000, but he's still one of the best second basemen in baseball. He's a guy who can get you 25 to 30 homers, knock in 100, and hit 285 for you.
And moving over to the NL East now, the New York Mets, they lose their first 5 games, then they come back with a 5-game winning streak. Now it seems as if they're on the decline again. Is the inconsistency on this team going to go away, or is this going to keep on happening?
Well, if the Mets keep playing like this, they're going to be a 500 team. I mean, you can't just win 5 in a row and then you're going to lose 5 in a row. A team like that isn't going to make the playoffs in the National League this year.
I mean, the Mets are a really odd team. I think they have a different lineup every game this season. Guys like Victor Diaz, Juan Castro, Ramon Castro, Chris Woodward, guys that they pick up probably right outside the stadium there in Flushing. So I can't see them being over a 500 team this year, but I really don't think they're going to get out of this inconsistent thing. They're going to be like this all year.
Guys, I have to bring this up. The Baltimore Orioles and the Washington Nationals, that's right, the Washington Nationals are playing extremely well. How are they doing it in particular? And on the Orioles side, how about that offense?
Well, the Orioles have a great offense. From almost top to bottom, their offense is absolutely incredible. Roberts is playing out of his mind right now. Then once you get into that middle, you got Mora, Tejada, Sosa, Palmeiro, Javi Lopez. This is going to be a tough team to get out.
Yeah, I mean, you also failed to mention the guys like Jay Gibbons and guys like that in the order who are pretty solid players also. And the Nationals are playing great baseball right now, getting great pitching from guys like Yankee outcast Esteban Loaiza, Tomo Oka. He's doing pretty solid. I mean, you can't expect them to stay up there all year, but they're on the emotional high of playing in a new stadium right now.
Taylor, I just want to ask you this one thing on the Baltimore Orioles. Obviously, the offense is there. They've got 2 500 home run guys, first team ever to have that. The offense is there. Pitching-wise, it's not. Do you think Rodrigo Lopez, who has been pretty good this year, Sidney Ponson, and co. can get this team into the playoffs?
I really don't think so. That division is just extremely difficult. When you have to play the Yankees, I know they've beaten them a number of times already this year, and the Red Sox that many times, it's going to be very hard to win. And I really don't know about Ponson. He's out of shape. He weathers by the 5th inning. He's just not a great pitcher.
Yeah, if Baltimore was in like the AL Central or something like that, they had a legitimate chance to win that division, but the AL East is just too hard. And don't forget about Bruce Chant, the guy who complete gamed the Yankees the other day.
Hey guys, real quick, who's gotten off to a real slow start that you expect to turn it around and turn into a real contender?
I think it's going to be, let me think about this one. I think the Brewers. I think the Brewers lineup is going to start to wake up and come up big towards the end of the year.
I'm going to say the Cleveland Indians. They're off to a 6-7 start, but they have pretty solid pitching with Clifford Lee and Jake Westbrook. Jake Westbrook has, I think, 2 complete games. He's 0-3. And you got to expect guys like Travis Hafner and Victor Martinez to come around.
I'm expecting Hafner to come around. Guys, sit tight. We're going to be taking a break, but you better come on back.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
It's the best time of the year. It's the NBA playoffs. Mike and Tim, guys, I know you feel the same way about that. So we're going to move right on to the Eastern Conference playoffs. The number 8 seed New Jersey Nets taking on the number 1 seed, the Miami Heat. They start off in Miami on Sunday. I want to get your thoughts first on what you expect from this series.
Well, I expect a blowout in this series. I don't think the Nets have a chance even to compete in this series. I expect Shaquille to average at least 35 to 40 points a night, along with Wade hitting the 3 on the perimeter with Eddie Jones and Damon Jones. I don't know why Nets fans are so excited why their team's in the playoffs right now.
There's one chance for the Nets to win this series if hell freezes over, because they have absolutely no chance. They have no one to match up with Shaq. They have no one to guard Dwayne Wade. I don't care if Richard Jefferson plays. He'll go on Eddie Jones. The Nets have a 0% chance to win this series. Maybe steal one game, maybe.
And guys, let me ask you this. If you're Lawrence Frank, obviously you're going to end up game planning to let Shaq have his points. You're not going to be able to stop him anyway. No one in this league is capable of stopping the Diesel. So don't you focus your game plan on Dwayne Wade, and then if you shut him down, you put the pressure on Eddie Jones, Damon Jones, Udonis Haslem to get the job done. It's situations where they're not capable of doing that. And then you could have Vince Carter, Jason Kidd dominate. Why don't the Nets have a shot then?
Well, teams used to say that when Shaq was on the Lakers, and last time I checked, they won 3 titles in that time. These guys are not bad that you're talking about with Haslem, Bolt Jones, and we all know about what Dwayne Wade could do. So I just don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Well, Chad, I'm glad you brought up Eddie Jones, because this guy's a seasoned veteran. He's been to the playoffs many times. And Udonis Haslem, the guy's a wild card. I mean, he can do it all. He's a double-double type of guy.
Okay, one more thought on this series. Let's just get your prediction on the final score of the best of 7.
Well, I'm going to go Miami in 5 in this series. I just think the Nets will win that game 3 at home, and that's it.
I'll say Miami in a sweep.
A sweep? That's a bold call. I say Miami in 5 as well. All right, moving on to the 5 seed Washington Wizards against the 4 seed, the Chicago Bulls. Yes, the Chicago Bulls have finally made it back to the playoffs. Do they have any shot at beating the Wizards? Because I certainly don't think so.
I think you're crazy, Chad, the Cutman color. The Bulls have a better record than Washington. I know they're banged up with injuries. Eddie Curry's out for the year, along with Luol Deng, I believe. You say Tyson Chandler's out, but I really don't think so. Ben Gordon's going to have a huge series. I expect 25 out of him tonight.
Well, Chad, if you look back over the season, they split both games, these two teams, 2-2 apiece, both teams winning at their home stadium. And look who has home court advantage in this, the Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls will win this series.
And guys, I understand you're high on the Bulls, and obviously the team can play. They've proved that over the course of the season. But why don't you just take a moment and look at the Washington Wizards starting lineup? Gilbert Arenas, Larry Hughes, Antoine Jamison, Jared Jeffries, who's actually developing into quite a good player, and they got a big man in Brendan Haywood, who, although can't really score that much, is good defensively. They have all the pieces to get beyond the Bulls and maybe further than that.
Well, you're right. Haywood is the best player. He went to North Carolina. That's the only good player they have on their whole team.
Yeah, you mentioned those starting five. I can't name one player on that bench. Kwame Brown probably is the only guy on the bench, and he was the #1 pick. He's averaged probably 0.6 points, 0.6 rebounds over his 3-year career. The guy's horrible. Chicago has a good bench with Ben Gordon coming off the bench with probably the 6th man of the year.
All right, guys, and your prediction on this series, how many games will it go?
I'm going to go with the Chi-Town Bulls in 6.
I say the Bulls in 7. The home team is winning all the games.
Wizards in 6, no doubt about that. All right, moving on to the other game. The 6th seed Indiana Pacers traveling to the Fleet Center in Boston to take on the #3 seed, the Boston Celtics. What are your overall thoughts on this, especially for the Pacers even being in the 6th seed to begin with? Ron Artest out all year. Jermaine O'Neal's pretty much been hurt all year. And how about Reggie Miller carrying this team? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, you know what? Rick Carlisle's done an absolutely stellar job in Indiana this year. With all the turmoil, with Artest and Steven Jackson, that whole huge fight in the beginning of the year, to even get this team into the playoffs is just a great thing. But Boston is a very talented team with Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker once again.
I heard since Antoine Walker came back, Boston's been a totally new team. They were great after the All-Star break, going about 20-10 or so, something like that. And Indiana's a solid club. We got Steven Jackson, who you guys failed to mention, which won an NBA championship with the Spurs before. And if Jermaine O'Neal can get back to 90%, they have a very good chance.
Guys, potentially, if the Pacers lose this series, these are the last couple games for Reggie Miller. Do you think he's going to put a little extra on the table and really try to dominate this series?
Well, once it comes into the playoff time, you know Reggie Miller will always come to play. Knicks fans know that pretty well, I think. Even Bulls fans a few times. He hurt the Bulls. I think Reggie's going to have a pretty good series.
Yeah, Reggie's going to have a pretty solid series. I mean, since Jermaine O'Neal got hurt, he's been averaging about 20 points a night. So you can expect, not 20 points, but you can get about 15 a night and hit the clutch shot.
So what's your prediction on this?
Well, the trendy pick is Indiana in the upset, but I'm going with Boston in 6 in this series.
I'll say Indiana in 6.
I like Indiana in 5. Okay, moving on. #2, the Detroit Pistons taking on #7, Allen Iverson, Chris Webber, if you want to include him, and the 76ers. What are your thoughts on this series?
Well, Philly's going to have a lot of trouble matching up with that inside strength of Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace. On the inside, they really don't have anyone. Dallin Bear's tall, but not very strong on the inside. I expect Detroit to out-muscle them.
Yeah, Detroit's way too physical for this Philadelphia team. I mean, Chris Webber doesn't like to bang down inside. He's basically a 6'10" 2 guard, doesn't like to do much. And Samuel Dallenberg is 7 foot, 35 pounds, so you can't expect him to bang inside either.
Personally, I think this series, out of all the ones in the East, is an absolute joke. I think Iverson is going to be the only one, as usual, trying to take over the game and do things that basically no one is capable of doing. He's the only one on that team that can carry any points, any of the load. Chris Webber is no longer in the same category. For Detroit, how did they respond now that the defending champions? Do you think they have a little extra added pressure?
Well, Detroit just has to play their game. That's the only way Philadelphia has a chance is if Detroit wants to run up and down with them, and that's not going to work. If Detroit plays in a half-court set, they do not stand a chance, the Sixers.
Yeah, if Detroit plays their physical defense, which the Sixers don't like. Sixers like to get up and down the court, run the fast break and stuff like that. Detroit should win this series easily.
Okay, so we all like Detroit. Guys, we're going to talk about the Western Conference right after this.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're previewing the Western Conference playoffs here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim. Guys, we start out with the 1-8 matchup. The Phoenix Suns against the Memphis Grizzlies. To a lot of people, this is a laugher, especially to me. Do the Grizzlies have any chance of even winning a game?
Well, I agree with you 100%, Chad, the Cutman, Cutler. And I don't think the Grizzlies will pull out a game in this series. Phoenix is just too powerful all around. The offense of Amari Stoudemire, Quentin Richardson, Steve Nash, they're going to blow Memphis right off the court.
Yeah, you're right, Chadwick. I mean, they don't have the people to run up and down the court, Memphis, with the Suns. So I can't see them winning a game in this series. Maybe if they get really lucky, one of the games at home. But other than that, no.
If you're Memphis's coach, Mike Fratello, how do you approach this game? Do you try to slow it down on the Suns, or do you try to play their type of basketball and get up and down the floor with them?
Well, the Czar has many matchup problems in this game. I mean, if they run up and down the court, they have no chance. But if you slow down, they're going to have trouble containing the inside guy like Stoudemire. So I really don't even know what Fratello's going to do in this situation.
Yeah, you can only keep a running team down for so long, and they'll finally find out how to beat you in a different way.
All right, guys, we're going to go to the 2-7 matchup, the 2 seed obviously being the San Antonio Spurs against the Denver Nuggets. Now, this jumps out at me because we could be looking here at a potential upset, as the Denver Nuggets have a very good shot at beating the San Antonio Spurs with a less than 100% Tim Duncan. What do you see happening in this series?
Well, Denver has to get lucky in this series. They've already had one step. Duncan is not 100%. We all know that. They also have to contain Tony Parker on the outside and Manu Ginobili's driving abilities. If they get the ball into Kmart and Melo onto the post, they have a good chance to win this series.
If they keep physical defense on Duncan with guys like Marcus Camby, Nene, and Kenyon Martin, they could easily win this series. Not easily win this series, but they could win the series with Tim Duncan playing about 65-70%. I mean, he wasn't shooting well late down the stretch of the season when he came back to get some of the rust off. So I think the Nuggets have a decent chance to pull the upset.
You guys, staying with the Nuggets here, I'm going to just perspective on this team right now. Carmelo Anthony has lost a lot of hype. When you talk about the draft a couple of years ago, you talk about LeBron and Wade. You don't really mention Carmelo anymore. Is he the guy that if it's a late game situation they continue to give the ball to? Or is it a Kenyon Martin or even a Marcus Camby type player?
I'm going with the Kenyon Martin. He's been in the playoffs once before, actually twice before in the big situations. That's why I want him to get him the ball. Carmelo really hasn't done anything in the playoffs even last year.
Well, I'm going to shy away from Kenyon Martin just because he hasn't had the year most people expected. I'm going to go with the little guy. I'm going to say Earl Boykins. You want that guy to take the last shot. He's a great shooter from the outside, and he can drive in there among the trees and get some layups.
And going to another intriguing matchup now, the 3-6 matchup, Seattle Sonics, Sacramento Kings. Sacramento obviously no longer have Chris Webber. Apparently, that's a good thing considering the way he's playing. What are your thoughts on this series?
Well, Sacramento all year really hasn't been living up to their potential. Peja Stojakovic been complaining a lot this year. Bibby on and off usually. I think Seattle has just been more of a team this whole year. I think that's why they're going to advance.
The big thing about the Kings here is that Brad Miller broke his leg in late February. They lost him for March and April of the season, and that's when their record took a tumble. So they fell to the 6th seed. Now they have a tough matchup with the Sonics, and I just can't see Sacramento overcoming the Sonics, even though Brad Miller just came back.
One bright spot for Sacramento, though, Bobby Jackson returns after an injury that practically kept him out all season. Do you think he's going to have any positive impact for them? Is he going to be able to step in off the bench, key situations, knock down threes, and get the momentum?
Oh, sure. Jackson's a great player, but that isn't going to make up for the interior play that Seattle has with Reggie Evans and Jerome James. They're going to own the glass and dominate this series.
Yeah, they better hope Bobby Jackson averages 20 points in this series if they want to come out on top.
Guys, perhaps the best series of them all, the 4-5 matchup, the Dallas Mavericks and the Houston Rockets. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, all season I've been thinking Dallas has been overrated. Towards the late season, they've been playing better defense. I don't care. When you got a guy like McGrady on your team on that perimeter late game, when he could just hit that big shot, they're going to advance in this series easily.
These are two teams that are playing a great down the stretch. The Rockets playing smothering defense all year, and the Mavericks defense coming up under Avery Johnson the rest of the year. But Dirk Nowitzki has been playing well, but he's known to choke in the playoffs. Even McGrady has as well. But I think McGrady's a better superstar, and they'll come out on top.
Tim, I want to stick with you here. You mentioned Dirk Nowitzki. Now, After watching a lot of the games this year, I noticed, especially with him, he's 7 foot tall. I mean, he's got the height over a lot of these guys. And when he gets a mismatch, rather than driving and trying to get an easy layup, he's doing fadeaways and everything like that. Do you think that hurts Dallas in their approach?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you have a guy that's 7 feet tall, even among the tallest guys in the league, and he's shooting fadeaways over guys that are 6'7", 6'8", that's 4 or 5 inches right there. We can just drive to the hoop and just even dunk over them or post them up and get easy layups.
So, guys, what's your prediction on this series?
I'm going with Houston in the series in 6 games.
I'm going to say Mavericks in 7.
I like Houston as well. Guys, pleasure. We'll be back.
World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
Draft special here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim, guys. We have to start with the #1 pick, Alex Smith. He got taken by the 49ers. A lot of people question maybe Aaron Rodgers would go there. They weren't really sure. Was this a good pick for this franchise?
I really don't think it was. I really wasn't sold on Alex Smith throughout the season this year. I know his numbers were incredible, but you really have to look at him. They didn't play much. He did have a good ball game versus a solid Pittsburgh team in the Fiesta Bowl, I believe. But in the NFL, I don't think he's going to be a productive player, especially a #1 pick.
Well, I think Alex Smith was a good pick over what was available. I mean, I think he's the best player in this draft, but he's not the franchise type of quarterback like a John Elway was coming out of college, a guy like that. But I think he'll go on to have a solid career, but nothing spectacular.
Hey guys, I mentioned Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, there was some hype. Maybe he would go instead of Alex Smith. He doesn't, and he drops all the way down to 24 for the Green Bay Packers. Were you at all shocked at how much he fell, and what exactly is wrong with this guy?
Well, I was surprised he fell to 24. I wasn't surprised that he fell, though. A lot of people said if Miami didn't take him at #2, he was going to drop to around 15, 14 area where Carolina might take him. But where he dropped into Green Bay, that was a no-brainer with Favre about to retire.
Yeah, Green Bay got a steal on their hands with Aaron Rodgers. I actually thought he was better than Alex Smith. I mean, the way he throws the football, his accuracy and stuff like that, they absolutely got a steal with the heir apparent for Brett Favre.
Taylor, you're high on Eli Manning. Let me ask you this. When it's all said and done and both of these guys' careers are over, who will have a better career, Alex Smith or Eli Manning?
Oh, come on, Chad, that's going to be Eli Manning. This guy's going to be absolutely incredible this year, but we're going to talk about that a little later.
Okay, guys, the Dolphins take Ronnie Brown. To me, that's an unbelievable pick. This guy, I think, is going to be a star. What do you think?
I love the pick. A perfect fit for Miami, I think. Even though Benson, I think, will be the best running back out of that crew, Ronnie Brown's going to be a great pick.
Yeah, Ronnie Brown's a big guy who has pass receiving capabilities. He can run through the middle. He has the speed to run outside. He's going to be a very durable back down in South Beach.
Guys, just judging by the overall talent of this draft and everything like that, which team would you say had the best draft?
I'm going to go with Arizona. I like their first-round pick with Antrell Roll, and then their second-round pick, J.J. Arrington. In my opinion, this guy's a top 20 pick, and they got him at, I think, the 44th pick overall.
Well, I'm going to say the Cleveland Browns. They got the great receiver from Michigan, Braylon Edwards, there with the 3rd pick. And they had a guy like Charlie Fry from Akron, who's one of the next great MAC quarterbacks with Ben Roethlisberger and Chad Pennington. And they picked up a lineman in the 2nd round. I can't remember his name, but he's a pretty solid guy.
Okay, guys, there's pretty much 3 top running backs in this draft. You got Brown, you got Cadillac Williams, and you got Benson. Out of these, you look at all their talents. They obviously all have pros and cons. Which would you say is going to go into here with the most hype, and who will finish on top?
Well, I think Ronnie Brown's going to have the most hype, but I think Cedric Benson's the best out of those 3. Benson's just a bruising back, a huge guy coming out of Texas. Reminds a lot of people of Ricky Williams in his heyday, and he's going to be great in Chicago.
Well, I'm going to say the last guy of those 3 that was picked, Cadillac Williams, because John Gruden's a guy who likes to throw the ball to the back, to get back out of the backfield. And Cadillac Williams is a guy who can catch the ball. He can run through the middle. He can run outside, just like much like Ronnie Brown could. But I actually think he's going to have a better year because he has a better core around him.
Guys, I got to ask you this. The Detroit Lions had the number 10 pick. The past 2 years, they've had a pretty good pick. They've taken wide receivers. This year, same story, number 10. They take Mike Williams. I got to ask you this. Obviously, a lot of people think Mike Williams is going to be a good player. But what on earth are they thinking? You have to improve the defense. The defense is terrible. They continue to go on the offensive end. Is this just terrible GM?
Well, you know what, Chad? I think this is a great pick. When you get a guy like this at number 10 overall, he might be the best player out of everyone in this draft. He has the talent like a Randy Moss or a Marvin Harrison. And when you get a guy at 10, that is just a steal.
Well, I think this is really sending Charles Rogers a message because he's been hurt the last 2 years, played about 8 games in the first 2 years of his career, breaking his collarbone both times. When you pick up a guy like Mike Williams, who could press Charles Rogers a little bit, and actually help the team out.
Guys, pleasure. We'll be back.
Flip me over. I know I'm not your favorite record.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Hey, welcome to another week's edition of the drill. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. Welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. I'm Chad. We're going to be talking about a special Yankees edition, and we're going to the 2005 NBA playoffs just to talk a little bit about it.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not hip to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, and Tim. Guys, we got a special show for you today. It's just on the New York Yankees. This team is beyond struggling right now. As of right this second, they are 11 wins, 16 losses. Guys, I got to start out with this. What's wrong with the New York Yankees?
Well, it's definitely the pitching here. I mean, no one's really getting them quality starts lately. Musina hasn't been looking too good. Johnson isn't throwing his 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Kevin Brown is this. There's no word to describe this guy at this moment. And after the 5th, 6th hitter in their lineup, there is nothing going on with them.
Yeah, the Yankees pitching is doing terrible right now. I mean, when they have a good game, the hitting is off, so they're not really piecing together the hitting and the pitching being hot at the same time.
Mike, you mentioned Kevin Brown. Him and Mike Mussina, obviously they're getting up there in years, but they have shown signs of getting out of it. Kevin Brown, other than the first couple innings of a game, has looked pretty good. Do you look at this as just early season jitters, or you think this is the Kevin Brown that you're going to see all year?
No, absolutely not. Kevin Brown is horrible. After Game 7 of the ALCS last year, he could do nothing right for me anymore. He had no pride in that ALCS last year. You just can't give up 13 hits to a team like Tampa Bay.
Kevin Brown's a guy getting paid close to $16 million. He's gone out there this year, made 4 starts. He's 0-4. His ERA is above 8. I mean, you can have guys like Shooter Hunt going out there, guys like Vin Mazzaro going out there pitching the same way.
Guys, now that not only is everyone struggling on the team, but now they have another injury. It's Randy Johnson now. He hurt his groin. He's going to miss at least 1 start. What were your thoughts on this?
Well, in the paper, the big unit said he would have been fine to start on this week anyway, so I'm really not that worried about the big unit. But in the long run, if you keep having these groin injuries, it could definitely take a toll on you. And to fill a spot in the rotation, they should definitely call Bobby Cordero.
Right now, this pitching staff, those 3 guys, Kevin Brown, Randy Johnson, Mike Mussina, are a $50 million joke, if you think about it, because Randy Johnson, he's old, he has no knees. He's throwing 91 now, which any pitcher in baseball can do, and he's a 2-pitch pitcher. So if he doesn't get that velocity back up, he's going to have trouble.
Guys, let's look at the salaries here. Alex Rodriguez, $26 million. Messina, $19. Kevin Brown, pretty much $16. Randy, $15. Jason Giambi, $13. And Bernie Williams making $12. Is the Yankees having so much money finally catching up to them?
Oh, there's no question about this. I mean, when you're signing big names like this, they're going to want that long-term deal. And when you do that, eventually these guys are going to get old, and they're struggling right now.
Yeah, they're signing like guys that are 29, 30 years old to 7-year deals. You just can't do that nowadays in baseball because when you're 34, 35 years old, with a few exceptions, your skills start diminishing. You're just not as good as a ball player anymore.
Speaking of skills diminishing, Bernie Williams and Jason Giambi have gone from all-stars every year to guys that are struggling to get in the lineup. Recently, Brian Cashman has benched Bernie Williams. They brought up Robinson Cano to play second. Matsui shifts over to center, and in left field is Tony Womack. So obviously they're trying to shake things up a bit. What are your thoughts on how Jason Giambi and Bernie Williams have performed and what they will do the rest of the way?
Well, Bernie Williams this year has been absolutely horrible. He has had a few good games, but in the outfield, he is atrocious. Can't even reach second base from a mid-outfield throw. That's just unacceptable from a major league player. Giambi, he's not hitting for power. I think he has 6 RBIs this year, or average. So he's really worthless right now.
I don't understand the move of moving Tony Womack to left field because this is a guy who's never played a wink of outfield in his life, and Yankee Stadium is a very hard left field to play with the sun and the corners out there. So I don't really know what they're doing there. Why don't they bring up another outfielder instead of this Robinson Cano guy?
Well, since they did bring up Cano, it brings into my mind at least the thought that the Yankees are panicking right now. They don't know what to do. Joe Torre has said publicly he doesn't know what's wrong with this team right now. He just doesn't seem to be able to give them the boost to get them on track. Do you look at this as a season-long thing, or do you think they can get out of this?
Well, I sure hope not. And this is not Joe Torre's fault at all. He's not the ones going up with first and second, no one on, and hitting to a double play, or coming in with a 2-run lead and giving up 5 runs like Flash Gordon has been. So people that are blaming Joe Torre have absolutely no idea what they're talking about right now.
The blame falls squarely on one person, and that's George Steinbrenner. He's going out there just signing superstars left and right, not thinking with the team aspect of baseball. He just thinks he can get the best players from what they did last year, and they'll come to Yankee Stadium and do everything right, and that just doesn't happen.
Guys, we got to go to pretty much the most nightmarish part of this team, their bullpen. It is absolutely like an elderly home out there. There's just guys left and right that are 30, 35 plus. Quantrill, Gordon, Rivera's up there now, Buddy Groom, Stanton. This bullpen is so old right now and not performing that you can't fix this midseason. What do they do about that?
Well, you know what? This is the problem. Flash Gordon can't get to Mariano Rivera. I think Joe Torre is starting to lose confidence in him. Gordon cannot get out of lefty. That's the bottom line. Koski made him look like a fool in this weekend series versus Toronto. Home run after home run, singles. They got to get the ball to Mariano. Rivera looked pretty good last time I saw him, but the guys that get to him are absolutely horrible.
They have to make a trade or something to get a young reliever out in there because the average age out there is going to be close to 75 to 80 years old because these guys can't pitch anymore besides Rivera. They got to get Gordon out of there and maybe make a trade for a guy like Dotel who's available, something like that.
Well, guys, hopefully next time we'll have a show about how good the Yankees are playing, but as of right now, that doesn't look too good. This team is struggling at all aspects, pitching, batting, defense, you name it. We'll be right back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
We're recapping the first round of the playoffs here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim, guys, 1-8 matchup, Miami Heat, New Jersey Nets. Really no surprise there. The Heat dominated other than Game 3. Pretty much blew them out in every one. Any surprise there?
No surprise at all, Chad. The Cutman Cutler. I've been telling you all week off the air. The Nets had no chance. Jason Kidd has to learn how to keep his mouth shut. Can't hold a wide open three in Game 3. That was the end of the series. Tim, your turn.
Well, Chad, me and you saw firsthand Game 4 when Eddie Jones absolutely was hitting threes out of his you-know-what. And Shaq didn't even score in the first half, and they were still winning. That's how good Dwayne Wade leads this team. Guys like Damon Jones and Udonis Haslem going along with him.
Yeah, guys, when everyone thinks of the Heat, they obviously think of Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade, but something came to me during watching this series. The guys on this team are extremely talented. When Alonzo Mourning looks like he's actually gotten decent rather than what he showed with the Nets. Damon Jones is sick. Eddie Jones is sick. And Keon Dooling has turned into a shooting Reggie Miller. How can any team stop them?
Well, they're a very tough team to guard. As we see, it seems like they have five guys open at all times, Mr. Shaquille O'Neal getting doubled and triple teamed on the interior. If I'm playing versus Miami, I wouldn't double down on him and let Shaq shoot those hook shots.
Yeah, you can't double down on him. They have too many good shooters out there. I mean, they're pretty much indefensible if you double down on Shaq and they find the open shooter on the perimeter. And they have such good slashers that even Shaq could find him because he's a pretty good passing big guy.
And moving over now to the 4-5 matchup, the Washington Wizards took care of Mike's Chicago Bulls in 6 games after dropping the first 2. I predicted it. Tim predicted it. But, Mike, you didn't predict it. Why not?
Well, first of all, Tim did predict it, but we'll move on to me again. Well, you know what? When you got a guy like Chris Duhon late in the game situation from the University of Duke, you're not going to win. It's that simple. Duke just doesn't produce the good NBA players. Duhon just turns his back on an inbound pass. I had no idea what he was doing. And Arenas got lucky in Game 5, and that's why they won. You got to remember here that the Bulls they didn't have Eddie Curry. They didn't have Louis Pooey Dang. And they just didn't have enough depth to keep up with the athleticism of the Washington Wizards. And Gilbert Arenas hit a lucky shot there to win Game 5.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from you two. You got to give credit where it's due to Larry Hughes, Gilbert Arenas, and Antoine Jameson. And how about Brendan Haywood? This team has come together, and they beat the Bulls flat out, with Curry or without Curry. They beat this team. All right, guys, 2-7 matchup. Detroit Pistons, Philadelphia 76ers. We all predicted it. Allen Iverson would be able to win 1 game for him. Detroit wins pretty much easily in 5 games. Were you surprised at all with just how high of an energy level Philly brought to the court each night?
I was actually very surprised. This was a much more competitive series than anyone expected. Philly was in almost every game except Game 1, I believe, when after the second quarter they just ran away with it, Detroit. Iverson was absolutely unbelievable, and Samuel Dalembert with that playoff performance is going to get a huge contract this offseason.
Philadelphia was in every game for about 3 quarters, and then Detroit defense just kicked in and just took over the games. And one more comment about that. Chris Webber, he has to think about retirement because the guy is absolutely terrible. He's 6'11" shooting guard. He doesn't rebound the basketball. He doesn't post. He doesn't post up. He's got to do something, right?
That's what I wanted to ask you guys now. Let's say we go back to midseason. Philly doesn't do the Chris Webber trade. They still have Kenny Thomas. They still have Brian Skinner. Do you look at that team with a better shot to beat the Detroit Pistons?
I would think so. I mean, those 2 guys with Skinner and Kenny Thomas are legit NBA players, 15, 7-board type of men. Webber is very soft right now. That's a jump shooter. You can't have that of a 6'10" man.
Yeah, you gotta look at those two guys plus Corey Williamson they trade in that deal. They're physical guys that could play with the Detroit Pistons and bang down low with them.
Okay, guys, the final game, once again, I predicted right. 3-6 matchup, Boston Celtics, Indiana Pacers. It took 7 games, but in the end, Reggie Miller and the Indiana Pacers prevail. I know Mike picked the Celtics in this. Were you at all surprised with the type of games we saw?
No, I'm not really surprised. I was surprised about Game 7 that Boston Nets got absolutely killed at home by 27 points, 97-70. That's just inexcusable, especially when Indiana doesn't even have a guy like Ron Artest, a perennial all-star. I mean, Paul Pierce had a pretty good series, but that decision he made in Game 6, pushing down, I believe, Anthony Johnson, was absolutely incredible.
I don't think the Celtics should re-sign Antoine Walker based on this series because the guy is an absolute cancer to this team. I don't care what he did in the regular season, what they did after they got him from the Hawks. You saw when he was suspended for that one game, they won that game handily. And I just don't get what this guy's doing. He shoots too many shots, and he just doesn't produce.
You guys, you look at the Indiana Pacers. Jermaine O'Neal obviously playing with injuries. His shoulder's really been bothering him, but every game he seems to get a little bit better. Do you look at him right now as the X factor as to how far this team will go in the playoffs?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He's got to produce if they want to have any chance versus Detroit, and I don't think it's going to happen. They're going to put either Ben Wallace or Rasheed Wallace on him, and it's going to be trouble for Jermaine O'Neal.
You can't forget about a guy like Jamal Tinsley. I mean, he's a solid, proven NBA point guard. Plays great defense, gets a bunch of steals a game, good assist numbers, and he can shoot the outside shot. He's a very key aspect also.
Guys, it's been a joy having you today. We'll be right back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're recapping the first round of the Western Conference playoffs here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim. Guys, I don't think we could start out anywhere else, but with the Phoenix Suns, they absolutely demolished the Memphis Grizzlies, who pretty much didn't have a glimmer of hope the entire series. Were you at all surprised with how good the Suns really are?
No, I'm really not. All year I've been saying the Suns have been very talented, obviously, on the offensive end. It's a matter if they did it on the defensive end. And Memphis, they're just a terrible team. I don't know how they even made the playoffs. They didn't even compete in half of these games, and Phoenix just ran them right off the court.
Yeah, I was more surprised at how bad Memphis was. I mean, when you have guys like Jason Williams, playoff tested, and even guys like Stromile, Swift, and Lorenzen right there in the middle. Shane Battier, a great defender. They still gave up 120-plus points a game. They got run off the court each game. It wasn't even close in the fourth quarter. The games weren't even worth watching.
Hey guys, I got to ask you this. The Phoenix Suns have a starting lineup that, when you look at on paper, you're just amazed by it. Nash, Joe Johnson, Sean Marion, Amari Stoudemire, you name it, pretty much they're on the Suns starting lineup. Do you look at this starting lineup as the best in the league, or do you think Detroit has the edge in that department?
Well, I'm going to have to go with Detroit in this only because of the defensive end of the game. Sure, Phoenix can run up and down the court, but on defense, they're definitely a liability.
I say Phoenix just because these guys, they have such endurance to run up and down the court every night. It's such a fast pace, and they have such good shooters. Detroit really doesn't have the outside shooters, and Ben Wallace, I mean, he's a great defensive player, but he only get you 7-8 points a night.
All right, guys, and moving on now. The Dallas Mavericks and the Houston Rockets. It took 7 games, but in the end, the Dallas Mavericks prevailed. They lose the first 2 games of the series. Panic out in Dallas. Everyone's saying it's over. They needed Nash to win. They didn't. They played their hearts off. They played a smaller lineup. Eric Dampier was a non-factor. Dirk Nowitzki was a factor, and Jason Terry can shoot the 3-ball. What was going on in this series?
Well, I really don't know what happened to Houston after Game 2. I think a lot of the controversy with Jeff Van Gundy definitely affected them. McGrady, at times, just disappeared in the fourth quarter, and along with Yao Ming, he just does not get the job done when it counts in late-game situations.
Yeah, Yao Ming is just a big 7'6" softy. He stays in the middle like a marshmallow. He just throws up shots. He doesn't bang down low with anybody. And Jason Terry really impressed me the way he slashed to the hoop, passing the ball, and shooting the outside shot.
Tim, you mentioned Yao Ming. I want to get both your thoughts on this. It seems as if he'll show up for one night, get his 20 points and 15 rebounds, but then another night, Tim said he's soft. He goes out there, scores 5 points, and gets 5 rebounds and fouls out immediately. What is it about this guy to get him on track and to actually make him a legitimate everyday superstar?
This guy is a mystery, Chad the Cutman Cutler. I believe in game 2 he was like 12 of 14 from the field with about 30 points. And then there's another game where he won't even get double figures. If you're 7'6", you should be getting 10 points a game just on offensive rebounds.
Yeah, it just goes back to how he's so soft. You got to have a guy like Patrick Ewing instill in Yao Ming. You know, Patrick Ewing is obviously assistant coach there. You got to instill in him the work ethic, because I don't think he has the work ethic right now to want to be a great player in this league.
And shifting over to the 2-7 matchup, the San Antonio Spurs played the Denver Nuggets. San Antonio dropped the first game of this series, and then, to not my surprise, but a lot of people, they won 4 consecutive games. To me, the Spurs are the best team in the league. They have Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, Bruce Bowen. Everyone on this team contributes in different ways. Were you shocked by the way that Denver, who came into these playoffs on fire, lost 4 games in a row?
I'm really not surprised at all. I think San Antonio is the best team as well. They're my pick to win the whole thing. When you got a guy like Duncan, even at maybe 75%, he's incredible. Tony Parker, great, and Manu Ginobili is playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, the Spurs are the best team in basketball, but nobody wants to admit it just because they're so boring to watch. They're so defensive-minded basketball team. And you can't look past a guy like Bruce Bowen. First team all defense yet again. They always put him on the other team's best player and shuts him down every time.
Guys, one more note about San Antonio. It seems as if they have the deepest bench in the league, too. They have big dog Glenn Robinson coming off the bench. This guy is a proven 20-point scorer. Do you look at their bench as pretty much another team that can match up with starters?
Oh, yeah, when you got a guy like him and then Brent Barry coming off the bench, I think Muhammad starts, but he's still a great pickup that people are going to forget about late in the year if they win this title.
Yeah, even Manu Ginobili coming off the bench now after that Denver series wrapped up. He's averaging 20-plus points off the bench in the playoffs.
And to the final game now, the Sonics played the Kings, and the Sonics beat the Kings. What were your thoughts on this series?
Well, I'm really surprised that the Kings didn't even basically show up for this series. I thought this was going to be one of those 7-game series, but Ray Allen was just absolutely incredible in this series, and Jerome James was great too, along with Reggie Evans.
Yeah, Ray Allen was unstoppable in this series, and Mike Bibby didn't come to play in all but one of the games. Pedro Stojakovic is another soft player. He's up there with Yao Ming. He can't create his own shot, and I thought the addition of Brad Miller coming back from injury was going to help the Kings, but it didn't at all.
Guys, one more quick question. If Chris Webber was still on the Kings, obviously he's nowhere near the level he's at right now. You know, he used to be a proven superstar. Now I'd call him an average to below average player. If they had Chris Webber, would they have beaten the Sonics?
I really don't think so. Webber just really doesn't cut it for me anymore. Never been a really big fan of Chris Webber, and I don't think it would have changed anything in this series.
No, it would have changed anything. He's another one of those soft players that we mentioned the whole entire show.
Guys, stick around. We got to preview the second round. We'll be back.
We're Everclear, just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
We're previewing the 2005 NBA Semi-Conference Finals here on The Drill. Guys, let's get started right into it. Miami Heat playing the Washington Wizards. The Wizards pretty much showed they have some heart. They beat the Chicago Bulls in 6 games, won 4 in a row. And I ask you this, is there any way they can match up with Dwayne Wade, Eddie Jones, Damon Jones, Udonis Haslem, Shaquille O'Neal, and the Miami Heat?
I really don't think so. Dwayne Wade is absolutely incredible. After watching him in the first round, he's one of the top 10 players in the game. I don't care what anyone says. He can take over a game, and he can distribute the ball.
Well, Chad, this is how it goes. The Washington Wizards have a negative chance to win this series. That's how little of a chance they have because the Heat are just too strong. They come out every night, pound the ball in the shack, then he'll just pass it out for a wide-open 3. I mean, they're just unstoppable, and plus, Alonzo Mourning is playing the best basketball of the last 5 years.
But guys, you look at this Washington Wizards team, and it's deep. Brendan Haywood has become a legitimate defensive and offensive player. They have obviously Larry Hughes, Gilbert Arenas, Antoine Jamison. Realistically, you guys do not believe that they can go out there and each get their due and win some games?
No, I really don't. I think the inside game is going to be more of a problem than the outside game for Washington. I really think Gilbert Arenas is a little overrated. The amount of shots that this guy takes is absolutely ridiculous. You look in the box score, he's shooting 3 of 15 from 3, and then he'll be like 5 of 12 from the 2-point line. And then I just don't understand Antoine Jamison, why he thinks he's a 3-point shooter nowadays.
Yeah, I really don't get Antoine Jamison. I mean, he's a big guy. He's 6'9". He gets down. He should be down low, back to the basket game. But he's outside shooting threes. He's another one of those Chris Webber type guys who thinks he's a shooting guard, but he's 6'10". And Dwayne Wade is really absolutely unbelievable. The way he can just slash to the basket and a step back jumper is one of the best in the game.
Moving on now to the other Eastern Conference game, the Indiana Pacers against the Detroit Pistons. There's a lot of hype around this series, not only because of the teams, but because of what they've been involved with. They had the November 19th brawl. It appears as if they're past that now and they're ready to play some basketball. Who do you like in this game?
Well, I definitely like Detroit, but I think it's going to be much more of a series than the Miami one. The reason why I think Indiana might steal a game or two in this series is because Detroit goes on those stretches where they can't put the ball in the ocean. Ben Wallace is basically a negative on offense. At times, Rip Hamilton can't shoot the ball, along with Billups. So that's why Indiana might steal 2 games.
I think this is the hardest series to pick out of all 4 of the series because you never know what you're going to get from Indiana. I mean, they can come out one night, put up 110 points and hold you to 85, or they can just come out one night and put up 70 points. So you just don't know. But I'm going to pick the champs to win this, the Detroit Pistons, but I really wouldn't be surprised if the Pacers pulled it out.
Tim made a great point there. The inconsistency of the Pacers has caught up to them in the past. It caught up to them in the Celtics series. That's why they pushed it to 7 games. But this potentially could be Reggie Miller's last series if they go on and lose. Do you see him giving a little something extra, maybe seeing something from the early 90s from Reggie Miller?
Nothing ever surprised me with Reggie Miller. I mean, when this guy's on, you better have someone on him because even if you do have someone on him, he's still going to hit it right in your face. So you better hope he's off in this series.
Yeah, I mean, he played very well in the games that Indiana won in the Celtics series. So if he plays well in this series, look out.
Okay, guys, shifting over now, the other conference, it's the Western Conference. The number 1 seed, Phoenix Suns, playing the Dallas Mavericks, who obviously won in 7 games against the Houston Rockets. A lot of people have actually said the Mavericks have a legitimate shot at upsetting the Suns. I don't see it happening. What do you think?
Well, I think Dallas, I think, is going to win 2 games in the series, and that's it. They might split both places, and then Phoenix will win the last 2 and 6. It's going to be a very interesting series to watch, though. I mean, these teams love to run and gun. The problem is going to be, can Nowitzki guard anyone on Phoenix?
Yeah, this is the most intriguing series to watch. I mean, 2 teams that love to get up and down the court, score a lot of points, going back to the ABA days, back in the 60s and 70s. And Dallas, if they play the defense they played down the stretch of the season, allowing 95 points in the game, if they give up 105 to the Suns, that's a victory, and they should be able to outscore the Suns. They'll play a lick of defense.
Guys, my producer didn't want me to get this in, but I got to ask it. Steve Nash is a former Dallas Maverick. What type of reception is he going to get when he returns to the American Airlines Arena?
I think he's going to get a pretty warm reception. I mean, he was a great Dallas Maverick. I don't think that he left on horrible terms, so I wouldn't assume he's going to get booed at all.
Yeah, I don't see him getting booed. I mean, he left just because the Suns offered more money, basically. I mean, he didn't have a rift with management or anything like that, so I don't see them booing him.
And the final series, arguably the best team in basketball, the San Antonio Spurs against the Seattle Sonics, Ray Allen and the Sonics, because I just don't see Rashard Lewis having any impact on this series because he was legitimately a non-factor in the previous one. What do you think about this?
I see Seattle winning 1 game at home, and that's about it. San Antonio in 5.
I would say San Antonio in 5 also because Rashard Lewis, he's been basically a ghost in the playoffs. I don't know what he's been doing. Jerome James, he has to step up to play like he did in the first round, or they have absolutely 0 chance.
Guys, one more note about Seattle right now. You saw Jermaine Jones in the last series. James. You really put up numbers that he's not really capable of. Do you see him trying to duplicate that with Tim Duncan on him?
No, not with Duncan and Nazir Muhammad coming off the weak side help. He's going to have a horrible series, I think.
Yeah, I don't see him doing that. I mean, the Kings didn't have anybody really that can guard him down low. They didn't have any really 7-foot guys. So, and the Spurs do. So I can't see him averaging 20 a game.
We all like the Spurs. I'd like to take a break. We'll be back.
This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this It's what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends and your money. And your job and your self-respect and your future. Any questions?
Thanks for watching another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Chad Cutler. Stick around. We will be back for another episode. Welcome to another week's edition of the Drill. Welcome to another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Shan, along with Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, alongside me, Chad Cutler, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth, Mike Taylor, Tim Demuth. Let's get started, boys. We're talking anywhere from professional football to BCS college football, MLB hot stove, and maybe a little bit of NBA. Stick around. Welcome to another week's edition of The Drill. I'm your host, Chad Cutler. We're talking NBA playoffs and a little bit of Major League Baseball. Stick around.
You wouldn't eat food off the sidewalk. You wouldn't drink from a strange glass. And you would not chew his gum. You protect yourself every day. So why have unsafe sex? Be smart. Protect yourself. Get the facts. Call 1-800-342-AIDS.
We're talking Major League Baseball here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim, guys. Just last show we were talking about how bad the Yankees have gotten, how old they are, and now they've won some games. They are over 500. How have they turned it around?
Well, it's definitely starting out with the pitching. I mean, when Pavano, Musina, Randy Johnson have been pretty good, and Chien-Ming Wang also has been pretty good as well. But they're also starting to score some runs. They're scoring about 8 runs a game during this streak, and that's why they're winning.
Yeah, before the Yankees couldn't put together a good pitching and good hitting in the same game. And lately they've been doing so by scoring some runs and holding the team to 1-2 runs, things like that.
Guys, I got to ask you, the young second baseman the Yankees brought up, Robinson Cano, has been a bit of a surprise. They brought him up for his defense, which has been pretty solid. But offensively, he's hitting the ball about as good as anyone on the team right now. He's driving into the gaps, and he really looks comfortable at the plate. Do you look at him to continue, and are you surprised by this?
I really think he is going to continue. I really like what I see out of him. He doesn't look scared at the plate at all. Even during his 0-for-18 streak, he really didn't get down on himself. Joe Torre basically told him to drive the ball. He was just looking to put the ball in play and not strike out, and that's why he's starting to hit real well.
Yeah, he looks to me like one of those type of like 1 PR type hitters, like a slap hitter kind of guy. Doesn't strike out that much, makes contact. Looks like he's a pretty solid guy.
One final note on the Yankees, guys. My man, Jason Giambi, has finally turned it around just last game as of this taping. 3 for 4 with an absolute bomb, a home run. I love the guy. I think he's coming around now. I just want to get your thoughts. He says no. The Yankees wanted to send him down to the minors. He said no. Now he's playing like an angry man. Is this the Jason Giambi we will see for the rest of the year?
Well, I sure hope it is, because if Giambi's hitting, this team, this lineup is really going to be unstoppable. He's really the key to the success of the Yankees. He's batting in the 8 hole. If he even hits 20 home runs this year, it's a bonus.
Well, Chad, you're right. Jason Giambi is playing well. He's got his average up to a robust 212. I mean, guys, he's seen the ball well lately. He's on a little hitting streak. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it up, but he's doing well right now.
And staying in the AL East now, the Baltimore Orioles, they remain on top with that just absolute potent offense. But in the end, it comes down to their starting pitching, which has been good as of now. Rodrigo Lopez, Bruce Chen, Eric Bedard, these guys are performing now. Can they keep it up the rest of the year and keep the Orioles on top?
I honestly don't think so. I think the Red Sox and the Yankees are going to be fighting for that division when it's all said and done. The key to that offense is Brian Roberts. He's batting like a ridiculous 380. I don't think he's going to be able to keep it up, and that's why I think the Orioles are going to start to go downhill.
I think the Orioles are going to fade for a while, but I think they're going to be in the wild card race just because of this offense with Sammy Sosa, even though he's on the DL right now. Brian Roberts, 11 home runs, and 11 career home runs before this year. Tejada, Melvin Mora, Palmeiro starting to heat up a little bit. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with for the rest of the year.
Luis Matos also, that guy can hit as well. Switching over the NL side now, the Houston Astros, clearly you knew coming into the year their offense was going to struggle. Not like this. Roger Clemens is absolutely sick right now. He's got an ERA a bit over 1. He's pitching extremely well with the strikeouts, but yet he's not getting wins because the Astros struggle to get a run a game. They struggle to get base hits to begin with. First off, I want to see, how is Roger Clemens doing it at the age he's doing it at? And second off, will Roger Clemens be in pinstripes at the end of the year?
Well, he is pitching better, almost as better than anything in his career right now. I've never seen anything like this. Watching the Astro game, though, is like watching paint dry. They're a very boring team. They have no lineup, and you just can't win when you can't score any runs.
Yeah, Roger Clemens is pitching absolutely unbelievably right now. His ERA is over 1, like you said. He's striking out pretty much everybody. But this Astros offense is maybe the worst I've ever seen. Like Mike said, watching paint dry, watching water boil, whatever you want to say. I don't know how they don't get no hit at least 2 to 3 times a week. Their offense is that bad.
And guys, I'll ask you again. Will Roger Clemens be in pinstripes at the end of the year?
No, I really don't think he will be.
No, Drake McClain's already said no.
Okay, guys. The Cubs, Dusty Baker, a lot of speculation that he may be on his way out. This team is not performing the way they should be. With the pitching staff they have, even though they have some injuries, they should be better than what they are now. They are nothing better than a 500 team. They don't look good at the plate. Everyone seems to be struggling, except for Derek Lee, who's MVP caliber. And the bullpen is just horrendous because LaTroy Hawkins suddenly has become the worst setup man in baseball. What are your thoughts on the Chicago Cubs?
I don't know why they're even considering firing Dusty Baker. I think he's one of the best managers in all the game. Their lineup really doesn't impress me. Outside of Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez, I just don't see how they're going to score runs, and that's why they're not winning games right now.
Yeah, guys like Corey Patterson, guys like that have to step up. Nafi Perez and Nomar when he comes back. And with Kerry Wood, he was getting absolutely bombed. Maybe the sit on the DL will help him out a little bit. But Dusty Baker, he's doing nothing wrong because he doesn't have much to work with. Right now, they're behind the lowly Pittsburgh Pirates in the standings. And if that keeps up, I don't think he's going to be out of a job.
Okay, guys, and one more team to talk about in the NL. The New York Mets. The inconsistency has just been there all year. They'll win a couple, lose a couple. That's just been the story. They'll get some good starts, then they'll get absolutely bombed. Thoughts on the Mets?
Yeah, you don't know what they're going to bring to the table every day. They win 4 games and then lose 6 in a row. That's why, in the end, this is going to really come back to haunt them when they're going to be competing with teams like Atlanta and Florida for that division.
Yeah, the Mets aren't playing very good teams right now, and they're still floundering a little bit, going up and down, up and down. When they start to play teams like Atlanta and Florida back-to-back, which they do coming up pretty soon, I believe, it's going to be tough for them.
And to cap things off, guys, how about John Garland of the White Sox and Dontrelle Willis of the Florida Marlins? These two guys have been dominant, to say the least. They're not the number ones on their staff. Dontrelle's the number 4, and Garland is the number 5 man. Still, they're performing like number ones. How?
Oh, they definitely have. Their ERA is just ridiculous. Willis's, I know for a fact, is under 2. Garland's is also very low. I don't know exactly what it is. The only difference is Garland's going to get a lot of run support because Chicago could score. Florida's offense is not that impressive either.
Yeah, John Garland is going to get more wins just because they have a better bullpen out there in Chicago. So Dontrelle Willis has great stuff, but I don't think he's going to keep it up because historically he's not very good in the second half.
Guys, nice job. Thank you. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Billy Bob Thornton. Hi, I'm Billy Bob Thornton. Hi, I'm Billy Bob Thornton. Hi, Billy Bob Thornton. Hi, I'm Billy Bob Thornton. You go meaner, happier, okay?
What?
Making mistakes is part of life, but getting HIV is one mistake you don't have to make. Get tested and get the facts about HIV and AIDS. I did it, and trust me, you'll feel a whole lot better. You can call this number for information.
It was great. Now I have 2 families, 2 wonderful families.
We learned how to be ourselves, and that's the best thing.
Everywhere we go, a big thank you for the host families.
Host a high school exchange student through AFS. Call 1-800-AFS-INFO.
Yeah, do it.
We're recapping the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim. Guys, first game, no surprise, Miami Heat, Washington Wizards, and the Heat swept them. And they swept them pretty badly. What happened?
Well, nothing really happened to my surprise. Miami dominated them throughout the whole series. Washington had no chance to ever take a game in this series. Shaquille only played in 2 games, I believe. Dwayne Wade averaged, I think, 31 points in the series. Then their role players with Haslam and Bolt Jones were dominant as usual.
It's simple as this, Chadwick Cutler. Like I said in the previous show, the Washington Wizards, formerly the Bullets, had a negative chance to win this series, and that came true. They had no chance to win any of the games, even without Big Daddy Diesel playing games 3 and 4. Miami just swept them, moved on, wanted to play the Pistons.
Guys, don't you think it's a little surprising, though? The Washington Wizards are a pretty deep team. They have Gilbert Arenas, Larry Hughes, Antoine Jamison. These guys are pretty much stars, if not a step below that. Were you at all surprised with the Diesel being out, obviously, games 3 and 4? They weren't able to take advantage and at least squeeze out one game?
I'm really not. Those guys are all selfish players. They always come up, just chuck up deep threes, especially Arenas. I want to know what his shooting percentage was in this playoffs. It couldn't have been over 35%. And they have no inside game at all.
Yeah, you mentioned those 3 guys, Arenas, Hughes, Antoine Jamison, but after that, they have below-average players in their roster. I mean, guys like Juan Dixon, Jared Jeffries, Brendan Haywood. You can't have guys like that in your basketball team and expect to be the team like the Miami Heat.
And Steve Blake.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Guys, one more note about this game. The Miami Heat, they've won 8 in a row now. 8-0 in the playoffs. They sweep New Jersey. They sweep Washington. Can anyone stop this Miami team?
Yes, I've been saying all year, I think Detroit's still the team to beat in the East, and I think that will continue throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, Detroit's still the team to beat. I mean, they're the champs. They're champs when someone beats them, so that's how it is.
All right, guys. Now, going to the other Eastern game, you just said it, Detroit. They played Indiana, and Reggie Miller called it a career. They lose in 6 games, and it was a good series. Indiana was up 2-1 at one point. Then they absolutely blew it because Detroit turned down the boosters. Were you shocked?
I was actually more shocked that this series even went to 6 games. I thought this could possibly be even a sweep. Indiana showed a lot of pride throughout the whole season, playing without possibly their best player in Ron Artest after the big brawl early in the year. Rick Carlisle, I think, has done a great job with this team, but Detroit was just too tough on the inside, just mentally tough, and on the defensive end, they're just great.
Yeah, Detroit was too tough for this Indiana team. I mean, like I said, Indiana, inconsistent team. They don't know if they're going to put up 110 points or put up 65 points. Their defense was spotty at times, and that just hurt them in the last 3 games when they lost 3 in a row.
But, guys, don't you think it's a real positive this season for Indiana? Obviously, they lose Ron Artest. You know, Reggie Miller had to regain his stardom. He had to carry this team through the beginning and middle of the year. They did this all without arguably the best player on the team, Ron Artest. Jermaine O'Neal was less than 100%. Do you think they overachieved, or can they really take something good out of this?
Oh, they definitely overachieved, but there's definitely a lot of positive out of it. Jermaine O'Neal looked horrible throughout the playoffs. If he's getting his 25 and 12 boards, they might be playing in the Eastern Conference Finals right now.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take it as a stepping stone. I mean, you'll have Ron Artest back next year, even though you don't have Reggie Miller. But Reggie Miller wasn't playing that well when Ron Artest was, so it's not that huge of a loss, even though he was a great playoff performer. And they got to look forward to next year.
I got to get this thing, guys. Reggie Miller, what was it, 18 seasons in the NBA. The guy is absolutely a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest clutch performers of our time, maybe of all time. Would you look at Reggie Miller's career as kind of a disappointment, though they never made it to winning a championship? He made it to the finals only once. They lose to the LA Lakers. How would you view Reggie Miller's career?
I think, if anything, he was an underachiever, actually. He had all the talent in the world, but he was kind of a one-dimensional player. I think if he slashed to the basket more, those numbers would be even higher than what they are right now.
You can't blame him for not winning a title because you look who he had to contend with, the Jordan Bulls, Patrick Ewing in the Knicks, teams like that, Akeem Olajuwon in the Rockets. I mean, he had those players are all better than him, so you can't really blame him for not winning a title.
Guys, one final note about the Detroit Pistons now. This team arguably is the best starting 5 in all of basketball with Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Tayshaun Prince, who's emerged into a star, and Richard Hamilton, who just hits every mid-range jump shot. Can anyone stop Detroit?
I think San Antonio. I said in the beginning of the year it's going to be San Antonio versus Detroit and San Antonio winning it, so I'm still going to stick with that.
I think Miami and San Antonio could stop Detroit.
Guys, just stick around for a second. We got to preview the West after this.
I dreamed of only becoming the best. Drugs will certainly not allow you to be the best that you can be. There are no drugs on my planet. Drugs kill dreams.
We're recapping the second round of the Western playoffs here on The Drill. Mike, Tim, I'm Chad. Guys, first game, Suns Mavericks. It took 6 games to do so, but in the end, the Phoenix Suns won, basically because Steve Nash is one of the best players I've ever seen, and Amari Stoudemire is absolutely unbelievable. What were your thoughts on this series?
Well, honestly, when the MVP came out and it was Steve Nash, I was a little disappointed. I thought it should have been Shaquille O'Neal. But after watching him in this series, I changed my mind 100%. Nash was absolutely incredible, scoring, diming, even rebounding at times.
Yeah, I mean, this guy had one of the best series in NBA playoff history, averaging 30-plus points, more than 10 assists, 6-7 rebounds. And Amari Stoudemire, he had an off game, and I believe it was Game 4, came back games 5 and 6, was absolutely unstoppable.
Guys, I don't really remember who you picked to win this series, but Dallas fought. They gave a valiant effort to challenge the Suns and almost took it to 7 in the final Game 6. They blow a big 14-point lead at the end of the third quarter and end up losing that game. What do you look at from Dallas' perspective?
Well, I did pick the Suns in the series, but Dallas definitely gave a great effort throughout the whole series. Josh Howard was better than I expected him to be. But Nowitzki, I know he's going to score his 30 points, but on the defensive end, he is a zero out there. He can't stop anyone.
Yeah, Nowitzki, he really didn't have that good of an offensive playoff either. I mean, he shot below 40%. He averaged about 23 points, which is below his season average. But Dallas did fight pretty hard with the coaching crew of Avery Johnson and Robert Dutches. They played an absolute great series.
I mean, you look at Dirk Nowitzki right now. He's an elite player. He's 7 foot. You know, he's a big guy, and he can move with the best of them. But his defense is lacking, and you could see that against Sean Marion. Marion was really dominant off him, and even at times they put him on Amari Stoudemire, who you just can't stop anyway. But you look at Dirk's game. He's got the mid-range jumper. A lot of people question maybe he should have got to the basket more. Do you think so?
Oh, definitely. I was going to hit on that point right after you were done speaking. He has to get in the post more. This guy's 7 feet tall. He's probably got 6'7", 6'8" guys on him because they know all he does is go outside and shoot the 3. If he gets into the interior more, he'll get to the line more and average more points.
Yeah, if he gets down there in the post more on those 6'7", 6'8" guys, he develop a little jump hook shot, turn and shoot right over him.
You guys, one more note on this. A lot of people have been saying if the Mavericks had a real big guy, they're just disappointed with Sean Bradley right now. This guy's 7'6". Obviously, going into his career, there's a lot of hype. He's obviously not one of the quickest guys. He's slow. He's not a good shooter. People look at him as a player that should dominate and be the best center in the league, but he's not close to that. Can Sean Bradley improve at all, or is this guy a garbage guy with size?
If he hasn't improved at this point, Chad the Cutman Cutler, he's never improving. But I'm going to hit on one other topic. This Dallas team is an absolute circus. Mark Cuban is basically on the bench. Dirk Nowitzki's yelling at Jason Terry for no reason to me at all. Terry had, I think, 35 points in Game 6, and he's yelling at him for no reason.
Well, Chad, you mentioned Sean Bradley. This guy's maybe the worst player I've ever seen in my 15 years around the NBA, so I'm not even going to touch upon him. And we'll go back to Dirk Nowitzki yelling at Jason Terry. I think he did have reason to yell at him. He didn't get his hands up. 4 seconds left, up by 3. He gives Steve Nash a wide-open three-pointer. I mean, what is he thinking? You got to guard against the 3 and let him drive to the hoop and get the 2.
And, guys, one thing that really upset me about this series, we did not have an Evan Eschmeyer sighting. This guy has proven he can be a little clutch once in a while. Obviously, he sits at the end of the bench, but what are you going to do? Going to the other game now. The Seattle Sonics played the San Antonio Spurs, and they lost. They lost, but without Rashard Lewis, they put up a pretty good fight. What were your thoughts of this series?
This is another series. I thought San Antonio would run right by him, but it wasn't that case at all. Duncan, you could still see, is a little banged up. Ginobili, great player. Probably the most underrated player in all the game. But, you know, if Duncan isn't going to be up 100%, they're not going to win this whole title.
Manu Ginobili was absolutely a very, very impressive player this series. He averaged over 20 points, even when he was coming off the bench. Tim Duncan, not 100%, still led his team to victory, and that's all you could ask for.
Guys, on the Sonic side now, Ray Allen is a free agent now. Do you look at him as a guy that will re-sign due to the fact that they made it to the second round? They put up a fight. You know, you can't say they got blown out because they didn't. They really put up a fight. But do you look at Ray Allen as a guy that wants to return to that situation in Seattle?
Yeah, I think Ray Allen will be back in Seattle this year. I don't think a lot of other teams, first of all, aren't going to be able to afford him. It seems like he's very well liked in Seattle. He basically could do whatever he wants there, shoot 30 shots a game, and no one's going to tell him otherwise. So he'll be back in Seattle.
Well, I don't really know the Seattle's financial stuff here, but I think he will be back in Seattle just because of getting to the second round, like you said before. And he's loved up there. I mean, he's a great player. They should definitely sign him.
And to cap it off here, one more thing on the Spurs. Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker. They got big dog Glenn Robinson coming off the bench. This team is extremely talented. They can play an up-tempo style of game, or they can slow it down and play the half court. I have to ask you this, guys. Is this the most talented team in the league?
No, Phoenix is the most talented team in the league, but San Antonio is the best team in the league.
Yeah, they're not the most talented team in the league. I mean, as you see, the most talented team doesn't always win, like the Patriots, teams like that. The best team in the league, I think, is Detroit or Miami, but San Antonio is probably the best team.
Guys, nice job. Sean Bradley, come on now. We'll be back.
It was great. Now I have two families, two wonderful families.
We learned how to be ourselves, and that's
Yes.
the best thing.
Everywhere we go, a big thank you for the host families.
Host a high school exchange student through AFS. Call 1-800-AFS-INFO.
Yeah, do it.
We're previewing the Eastern and Western Conference Finals here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Mike, Tim, guys. We're starting out in the East here. The Miami Heat, Detroit Pistons, the matchup everyone wanted, the 1-2 matchup. The defending champions against Shaquille O'Neal, Dwayne Wade, and the rest of the Heat. Who do you like in this series?
I really like Detroit. I think there's so much more of a balanced team than Miami is. I know Miami has all those role players, and they have two superstars in Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal. But Shaquille really hasn't had a good playoffs. Dwayne Wade, still a very young player, not much playoff experience. This Detroit team is playoff tested.
I'm going to differ from Mike's opinion there, and I'll go with the Miami Heat. You get the Big Daddy Diesel in the middle. You got Dwayne Wade, on the outside. Damon Jones hitting threes. Guys like Udonis Haslem banging down low. I think this is going to be a great series.
Tim, you mentioned the Diesel Daddy, Shaquille O'Neal. I want to get both your thoughts on this. Shaq has been hurt, to say the least. He didn't play games 3 and 4 in the Washington series. He's got a badly bruised thigh, and frankly, even when he has gone out there and played the 2 games against Washington and the series against New Jersey, he has not looked like Shaquille O'Neal is capable of looking like. He's looked like a guy that can get 16 points, and if he's lucky, grab 8 rebounds. This is not a 100% Shaquille O'Neal. If he's unable to really dominate the series, do you look at everything shifting towards Detroit?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. If the big Aristotle doesn't have a huge series, Detroit is going to run away with this one. Shaq is the key to everything in this offense because when teams double down, they kick him out to Damon Jones and Eddie Jones for the 3. Those types of guys aren't going to be able to create their own shot.
If Shaq doesn't average 25, 26 points a night in this series, they're not winning the series, the Miami Heat. That's plain and simple. You need the guy to average a double-double, 3-4 assists on kickouts, and if he doesn't do that, they're not winning the series.
But guys, there is a positive out of this. The fact that Shaquille O'Neal is hurt and he hasn't played in all the games, we've noticed something. We knew Dwayne Wade was good, but my God, this guy is really good. He's the type of guy that a lot of people are comparing just after these playoff series with Michael Jordan. If Dwayne Wade can go out there and score what he's been doing, 35 to 40 points a night and getting, 12 assists, can that improve their chances?
Oh, yeah, definitely. In my opinion, Dwayne Wade is one of the best 10 guys in all the league. I think he's that talented, get into the free throw line. The only thing he doesn't do well is shoot the three-pointer. But, he gets to the basket at will, basically. And if he can finish around the hoop, they're going to have a good chance to win the series.
Yeah, if he averages 35 to 40 points a game, which I don't think he'll do, they're a shoo-in to win this series because, that's 35 from him, 25 from Shaq. They're pretty much guaranteed to win the series if he does that.
So Mike likes Detroit, Tim likes Miami. I like Miami. Over the Western Conference now, the Phoenix Suns, the number 1 seed, taking on the number 2 seed, San Antonio Spurs. And this one has the look of a thriller, honestly. The Spurs have been there. They have the experience, but yet you look at Phoenix's squad, and they can get up and down the floor with the best of them. Who do you like in this series?
I love San Antonio in this series. All year, I think they've been the best team. The thing is, people think San Antonio can't run. They're just a slow team, throw the ball into Tim Duncan all the time. But they got some athletes in Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. I think they're going to win this series easily.
Yeah, like Mike said, the Spurs definitely win this series. They're a very versatile team. They can clamp down and play the 180-point combined game, or they can play a 240-point game. It doesn't really matter to them. They can score when they want, and they can stop you when they want.
Guys, something about this series that really interests me. I think this is going to go 6 or 7 games, but I would not be surprised to see San Antonio open up the 2 games in Phoenix and win. I would not be surprised if they rip the home court advantage away from them. Would you?
Oh, not at all, Chad, Cutman. Cutler. I actually see that coming right now.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all because the Spurs have one of the best road records as well.
Guys, there's one thing you've learned on this Phoenix team. Steve Nash is one of the best players in the league, and I don't even think he's in the same class as Jason Kidd. I think he's that much better. Do you look at Steve Nash as the main key if Phoenix is to go on and win this series?
Absolutely. If this guy is turning the ball over 8-9 times a game, Phoenix doesn't have a chance. San Antonio likes to D up tight on them. I don't think Phoenix is going to be averaging many points as a lot of Phoenix Suns fans think they are going to in this series.
Yeah, well, like you said, Steve Nash, much better than Jason Kidd. I've been saying it for years now, even though people around here don't want to disagree with me. But if he doesn't have a big series like they did against Dallas, they're not taking this series against Spurs.
And guys, on the San Antonio Spurs side, this team is extremely talented with Manu Ginobili coming off the bench, Brent Barry, who can shoot the 3-ball with the best of them. Who do you look at the X factor, either on the Spurs side or the Suns side?
I'm going to go with Nasir Muhammad on the inside. I think this has been a great acquisition from the New York Knicks. He's a big body inside, great defensive player, and if he gets 10 points a game, it'll be a great move for them.
Oh, I'm going to say for the Phoenix Suns would be the big guy. Doesn't play very much, Paul Shirley. I mean, the guy's a banger inside, and he can just do whatever he wants.
I like Brent Barry. Once again, this guy has always been a favorite of mine ever since he came out of college. I've watched this guy progress, and it's just only going to get better from here. This is the kind of team where he could stroke the 3-ball extremely well. So, guys, I'm going to ask you this one more time. Who is the finals matchup?
It will be San Antonio versus Detroit.
Miami and San Antonio.
I like Miami and San Antonio. Guys, pleasure. We'll be back.
It was great. Now I have 2 families, 2 wonderful families.
We learned how to be ourselves. That's
Yes.
the best thing.
Everywhere we go, a big thank you for the host families.
Host a high school exchange student through AFS. Call 1-800-AFS-INFO.
Yeah, do it.
Thanks for watching another week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Chad Cutler. Stick around for next show. It's our season finale. We break down the top sports stories of the year.
Hey, sports fans. Welcome to the season finale of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Mr. Layman, alongside Tim Demuth and Chad Cutler. Today we'll be doing our season review of all the sports. Our first sport, just because it was fresh game played last night, would be the NBA. Gentlemen, let's take the gloves off. Let's get bloody. Tim, NBA, last night, Spurs over the Pistons. Talk to me.
Well, I didn't really get to see much of the game because I'm on a car ride home, but judging from the final scores, defensive battle, 84-69. 37-35 at the half. The Spurs just got some energy from the crowd and pulled away at the end.
Yeah, obviously when you review both of these ball clubs, you're going to look at the top 2 defensive teams in the league. But when you get into it, you got some offense too. The San Antonio Spurs can run the transition games with guys like Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, and obviously Tim Duncan, for insurance reasons, picking up a rebound and dishing it in the basket. This team has all the qualities to be another NBA champion.
Is this series over already?
No, because the Pistons, they lost. I believe they lost game 1 for their first series against the Miami Heat. So it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. They also lost 1 game to the Lakers last year.
I believe it is over. I think San Antonio is going to win, but as far as are they going to sweep them? No, but I think it's going to be a 6 or 7 game series.
Well, in order, let's just say the Pistons have a chance at winning because they're the 2 pretty even teams. Do the Pistons need to win this game 2?
Yeah, by all means. I mean, you can't go back home 0-2 and expect to win all 3 games. It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, whenever you go into a situation where you're the road team on the first 2 games, you always look for a split. Obviously, it would be extremely beneficial for your ball club to take both games, but you always look just to get 1 game, then you go back to your home court, and it's your home court advantage with 3 home games.
Gentlemen, it seems that the past NBA Finals have been dominated by, either the LA Lakers or some team at least in the West. Have we achieved some sort of balance in the NBA with Shaq moving over to the East? If it's not Shaq, what are the other reasons why we have balance?
Well, there's not that much of a balance because there's only 2 teams really in the East that are even going to contend for a title. It's Miami and Detroit. In the West, you have teams like San Antonio, Phoenix, and other teams like that can contend for a title. So it's not as balanced. It's got more balance, but it's still not equal.
Yeah, I agree. It's gotten a little more balanced, but still, you have to give the edge to the Western Conference because they have all the big guys other than Shaquille Diesel O'Neal. Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Amari Stoudemire, Kenyon Martin, you name it, they have them in the West, Elton Brand. The East still has some quality guards, but in the end, they got to mix up the forwards a little bit.
Speaking of guards, Phoenix guard, Steve Nash, Phoenix, right? He wins the NBA MVP. Do you agree with this? Do you think there was a better candidate?
No, Steve Nash was by far, not by far, but he was the best candidate. He averages double-double, like 17 points, about 12 assists. No one's averaged that many assists as John Stockton in the mid-'90s. I mean, the guy basically resurrected a franchise. The worst record in the West last year, best record in the NBA this year. He deserved it definitely deserved it.
No, there's a better candidate. It's the big Aristotle, Shaquille O'Neal. Obviously, this guy could win it every single year, but you got to give it to someone else, and I could see Steve Nash would probably be the second best choice, but there's no one in the league that can stop the Diesel. Come on.
Well, piggybacking on that, you watched Shaq in the playoffs and probably throughout the regular season. Can he win another national championship or world championship?
I believe so. I mean, you look at the Diesel's resume as itself. He goes into the Orlando Magic. The franchise is just beginning pretty much. They never win. He plays like a champion because that's what he is. He goes to the Lakers. Kobe Bryant's not the star of that team. Shaquille O'Neal was. He goes to Miami Heat the year before. Dwayne Wade can't carry him to the top. They get the Diesel. Everything opens up. This is one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that he had a chance to win that championship again. His 4th because they were very close this year, making some improvements on that Miami Heat ball club. They'll be right there again.
A couple of thoughts as we wrap up this NBA review. Can Kobe, the Lakers, can they resurrect what once was a great team? And also, where do you think Phil Jackson's going to be?
Well, I think they can resurrect it because they're LA. They don't mind spending money and stuff like that, but they need a coach. That's what it comes down to. They had Rudy Tomjanovich. He had to retire because of the health reasons. They brought in Frank Hammond, wasn't a qualified candidate at all. If they bring back Phil Jackson, they'll be back in the playoffs next year, I guarantee it.
Well, I think it's going to be a long and strenuous time in LA because I don't see them getting close to the playoffs for another 3 or 4 years. I don't think Kobe Bryant has the pieces around him to build even a playoff team right now. And as far as Phil Jackson, I don't see this guy returning to LA with the relationship he has on Kobe Bryant and the book he wrote pretty much dissing the guy. He can't return.
Yeah, well, nothing surprises me in the NBA. That'll wrap up our NBA review. We'll be back after these messages and talk a little baseball.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Wherever, Claire. Just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. Drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. I'm soon to be a mother, and these are things I think about stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
Hello, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Now we're going to broach the subject of Major League Baseball. First, we'll go back in time a little bit and talk about, for the first time since 1918, the Red Sox can call themselves world champions. Gentlemen, tell me what were the special things about this Red Sox team that were the characteristics of this team that enabled them to become champions for the first time in such a long time.
Well, you take a look at this Red Sox team, great lineup, very solid pitching staff with Pedro, Kurt Schilling, Tim Wakefield, Derek Lowe. But the key to this team that holds them all together is Jason Varitek. He's the captain of this ball club, only the 5th captain in team history, and he was the guy they had to resign in the offseason, and they got it done.
Yeah, I can't even say it better than Tim. The cohesiveness of this team would win any championship in any league, whatever. This team is unbelievable. Jason Varitek is the captain of this squad. He brings everyone together. You saw the long hair with Kevin Millar, Johnny Damon. These guys are all best friends, and that's what it translated on the field. They absolutely played their heart out, and they deserved it.
Reminds me of actually the 1993 Phillies, the way the group gelled. Of course, Joe Carter wasn't hitting home runs against the Red Sox. But anyway, to the baseball layman, what about Jason Varitek? What does he bring to the team?
Well, he's a great hitter. I mean, he bats 300, hits 25 homers for you, knocks in 80 runs. But he has a leadership quality. You could say he's a Derek Jeter of the Boston Red Sox because he's just that guy who, if the team's struggling, he can pull you out of that slump by himself, and he's just a great player.
Once again, Tim's on a roll here. It is his leadership. You look at what this guy has done. When they have Doug Mirabelli with Tim Wakefield pitching, it's not the same attitude when they're on the field. You could just see it. Jason Varitek gets everyone's head in the game, and it's got to be something special to get Manny Ramirez head in the game.
And regarding last year with baseball, who was your player of the year?
I got to say Vlad Guerrero. I mean, going into the last week and a half, 2 weeks of the season, they're 3 games out of first place, and he hits 9 home runs in 8 games, and just single-handedly wins the division with the Anaheim Angels. I mean, that's the MVP right there.
I think it's Ichiro Suzuki. He broke the all-time hit record. This guy came straight out of Japan and was a star instantly. The Seattle Mariners should be kissing the floor that they have this guy. He's unbelievable, and people talk about how he doesn't have power. If he wanted to hit home runs, I guarantee you he could lift a couple out of the ball yard.
All right, well, let's go to this season. What's the biggest surprise team this year for you?
It's got to be the Baltimore Orioles. I mean, having a 5-6 game lead in the American League East, one of the best divisions in baseball. I mean, this offense is absolutely amazing with Brian Roberts batting like 380, guy that had 12 career home runs, has 12 home runs this year. And you got Sammy Sosa in the outfield just coming off an injury. Melvin Mora, one of the best players in the game, Miguel Tejada. They've just been just a great team so far.
I think it's the Washington Nationals. I mean, coming into this season, you look at their roster with guys like Jose Guillen, Nick Johnson, Christian Guzman, and a pitching staff with Livan Hernandez and Chad Cordero closing games. You thought they could win some games, but this team is blowing people out of the water with how well they're playing. They're gelling as a team. The pitching has been solid, and the hitting has been pretty good with Nick Johnson emerging as one of the elite first basemen in the National League.
Now, going on that, this National League East race is crazy. I think 2.5 games separates first and last, maybe 3 games. Who do you see coming out of that to win that division?
It's got to be the Braves. I mean, they've done it year in, year out since 1991, 13 in a row. Chipper Jones going down, that's a very big loss, but I mean, the Braves, they fought through it last year. They were below 500 for the first half of the year. They won the division by 10 games, then they're going to come through with it again.
You have to pick the Braves just on what they've done. They always seem to be there when it's all said and done, and despite the fact that I don't think they're going to go anywhere in the playoffs, they definitely will win the division.
Now, gentlemen, this is very easy. You know, I feel like we're vultures flying over the carcass, but the New York Yankees, what is the #1 problem with this team?
It's got to be the pitching staff. I mean, you have an old Randy Johnson. He's 5-5 with a 4.07 ERA. Kevin Brown. He pitched well for a few starts, but then he gets slaughtered in the next start. You don't know what you're going to get with him, and the staff does not produce for them.
You know what, guys? I'm gonna give you an answer that a lot of people are gonna be upset to hear about. I think it's the whole coaching staff. I think Joe Torre's reign as Yankee manager is slowly coming to an end. You look at what this guy's done in the past; it's been unbelievable. But you look at all teams and all coaches that have lasted long; it always seems to drop off at the end because the team stops listening to him. Don Mattingly, Mel Stoudemire, Joe Torre, they've done a great job, but it's time they step down.
So you put it on the line, gentlemen. If this losing continues, or let's just say they're playing 500 baseball through August, Torre, out or no?
I'm going to say no, maybe at the end of the season, but you can't fire a guy like that in the middle of the season because who are you going to get that's better than him to replace the ball club to go through the stretch run? You're just not going to find anybody better.
How about Donnie Baseball?
He's not a qualified manager. He's the hitting coach.
Okay.
Georgie Porgy is not a very patient man, George Steinbrenner. He is going to let Joe Torre go if Jason Giambi doesn't get on track. That's the key to this team right now. If Jason Giambi can hit the ball the way we all know he can, the whole thing will turn around.
All right, like everybody else in baseball, we're going to avoid the steroid issue, and we'll be back.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear. Just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, you know, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. You know, drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. You know, I'm soon to be a mother, you know, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, you know, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Our next topic will be reviewing the NHL season. All right, good input, gentlemen. Now let's move on to the NFL, reviewing last year. Yeah, the Patriots beat the Eagles. Tell me, this team, the dynasty, does it continue, the New England Patriots? What is it about this team that year in, year out, they are able to win or be such a successful team?
Well, it starts at the top with Robert Kraft, the owner. It works all the way down to the 53rd man on the roster. I mean, they're just a cohesive team. It's something in the water up there in New England. I don't know what it is, but the Red Sox are a great team. Stick together. Same with the Patriots. I mean, they don't have the best roster on paper, but they just get it done.
Yeah, their coaching staff is tremendous. You look at Bill Belichick, this guy has come in and completely changed around the mood in New England and the mood on this team. They're winning Super Bowls almost every year, and they're pretty much beating everyone handily in every single ball game. And let's not forget to mention Tom Brady has turned into an absolute superstar.
Oh, he's getting paid like one, that's for sure now. Now, kind of comparing the Patriots to the Red Sox, you can talk about that team chemistry. The loss of Teddy Bruschi, I'm not even sure when he's returning, if he is. How much does that affect this team?
It's going to affect him, no doubt, but you got to remember that Teddy Bruschi's not on a new football team. He's still going to be around this football team every day for the whole entire season. He's going to be able to put his input into this team.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big loss to the defensive squad, but it always seems like whenever something goes wrong for Bill Belichick, he pulls someone up, and they become just as good, if not better, than the guy that went down. So I fully expect this defense to perhaps even get better and learn from this.
This may be a consensus pick, but what is your Rookie of the Year? Who was your Rookie of the Year for last year in the NFL?
Well, I know most people are going to say Ben Roethlisberger, but I'm going to go with Julius Jones down in Dallas. I mean, the guy only played 8-9 games, almost had 1,000 yards. He was running through defenses. I mean, the guy was an absolute tank.
Tim, you're out of your mind. It is Ben Roethlisberger. You look at what this guy did to the Pittsburgh Steelers, it's incredible. He led them all the way to the top of the AFC, almost made it to the Super Bowl. He did not look like a rookie. You cannot tell me this guy looked bad under pressure. He looked like a seasoned veteran, and it can only go up from here, gentlemen.
So you firmly believe that Ben Roethlisberger will continue in his success?
I firmly believe it, and I believe Tim has something going on with Julius Jones if he believes Roethlisberger is not the Rookie of the Year.
Okay. Other Player of the Year last year in the NFL?
Well, I think it comes down to the guy who won the Super Bowl, and it's Tom Brady. I mean, the guy's overlooked every year for MVPs and stuff like that, but he just goes out there, performs, throws 20-plus touchdowns, limits the turnovers, and that's what you got to do in the NFL.
I think it's Peyton Manning. I think you have to look at what he has done throughout his career, and the amount of touchdowns he threw this year was incredible. It was absolutely unbelievable. And people can say they have great receivers, and Reggie Wayne, and Stokely, and Marvin Harrison, but you have to have someone that can throw the ball to him, and he can do that better than anyone.
Now, how about your biggest surprise team of the year?
Goes back to the Steelers, led by Ben Roethlisberger. Even though he did play like a rookie in the playoffs, they should have lost even to the Jets in their first game. But the Steelers were 6-10 the year before that. Ben Roethlisberger comes in, they're 1-1, leads them on a 14-game winning streak to close out the year. I mean, the guy had a great year, I'll give him that. And the Steelers were the surprise team.
I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles. This team fought through a Terrell Owens injury that a lot of people thought would hamper their chances of advancing even past the first round of the playoffs. This team overcame all the obstacles without their best wide receiver, and you have to say them. They fought hard, but in the end, they were not as good as New England.
You should listen to him more often. Donovan McNabb, if he doesn't start puking in the huddle of the Super Bowl, should they have won that game?
No, because no one's beating the Patriots in a big game like that because they're just that much better coached. Even though Andy Reid is a solid coach, I'll give you that. But they wouldn't be able to overcome. The Patriots had that 10-point lead with about 6-7 minutes to go, and scoring 10 points in the Patriots within that time span is going to be a hard task.
Mr. Layman, let's not go wild here. The Eagles are a good team, but they're not Patriot good. The New England Patriots are the best team in football right now, and if you ask me, they're one of the best teams of all time. The Philadelphia Eagles, yes, they overcame an injury by Terrell Owens, but in the end, they are not as good a football team, and I don't expect them to return to the Super Bowl anytime soon.
All right. Well, next, after these messages, we're going to go into the NFL preview for this upcoming season. So please stay tuned.
Scatman's World.
My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? My scene's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not here to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
We're Everclear. Just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. Never talk about the damage it's going to do to you physically and mentally. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. I used to be a stupid rock and roll cliche. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself. I don't know what else to say.
I think you have to realize who you are as a person, who you are as a child of God, and that your potential is just so much greater than any chemical substance. Drugs, they destroy people, they destroy lives, they destroy families. I'm soon to be a mother, and these are things I think about. Please stay positive and stay away from the drugs because, there's no place positive you can get with that route.
This is your brain. This is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your job, and your self-respect, and your future. Any questions?
Hey, and welcome back to the season finale of the 30-minute drill. And now what we're going to do, gentlemen, is talk about the best sport going on. Baseball? No. Basketball? No. Football? That's right. We're in mini camps season here. NFL, #1 sport in America. Gentlemen, who's going to win it all this year?
Well, I'm going to shy away from the Patriots. I don't know for what reason, but no one's ever won 3 in a row. I don't think it's going to happen this year. I'm going to say the Indianapolis Colts are going to get over the hump and win the Super Bowl.
I have to go with the Patriots. I'm not usually a front runner, but what this team has done the past few years is incredible. Tom Brady, Corey Dillon, they got Troy Brown in there, and despite the injury to Teddy Bruschi, this defense is so solid, you may not even see a big impact with that. This team is built once again to win the Super Bowl.
Seems that everybody now is talking about a young gentleman who inherited a lot of money, and I'm going to throw you guys a curveball. You just signed a big contract, $20-30 million. What prompts you to get on a motorcycle?
Well, Kellen Winslow Jr., he was a great player in college. He comes in the NFL, shoots his mouth off, thinks he's the next best thing since sliced bread. I don't know what's going through his head. He's getting on that motorcycle, much like Jay Williams, the Chicago Bulls did, crashing. It might actually ruin his career. Never mind just one season. I don't know what he's thinking.
Yeah, you can't put into words what the young man is thinking because it doesn't make any sense. Frankly, the kid was never a star last year he got hurt. So he goes out in the offseason, decides to ride a motorcycle, and floor it in an empty parking lot. What are you thinking, Kelvin? You're really upsetting me here. I don't understand it. You'll never be a star.
Also, people are talking a lot about Randy Moss's move to the Oakland Raiders. Is this going to be a good thing for his career? Does he start to level off? Is Randy Moss should he be considered the best receiver in the game?
I think he's still going to be a very good wide receiver. I don't know if he's the best anymore, but he has Kerry Collins throwing the football to him, who throws one of the best deep balls in the NFL, even though he's getting up there in years. He has a couple good wide receivers with him. He has Ronald Curry and Jerry Porter, I believe. So he should have another solid year.
I think it's great for Randy Moss. Oakland loves to throw the football, and he's by far the best wide receiver in the game. You just look at his athleticism and his ability to get up the field. It's incredible. He catches anything that's near him, and a great move for the Oakland franchise, even better for Randy.
On a local front, are you guys excited to watch Eli Manning play in his second season at quarterback for the Giants?
Yeah, actually, I am very excited to see him play because the guy's not going to have a good year. Being a Dallas Cowboy fan, I'm expecting him to throw 4 to 5 picks against them, 4 to 5 against the Eagles. The kid doesn't have much to throw to. I mean, he has Plaxico Burress. He's just a deep threat, and he's not even that good anymore. I mean, last year he had, 30 catches for 500 yards. He always gets injured, and I think Amani Toomer's finished, so I don't know what Eli Manning's going to do.
I'd rather not watch the NFL season than watch this guy throw the ball. He is the biggest bust I've ever seen, and despite the fact that Giants fans feel that he was a rookie and he'll overcome his struggles last year, I think that's the best you're going to see out of Eli Manning. This kid has the makings of someone that got caught up in his last name because he is a Manning with Archie and Peyton. He's never going to live up to the hype.
Seems that year after year, the New York Jets are constantly on that bubble of making the playoffs. Are they still that bubble team, playoff team? Are they not making the playoffs? Do you think they'll be better than last year? What?
They're not going to be better than last year. They're still on the bubble because they didn't make that many changes. I mean, they have Curtis Martin. You don't know what you're going to get from him. Last year, he leads the NFL in rushing. The year before that, he goes for 1,100 yards. You have no idea what you're going to get. And Chad Pennington with his shoulder, it's a very big question mark.
Yeah, their success hinges on 32-year-old Curtis Martin. He's getting up there in years now. NFL running backs do not usually last that long in their 30s, and frankly, he's taken a lot of poundings over the year. He carries the ball more than any other running back in the entire league. Yes, he's got some talent, but the big question is, once again, he's getting up there in years. Is he going to be able to hold up? That's what their success hinges on.
All right, just this draft recently passed by. What rookies are you most excited by?
Well, I'm going to say Mike Williams, even though he's up there in Detroit with 2 other great young receivers. He's just a great physical specimen. He's 6'5", 230 pounds, can run like the wind, go over the middle. He's going to have a great career.
I think it's Aaron Rodgers. This guy slipped into the 20-something pick in the draft, and when Brett Favre decides to hang up his cleats, he's going to be ready, Aaron Rodgers, is to step in and obviously not fill the shoes of Brett Favre, but he's going to come pretty close. This kid's for real.
And finally, everybody knows that the Philadelphia Eagles are the best team in the NFL. However, Terrell Owens holding out in his contract. I wished I could tell Terrell to just shut up and sign. Do you guys think is he the key to this team?
For once, I don't think this is Terrell Owens' fault, first of all, because you got Drew Rosenhaus out there, his agent, controlling all his clients' minds and wanting to get more money because he wants more money. But going back to Terrell Owens, he is the glue that holds his team together. Donovan McNabb, he wasn't, back in the 3 years they lost the NFC championships, he wasn't a very big vocal leader. They had guys like Deuce Staley to do that, and now they have Terrell Owens to do that, so they really need him on this team.
Well, I'll tell you something right now. I take $49 million over 7 years. That's just me. Maybe that's not enough for Terrell Owens. This guy is greedy. He's bad for the NFL right now. Let me ask you, Mr. Layman, would you accept a $49 million contract, or would you hold out and ask for more?
Hey, I'd do anything to play for the Philadelphia Eagles,
Anything to play for the Philadelphia.
Well, right. I'd pay them. I'd pay them.
That's the sound of a true fan, but Terrell Owens is an absolute joke right now. He's got to start producing more on the field and getting this team a Super Bowl ring.
It's coming this year. We already ordered it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the 30-minute drill. This is our season finale. Please look for us next year and next academic year. Have a great summer, and go Philadelphia.